Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never alone. Let the poison in. Feel the warmth arise. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never soon you'll be set truly free from all those chains you bear.
up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. 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 It's Saturday night.
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. me delata. Yo te visualizo con nata. Quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú quieres mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otro me habla. Por lo malo me saca. Si me ves solito no destaca. Como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata. Yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí.
This night I will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, weakest flaws, money driven. Nature, fraud, breathless body, diamond bones. Wanna be it, wanna feel it. This night I will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, weakest flaws, money driven. Nature, fraud, breathless body, diamond bones. Wanna be it, wanna feel it.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sørger, vi surrogate. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. The surrogate, the surrogate. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die unforgone. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. These are the good, these are the good. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering without. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die unforgone. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die unforgone. Just remember. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember. We retreat, but we live on. Those that die unforgone. Just remember. Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do
Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you
High in the mountains, blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the water, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad track, on the rusty rails. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the water. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know the love don't sleep. Deep in the bloodstream, on a cellular level, every single part of you knows that. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know the love don't sleep. High in the mountains, blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad track, on the rusty rail. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know that love don't sleep. Then you'll know that love don't sleep.
intense chase and whispers before they
Every story needs a weaver, just as every tactician craves the glory. Within the garden of greatness, they will find their place to shine and their chance to conquer the tactician's crown. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. From July 12th to 14th, the set's best 32 will use their genius to weave their own story, contending for glory and a piece of the prize pool. 4 regions, Americas, EMEA, CN, and APAC, each with 8 slots to send their representatives to compete among the best. And now, let us step through the umbral and admire the path to the crown. Once the gathering begins, tacticians' performance will be evaluated by points. The first place earns 8 points, while the last earns 1 point. During the first 2 days, our contenders will face each other in 4 different lobbies. Each day, they will play 6 games, changing lobbies every 2 games. It may feel like walking on porcelain because every misstep could shatter their chances. As day 2 comes to a close, only the top 8 get to keep their brushes and advance. And on day 3, greatness will demand more than just skill. The tacticians who surpass the 20-point barrier will face their ultimate test. Only one will win the last game to settle the myth, become a legend, and conquer the Teamfight Tactics Tactician's Crown. Witness the final masterpiece. The Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown starts July 12th.
leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust. I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not thinking about the mood. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what you're thinking. You wanna get back into my life. You could have had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with ya. Believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see ya. You know that it's true. This time I mean it. I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. I don't want you back. I'm better than that. I'm moving on. So goodbye, so long.
The best contenders from around the globe have drawn their path to the Garden of Greatness.
where the Tactician's crown awaits. After 3 days, a legend will rise, writing the last chapter of the Inkborn
哎，
Fables.
升起来了，被抬了一下，下一发能不能带走？带走了，直接敲到，哎，点到了，点到了，
点到了，就进来了，很夸张，很夸张，魔王的喜
Baloo is running out of space. You can see the exasperation on his face. Arzu can't quite believe it.
A display of mastery and creativity like no other. The last flourish of the meta. The board a canvas for the final masterpiece.
He has a lot of gold to roll and try to catch maybe one Wukong. Let's see if he rolls down. There it is. He has the Wukong.
หลังที่มันไปจุ่มมันง่ายลำต้นทางของเดอะซินรามันชื่อทางถูกเป็นไฟโต
hits into the backline, but it's not good enough.
Finally targeted down by the Lee Sin, but it might be too little too late as it jumps Aurelia. 直接被秒掉，又魂叠起来，
Grab your brushes and join us for the crowning of a new legend at the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. This is the final day, and at the end of it all, we will watch one player ascend that Garden of Greatness to become the best TFT player in the world. My name is Nekra and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be joined once again by Casanova, Clement, and Makes. I can't believe it, we're already at the final day of competition.
I know, one last day, we get to crown a champion at the end of it. I just can't wait to jump into the games.
It's been 3 months of blood, sweat, and tears for all these players, and everything comes down to this chance to be immortalized for the rest of TFT history.
And honestly, I think it's so great that we have every major region in here celebrated as kind of this international stage. It's absolutely amazing.
It is so exciting to be able to see that, and for the first time, we really are making history because they're going home with a Tactician's crown.
It had
like
to
the
be
real
a crown.
It had to be a crown.
It
Every
did.
time.
I still want our players to wear that as
We'll make
they
them.
win.
Yeah, well, they gotta get at least a tweet
it's
out
in
or
the
something.
fine print that
Well,
they gotta post a picture.
You had
of
Malala with the Vegas belt everywhere after he won that? Nah, it's got to be the same for the crown. Every tournament you play from here on out, you got to put the crown on.
They gotta do it to him. That's how you do it in style, quite honestly. But as we take a look back at yesterday to even see how we got here, that was where we finished out our group stage of competition, 12 games that all of our players played through. There's so much to take away from that.
There's always a bittersweet moment as we head into the finals because we have to say goodbye to so many of them. And one of them is going to be Ahao A, the first seed coming out of CN, but not able to inch forward. He's been here 3 times, this time still leaving the way open for other lesser profile, lesser known CN players to maybe make it up for the region.
We also had to see the exit of Morgana 3 as it was not able to find wins.
Why are you bringing this up
biggest
again?
fraud in TFT, losing out for Arzu. I don't know. That was one of my favorite moments of yesterday. It was just that craziness in that game.
It's not Makes'
That was
favorite
not
moment,
one of
that's for
my
sure.
favorite moments. Just in case anybody was wondering, my favorite moment was that EMEA actually beat NA on the average performance.
All right, well, she has to fire back, I guess.
Hey, that might not be the case at the end of the day. We still got one more day to actually play out here. But in case you missed the action, we've got a video to catch you all up to speed for day 2. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We are in day number 2 of our competition.
Rox just killed the Kaisa, and he's now on the Aurelia. No, he Aatrox with the Force Tattoo flanking into the backline and wet jungler. Oh, he hits it. He hits it right away. She gets it back. She's on Morgana. The Morgana casts away. It's the Kiana. Morgana, the biggest is fraud in TFT.
La Taza.
La Taza.
La Taza versus Tiber. This is the final fight.
No way.
And
Look
it's
at
Taza, Tiber.
Michael's face. Oh my lord, that one was frustrating.
Is not a good enough carry. Second jump from the set. Doesn't get there.
Tiber is so big.
They're still safe. And it's just the Aurelia. Gets down the
Tail.
One more
Look at
cast.
Canvas.
Canvas. He gets the first that he needs.
And rolled out so big. So big. Oh my goodness.
Finds the
Aphelios. Finds the Nautilus.
Bintum with the bear. Able to take out Wet Jungler.
Jungler will fall. Bintum and
Dish Soap falls as well.
You know, I forgot. At the end of today, we also get a chance to show a preview for the upcoming set, Magic and Mayhem, so make sure that you stick around the action for that. I was just seeing that because of the painting, that beautiful painting that Pengu painted.
Yeah, and Pengu was giving us plenty of Magic and Mayhem on the previous day with all the artifacts and crazy stuff we saw. I'm hoping today we get a little bit more Mayhem.
I love that. You know, I think we should maybe consider an alternative career for Pengu where we just sell all these paintings.
I think that would go for a lot, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Make them...
Pengu. Gangly said it. It was Gangly coined it.
Wait.
Give me out. It was Gangly. It was Gangly.
Oh, okay. We'll put the blame on Gangly for that one. But let's take a look back at our 32 players as we see the culmination of their journey in days 1 and 2 of the Tactician's Crown. It was very heartbreaking to take a look at all of our players, unfortunately getting eliminated up until this final moment, but we also have to take a moment to celebrate the fact that making it into the Tactician's Crown at all was so difficult for this set, and they should be able to celebrate such a major accomplishment.
Yeah, at the end of the day, those are the 32 best of this set. And they came for a fight. They did as well as they could, and for some of them, it came really, really down to the wire. Looking at players like Tartman, like Kade, who were right off that cut, unfortunately not making it, but with great performances.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Americas side, I was so proud to see Socks come back after 3 years and 2 kids and have a performance like this, narrowly missing out of that top 8. Pokygom as well, a player we've been looking at for so long, trying to make a deep run, and he really did us proud.
For me, it has to be Tidal. There's 2 other finalists that's already been to Worlds for the 4th time, but Tidal is not going to make it there, is going to give up that potential GOAT status to someone else on this standing.
And these are our final 8 players that get a chance to do just that. And I think we also have to kind of take a look at the fact that today is a bit different. While we ended up playing sort of like what I would consider a round robin for like those 12 games, we got a total point reset, and we're moving on to the checkmate format.
And I'm here to explain what the checkmate format actually means. It just means that there's no set amount of games. Whoever wins at the end of the day will be crowned with the Tactician's Crown at the very end. So we have 20 points in order to check, and after that, whoever wins is then crowned. You cannot check and checkmate on the same game. It has to be the next one. And if it goes long enough, which there might be a potential, if it goes to 8 games, we will close out the day and give whoever has the most points as the Tactician's Crown winner for this time.
Do you remember last set's championship? That was so hype. We had so many players on check.
Yeah, how could I forget Malala winning?
That's a big takeaway from that one. Well, there are a couple of players, though, in this final lobby that have great first place rates. So these are players that have already proven that they have what it takes in order to take the final standing. So let's actually take a look at who those players are.
Yeah, starting us off with Li Tu Chao from CN, of course, one of the best first rates in this tournament, tied with Dish Soap for 33.3%, and is definitely a player that within the scene is known for being a very strong player, knows how to cap these boards, and people are and should be afraid of him.
In CN and the TOC, he actually went first place 4 out of 5 times in 2 of the semifinals.
Wow.
And I have to mention to everyone, he's on a streak. In the last 4 games, he made up 30 points to make this finals. So he's very, very hot. You should watch out for his duelist and melee play, especially what he's super known for.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned that Dish Soap was the one tied up, so I got to bring him up as well. With the first place rate tied with Li Zishuan, And it's insane to see Dish Soap with the comeback he made, because his first or eighth rate is also the highest in the weekend, and that's off of those 3 eighth places. The fact that he was able to bounce back was insane. And one crazy stat, over the last 5 sets in North America, over 300 games, he had only gone 8th 19 times. That's an insane rate. He barely ever goes 8th, and to find 3 on the second day of the championship and to bounce back and still make it here, I think he's got to be pumped.
Amazing.
I do want to add a small caveat. That's because he went 8th 3 times in a row yesterday.
Yes.
So he had to get those first place to make it back. Dish Soap, for most of North America, he's known as very steady, aiming for the top 3, perfect play style. But after yesterday, I think the biggest thing he passed is those low roll mentality blocks that could have been in the way. It was this same scenario in set 10 as well, but he was able to overcome it this time to make it to the finals.
So pretty atypical, though, of Dish Soap to have such a high 1st or 8th place rate. But someone that was actually pretty well known for that was Asta coming into this tournament. And Asta has to be one of the biggest underdog stories that we have seen throughout the entire weekend. The lowest average placement out of all 32 of our players heading into the tournament, and made his way to this final lobby.
It's so cool to see that, right? Because he was such a big underdog in that group stage, but now that he's made it to the final, it is checkmate, and because he's able to go first so frequently, is good at playing those cap forwards, he's terrifying if he makes it to check. That's the hard part. Get to check from there. Asta, he might be a favorite once he gets to that point.
Absolutely true. You can never undervalue a good underdog story. And Asta for sure has a major region backing him up, showing up for Vietnam as well. And I'm pretty excited to see how that turns out.
Absolutely, but I think now, taking a look at the rest of the top of the table, Double 61, he has a chance to make history here as the first player ever to get a 2nd championship title.
Well, it all starts with success, right?
Wait.
No, but seriously, 2022 global champion at the Galaxies Championship, made final lobby at TVO last year, in between 2 times EMEA regional champion. This guy is an absolute menace, and rightfully here in those top 8 as the first time ever potential 2-time global champion. I think that is just something that everyone here will have to respect.
Oh yeah.
And now we'll dig in a little bit of how he did it. His day 2 performance was stellar. 40 points, highest out of any of the 32 players. Did not go bottom 4 a single time. No one was able to do that. And as we heard in his interview, he actually played a couple comps he thought he would never play in the Faded line and also the Senna reroll line. So that shows his adaptability, his commitment to pushing himself off of his comfort zone and going for the best possible outcome.
Even worth noting, record-setting day and record-setting first 2 days, record-setting group stage, 73 points, insanity out of Double 61.
It really is, and it becomes even the more insane when you think about the fact that he was able to break that record being super contested. And I don't really understand how players are able to kind of like keep their head straight when they're in this scenario. So that's why we've got a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where Makes is going to talk through some of the decision making that these players have to go through in order to actually find that success.
Yeah, let me just take you along, and we're going to be talking about how you can actually be a bully in games where you are contested with other players. So to do that, we're going to be taking a look at Double 61 at Moji in a game of day 1 that happened on stream here. And we're going to be starting with this. We're on 3-2 for Smatic's roll around, but what's important is the augment that you can see in the background here. So for Double 61, we have Learning to Spell. For Moji on the other side, we have the Magical Wand. So both of these augments leading strongly into those AP comms, but one of them scales a little bit harder. So Learning to Spell for Double 61, he knows that Lux Janna is definitely on the table, finds that buried treasures here in the augment round, and says, yeah, I have a lot of carries, I have a lot of tanks I want to use. At the same time, Moji over there finds that 2-for-1, and what happens now is really relevant, because Moji, knowing that he picked up one of those reroll roll augments, doesn't roll as far as Double, who spends over 60 gold on this roll down here. We're going to be taking a little bit of stock on what he hits and what he maybe doesn't hit. So in this roll down, we're finding that Lux 2, we're finding 2 of these Amumus, and we're also going to be finding a Diana right after. So the core comp is there, the Jenna is on the board as well, and we're going to be using that to try and get out of this loss streak that he had going at the bottom here. And then Double 61 sees that Moji, who is contesting him, is on that 2-for-1. And what happens next is basically donkey rolling turned into value rolling. Because while we are already in the next stages, we can still see that he's willing to spend every single gold coin he has to try and find those final upgrades in the end to try and get that win streak stable and up and running. And that is how he placed higher than Moji in this comp. And that's how you can be a bully in your contested comps if you just are a little bit willing to be more straightforward and more willing to spend your gold.
Thanks so much, Meeks. Now I think I know what I need to take into my own games in order to make sure that if I just want to slam Story Weavers, no scout, no pivot, I know how to do it. Just be a bully.
Yeah, be a bully.
Beautiful. He was one of the most contested players alongside Dish Soap, and the fact that he's continually able to make that happen throughout the weekend, it was sweet to watch.
Yeah, super, super cool. And I'm so excited to be able to get a chance to actually talk to Dish Soap in a little bit because, he's one of those players that we got a chance to actually talk to at the end of day number 1 as our points leader. So I'm just teasing that as a future part of our pre-show this morning. But just in case you missed the end of yesterday, we were able to open back up the pick'ems powered by AWS. This is going to be your last chance in order to make your predictions for who you think is going to be winning this final lobby and some of the placements after that. And if you get it right, we've got some in-game cosmetics on the line for you as your prizes. Chibis, eggs. There's a lot of great cosmetics in the game right now.
Oh yeah, my pick'ems are doomed.
Are they doomed?
Yeah. Oh, I failed pretty hard on the early predictions. I think this top 8 caught me a little off guard.
Did it?
Well, I mean, I think it's really tough to say because the field was so stacked. But as promised, we do have that interview with Dish Soap. Hey, Dish Soap, I know you said that you might hope to have that interview at the end of day number 3, but thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Better than I felt yesterday. I know, on the end of day 1, I said I was trying to get some good sleep, but I really didn't. But today I'm feeling much more refreshed and relieved, I guess.
The time zone shift is definitely difficult, so I hope at least the end of today it's going to feel a little bit relieving to get back on track. But I think what was really surprising is we ended up seeing a lot of players actually be contested, and in fact, you were one of the most contested players in the entirety of our field, 7 games. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you ended up actually navigating some of those positions like that in order to still come out on top.
I feel like unless you're... I mean, I don't reroll that much, and when I do, I make sure it's not contested, but it's pretty often to be contested if you're not rerolling. That's just the expected outcome, something you have to consider. So to have good spots when contested, you just have to be ahead of HP and other things and econ.
Is there any player in particular that you are worried about in this top 8 that you feel like might be trouble for you or someone that you have to look out for?
No, I don't really think about my competition like that. I'm not scared of anyone.
I love to hear that confidence from you, especially because so many in NA are rooting for you to be able to take home the tactician's crown for us. But I want to go back to maybe some of the pain points from yesterday. Dish Soap, this is so uncharacteristic of you, but you ended up getting 3/8 on your day. And I'm just curious if you could talk us a little bit through kind of how do you keep yourself composed in those moments?
Oh, I don't know. I definitely felt like I was starting a bit of a downward spiral probably around the second 8th. The third 8th, I actually felt like I was pretty calm about it. It was just really unfortunate for other reasons. I think the third 8th was just a variance 8th at the end of the day. But I don't know, after that I just tried to focus as hard as possible on just TFT, and I mean, I pulled through.
You definitely had that clutch up at the end, and it was so impressive because I think 2 of those 8th places were with Storyweaver, and yet you still committed to it after that streak.
Yeah, I don't know. I went 8-8 with Storyweaver. I think I don't remember if it was in a row or anything, but and then like the next game, I just get taunted with Storyweaver spat. I'm like, I don't know. and then like I felt like I might just be like insane, but I mean it was. I mean, I told myself, like, it's the correct play. You should make the correct play, and it worked out. So you definitely take those.
Trust your gut. Absolutely. Well, just so we don't want to keep you too long so you can get ready for your day of competition, but is there anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Nothing I can think of, but hope I can pull through.
We're wishing you the best of luck. Good luck today.
All right, thanks.
Good luck, Dish. Look, I'm super excited to see him play. I'm glad he was able to brush off those 8s. It's very funny because
so
I've seen him in spots like that before, but I'm glad that he sticks to his guns and he always is like, okay, this is the correct line. I'm going to take it. We always talk about how he has the most lines. He recognizes the correct one and he'll still go for it even without thinking and taking into account the previous 8s.
We do have to mention how important it is for Dish Soap because all of America's hopes are riding on him. America's already dead last in the placements and the AVP, so they will have 1 slot subtracted unless Dish Soap can win the championship. If he does that, then he adds 1 back to the pool and everyone is even.
Ooh, that's so much pressure.
He can handle it.
I know. If there is one player that I feel like could handle it, it is Dish Soap. But we also have to remember this is a game of variance, so anything can truly happen on the final day of competition. But one player that I feel like is no stranger to being at this position is Bintum. In fact, he was my favorite to win the entire thing. Bintum making a 4th appearance here at the set championships, and I think is in a fantastic place to do so. He's been one of the most consistent players in APAC, even heading into the tournament, and also has one of the lowest 8th rates.
And that's all because he tries to play uncontested lines most of the time. He has the most comps, 11 comps played in 12 different games. Only 1 time was he contested. That's the secret to his consistency. And also, I really like his stage 2s because he's been finding a lot of carry plays with that Aatrox. We saw it against Wet Jungler. We saw the double Gargantuan game in stage 2 as well. Very stellar play, lots of great transitions.
I mean, you were saying it, Nekra, his previous placements, 4th and 9th place. He's made it the top 8 again. Bintum really is the king without a crown, and this is his chance to finally get one and quite literally get a tactician's crown this time.
Yes, I'm so excited to see if Bintum is able to do that, but I think we also have to take a look at some of our other players that are sitting at the top of this lobby.
Yeah, and one of these is Li Sao, and I think we need to highlight him in a very specific light because this is a player that just barely made it in, but in a very unusual fashion because while some players like Bintum like to play a lot of different lines, like to keep themselves open and uncontested, this is a player that will play AD lines whenever there's a chance. 5 games on Reaper, 2nd most played games were on Duelist, and doing really well on those as well. So if he gets a chance to actually go down that Reaper line, I think the rest of the lobby should be scared.
This is something that we have to watch out because it caps so high. There's so many artifacts, support items that can drop from encounters, and those just boost the single points of concentration on the map where they can't be taken out by AoE-centric compositions.
Yeah, and it just ends up kind of reshaping the entire lobby to a certain extent because everyone knows this guy is just going to force into the Reaper's line, the AD lines, and you have to think about that anytime you're trying to play that as well.
I will say the one time he did play AP, it went pretty badly, so maybe that tells you something as well.
Okay, well, yeah, if we see that, then I don't know, we might have to just make sure he's like doing okay. But one of the other players that is in this lobby is Dr. O, and I think that is another player that you look at and go, well, he has the experience. This is his 3rd time being at a set championship and also able to play actually the AP line. So maybe we got to take a look at that and see if there are a couple pointers that you can take from there. But I think this is where Dr. O may have a little bit of trouble. He only got 1 first place in our first 2 days of competition. So is he actually able to convert that over and make sure that he can get the win in checkmate?
Well, I think you're on the right track there. 1 first place, but also only 1 8th 12th place. So a very safe player all throughout, where I think like racking up the points might work. He was kind of under the radar for a lot of players going into day 3. I think for many, even a surprise as he showed up in that top 8. And if he can do that again with getting to check and then has one lucky game where he finds that win, I think Dr. O can maybe clutch it out.
It only takes one.
That's right.
All right, well, another player I want to talk about a little bit is Ning Lee. This is maybe the unlikely hero of CN, a really amazing day 1. And he's someone who has actually been consistently strong for many sets. Set 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. He made it to the TOC regional. However, he missed out in set 11 and qualified through JOC, so he went to mobile to still make it here.
Yeah, in his introduction, he said that he's going to conquer new territories. Went over to the mobile players and took their slots. What I really want to mention about him is his unique lines. He's the player that's played the most snipers in our finals, and also in the TOC, he's known for playing the Umbral Exalted Flex line, something we've seen a couple of times here at the Tactician's Crown, but hasn't won just yet.
I really feel like the mobile players' APM just is so different. Like, it just hits different.
That's so hard.
Yeah, I know. So maybe that is the secret sauce here that might be able to bring Ning Lee that success. But I know you talk a little bit about like the Warden Sniper comps. Maybe this is something that we are going to end up seeing a lot of, but who is actually going to be able to win the day? We only have a couple of players that have been able to say that they have taken a set championship. It's very few.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We kind of have a pantheon of players from the past, all starting with 61. We mentioned him earlier. You can see them here behind us. Later in Fades, Jaywalking got that title there, followed by Juan Mei, one of, I think, the GOATs of TFT still up until this day. And then Lilo coming in is where we can actually take a look at that checkmate format, because that was 4 games, very, very fast win, very dominating. Shunga right after also didn't take too many. And 3 in a row for CN is where we turned it around. Replay took that crown for the Americas, followed by Title, and of course the last one went back to Malala. What a great range of players.
Yeah, I'm excited to see which player at the end of it all is going to end up cementing themselves next to all of these legends, because there really are only a couple of spots on the line. But really quickly, I want to go into a bit of the meta. What do we expect to see today from these players?
Over the last 2 days of competition, the most common line was actually Reapers and Mythic rerolls. However, for our finalist players, the most points that they've been getting and separating themselves from the rest of the field has actually been the Duelist line and also the Janna Lux reroll line. For Duelists especially, our finalist 8 players have a 1.2 AVP advantage over the rest of the field.
I just quickly want to mention that after day 1, Lilia's stats were horrendous. Players went into that line way too fast. Day 2, they were more cautious and really were looking for those caps, looking to look better, but I'm still scared of our players going there.
However, there were a couple players who performed very well in this specific lobby, and the big thing that it was able to do was find wins. And I think that that's the big thing you have to look at in checkmate format, is Lilia is a comp that caps really high. So once we get to check, that's a way players can convert.
As long as you're not contested. That could be a little bit difficult here, but before we get our action underway, I want to get some final predictions here out of you.
Dish Soap. I'm sticking with my guns. I predicted Dish Soap at the very start, and I'm going to stay with it. I predicted Malala would win last time. I got that right. I'm going Dish Soap.
I'm sticking Bintum.
And for me, I have to go Bintum as well. My home region is APAC. He has been the best player throughout the entirety of set 11. I'm sticking with Bintum.
And I'm sticking, of course, with 61.
Oh.
I think with that name, you have to be the one that's the first to take 2 crowns.
I would have been a little worried if I didn't hear an EMEA player come out of your mouth, Fakes. But that's going to do it for our pre-show. We have an incredible day of action ahead of us. At the end of it all, one player will stand above the rest. So that's why for this first game, we are going to send it over to our casters, Gangly, Panda, and Hupe-san. How are you guys feeling this morning?
We could not be better, for on this night, the sky is dark as all the stars are in the Inkborn Fables top 8.
Gangly, it's noon. The sun is very bright outside.
It's nighttime somewhere, baby. I'm Gangly, here with Panda and Hupei-san. We're going to bring you games number 1 and 2 on the day. We had 32 players enter into the competition. All of those players with dreams and hopes alive, set on the title, the Tactician's Crown, and now in the final day, only 8 players remaining. These are the players who were forged in fire with the pressure mounted, and the sole players remaining with their shot at the title.
And we're looking at the individual stakes, but also the regional pride that was talked about a lot on the desk here. CN, they had their dominance, but that's 3 sets now, a drought, where they have to come back and prove they are the dominant force in global TFT. Americas, recently on very hot form, considered by many regions to be the strongest regions coming into this tournament. Maybe wasn't the case in group stage, but Dish Soap is that last hope. And what a player to be the one to have that last hope, because he's such a perfect player in my opinion. Looking back at a region like EMEA, looking back at APAC with Korea specifically and France, they have not won a global championship in a very long time. Set 3 Galaxies champion, Double 61 is in this lobby trying to make that a 2-timer, trying to become potentially the undisputed GOAT. And we also have Jaywalking winning all the way back in Fates, Bintum and Dr. O trying to make it 2 times for Korea.
Yeah, for sure. And that's APAC. APAC is the dark horse region, represented here again also by Asta. This is a guy that doesn't, he plays it risky. He likes to go for that high cap and possibilities, and that's what you need. This is a checkmate format, so you have a lot of games, and then in the final you need to go for that risky play. I think Asta has a good chance. We said it. If he gets to day 3, it could be his moment.
I love that, because the test is sort of flipped, right? In the first 2 days of competition, you're tested on AVP, you're tested on scoring points. Players like Dr. O, for instance, Bintum, some of the highest top 4 rates in the entirety of the field. But now, flip is switched, right? Players like Asta, high top 1 rate. Players like Dish Soap, Li Tuchuan, high top 1 rate. These are the players that the second they get into check, all eyes will be on them.
Not just that, but I think there's an extra level of strategy involved. We saw it with Title, especially in Runeterra Forge in set 9 in that championship. When you are in checkmate, if you're the sole player in checkmate specifically, it is very, very difficult to find a win. Players are holding your forecast, players are griefing your fortune streaks, players are contesting your reroll lines. You are going to be looked at and scouted by every single player in the lobby.
And now we have the portals for now. Everyone is jumping up. And I really want to start this with a little hype. So let's do the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Whoa!
Look at the portals, Golden Gala, Pot of Gold, Champion Duplicator, Pot of Gold especially, the memory test for players and for casters alike, but no, it will be Golden Gala. And could this be an opening for some hero augments to bless us out of the 96 compositions that we saw from our players in the first 2 days? Only a single player managed to play a hero augment. That was Lee Sao with Garen, with Story Champion, and he got a first place, so maybe trying to repeat that in this first start.
On the topic of Lee Sao, this is a player who back in set 9, Runeterra Forge, barely missed out on qualifying for the World Championship. 5th place in the TOC, goes into the last chance qualifier, and 5th place again, 1 placement off, barely missing it. This time again, the redemption for Lee Sao, and he's found himself in the top 8.
Now we're seeing Ningli. We're talking about the needed of going to the high roll spaces. Ningli is a guy that he looks for the high roll. He plays regular composition, but he's able, for example, to play a sniper and then go for the cap in level 9 or trying to go for the emblem for the 6.
Li Tuchuan, one of the highest win rate players, the only player in this top 8 who has not played Reapers yet, which is an incredible feat considering how contested the comp has been all throughout the first few days. A lot of Garens in the shop here. The game is trying to tell us something. Bintum, also a player that's been open to the most amount of comps in general.
Yeah, 11.
11 unique comps. Somehow he played Duelist 2 times out of all comps. He chose Duelist. But if he had done the perfect 12 different comps in 2 days, that would have been such a crazy feat.
I think it speaks to a preference of the players, right? There are some players that are dodging the contested compositions. I think Bintum, looking to showcase his fluidity in the early game and opting towards lines that are uncontested, is a showcase of the way he wants to play the game.
Yeah, now Dr. O, to give a little insight about him, he's the player with the highest or the least possibility of having a first. And now we're seeing augments. Let's see something interesting here.
Right away for Dr. O, there was a lucky pause. He said, you know what, let me check the ADP real quick on the first 2 days. No, I'm good.
That's right. I don't think he had to check. I think you can't forget those games.
It was an 8th place from Moji, actually. That same game that Lee Sao got to first with a Garen. Moji, the Taiwanese player, went 8th, unfortunately.
Too healthy for the double.
Potentially learning to spell for Li Tuchuan, a very strong
slamming.
augment. He goes for slamming instead, the more traditional tempo-heavy approach.
Built different, also available for Asta. I think a really safe pick if you're trying to just earn points on game 1.
Asta was the least flexible player, the player that
Built
wanted to lean on the comps he knew best. We saw Story Weavers coming out from him. We saw 4 games of Lilia. But in this case, branching out a tiny bit into that build different. We saw Tardaman, the French player, piloting to great success yesterday. Asta going to try and replicate that.
Yeah, now Dr. O slamming a Ginso, so he will most likely go for the Ashe. That's the lineup that we have been seeing with this slam since the start of the set, actually. And Dr. O, a very top 4 player.
That's right.
So that's what you want with Ashe. You're trying to just get a few points in the start, and then you can try to find something more risky.
I think that's the strategy for most players here. What line is open to net me the most amount of points up front? Hupe, you said it perfectly. Ashe is a good way to get a few points on the board without risking being contested.
For any of our re-rollers, there's a chance to get a bit of a tempo-heavy approach in terms of finding those extra re-rolls, or just going for the gold, probably the most likely option for most of our players. The economy in the early game is really worth something like 20 gold or 30 gold, looking at how it scales with the exponential growth from the interest across all the fights in Stage 2.
Okay, now we're seeing double. He has the 2 healthy and he has the Story Weaver start. This is perfect to play Kaisa. Knowing double, he could play at tempo. I don't know, David, if you've seen him in this line. Normally you play with Fortune on Stage 3, but he could also play tempo because I think he could be very strong and even go for the tempo Kaisa.
Look at that. Levels to 5, the Bebe level early in 2-2, and all of a sudden he's looking to win streak. He scouted the rest of the players in this lobby. Very important, of course, before you commit to this risky play, because the moment you lose this streak, your generation of gold really is halted throughout this Stage 2.
Another 2 healthy on the other side of the board for Bintum. 2 healthy, it's one of those augments that allows you to both play into that reroll, but also there are some level 8 compositions that can utilize it well.
Yeah, for sure. We have the Ghostly, any possibility. Can be the Senna reroll, can be the Zoe reroll as a chance. And Asta, so far, he has the build difference, so this will be very good for him. We've seen it like one of the best augment now in solo queue in the ladder, and we've only seen it once now in the competition.
I'm not 100% sure, but based on the amount of gold compared to the rest of the lobby, I think this Janna on his board was probably picked up from the encounter. Yep. So one of the few players that actually opted for the board strength immediately, largely due to the build different.
Not surprising. You want to try and defend a win streak because you have all these extra stats, and you have the liberty of trying to mix and match the best potential units on the board regardless of traits. It's one of the, I think, most skill testing augments in Stage 2, because understanding if a 1-star 3 cost is better than a 2-star 1 cost, and in what kind of mixes and matches, is so important for our players to have that win streak going.
Yeah, for sure. Talking about win streak, there's a chance here for Lisao and Dr. O to be contested. Both of them have slammed the Ginso. Dr. O possibly and mainly going for that sniper line, and Lisao has the possibility of playing Ghostly, but again, I'm not a fan of the Ghostly line with the Ginso.
Lisao has not played any snipers whatsoever across the first 2 days. This is, of course, the kind of Reaper 1 trick across those first 2 days. No Senna, no Ashe, so he's going into uncharted territory, trying to find success in a game that matters so much for the momentum into the rest of this day.
Couple of valuable 3 costs on there, yeah.
No, I wanted to highlight this show. He has entered the Dragon, so that will be, he hasn't gone for the reroll or the Janna Lux reroll so far, so that's very cool to see about him. It talks a lot about the flexibility and the possibilities he has, and now we're seeing the bottom the rest of the comps, now to get a glance of where we will be looking up forward.
A lot of gold to work with. A big upgrade, big shop here as well. Finds the Zyra 2 levels, understanding that, hey, I just got a tiny bit stronger. I'll try and defend this small win streak, try and make it a bigger win streak coming to Stage 3.
That's right. Going into the front half of Stage 2, he opted into the 2 loss. But you take a look at it right now, Ningli and Bintum both contesting that loss streak. Dishope decides, I'm not going to make my board artificially weaker for no reason. Instead, I'm going to level up to 5. I'm going to try and play on cadence for the lobby, and instead try and play either win streak or even win loss is pretty fine in this position.
Yeah, Ningli selling in the end so far, and now going up against Asta. It's a tough spot for Ningli because he's actually not weak but he's also not strong. He wants to get as much gold as possible with the diamond hands. For now, it's working for him. I think he will get the loss here, and now it will be tough because he will be up against the possibility of Bintium, and if they face off again, I'm not sure if they already have, that could be very significant for either of them.
It is only one player. Every other player seems to be playing for a win streak. Even Disho, we just saw the level up, the change in his pace. There's no real fortune player. Bintium is open forwarding. It's something we saw a lot from him in day one, especially where he had these very tough games, very weak early games, had to play open forward into a bigger cap later on. Yesterday's day two, Bintium seemed to have much easier spots. You know,
Stronger
they play
openers.
themselves kind of.
Yeah.
You know, the upgrades come easily. It's all flowing where you're able to have what we saw, the 10 win streaks coming to stage 4.
Now again, Li Tuzuan and, well, the open fort here for Bintium, maybe deciding to sell at the end. He's only up against Ningli, so he knows that Ningli will not sell. He sells in the end just to make sure, and now he goes up against Lisao, so Ningli is also safe.
Take a look at Bintium's shop, though. You can see from that encounter, does opt to take the upgraded 2 cost for the next one he purchases, but holds on to it. And it gives him the opportunity to play a little slower, scout the lobby. We said it from before, least contested player coming in to the final day of competition. He will see what other compositions are selected, and then from there, choose the optimal route in stage 3.
And he's essentially using the encounter as a gold augment. It's basically Stars Are Born if you're going to be rolling for a 2 cost, so a huge upside if you have a clear game plan, if you want to forego the early gold to have that guaranteed upgrade. 3 units coming in essentially off of 1 shop. And this means that he can scout and decide. He wasn't buying the Janna, so I guess Lux Janna is not on the table. It might just be Senna reroll. We did see a few players, item holding Senna for now. That could be Senna into Ashe, and that might leave that open lane for Bintium to go into Senna reroll as his option.
Yeah, for sure. When you see a lot of Janna and Lux players, you want to go for that Senna. It's very easy to hit, and now again going for Bintium. Now he needs to step up. He needs to really know what he's going for. So with the Tuhelsi and the Senna, again, you said it. Let's see the items will be most important. For now, I'm looking at a Zoe maybe, and it could be also an Infinity Edge to go for the Senna. So both options is still a possibility here for Bintium.
One thing is double 5 win streak. We saw the baby level to 5 on 2-2, so not punished. I think one of the skills you surely have if you make it to this top 8 is understanding board check, understanding how strong you are. And all of a sudden, he finds an Ashe. He can item hold if he wants to. It does kind of mess with the 3 Story Weaver, 3 Ink Shadow setup right now, but it's a very strong early upgrade. Someone else, Gangly, who we notice has a very strong early upgrade is our Vietnamese player,
over
Asta,
on the Asta boards,
with Build Different, has found a Kayn in stage 2.
That's a pretty big hit for Asa. He's playing this Built Different board. Important to note, though, was not able to beat KC Double 61 on that 5 streak in stage 2. However, finding that toward the end in the PvE round, we're seeing up against on the other side of the board, we have another Ashe found for Lee Sao.
And I'm just imagining Mortdog at home pressing buttons saying, you get an Ashe, and you get an Ashe, and you get a King. Right. And the other players are like, wait, what about me? Did you forget about me?
And also, we need to recognize that Asta with the Ginso will also want to go for the Ashe, so it will be a very contested Ashe board and roster so far. Normally, you normally play like a lot of back laners with damage, but since Kayn is so strong, now the normal way to play the build different is with Ashe plus the Kayn. There's Grim Reaper for Li Tuzuan. He doesn't have the chance for now.
For Asta, could be Combat Caster, could be Heavy Hitters. We talk about the same combination. Built Different gives 500 plus HP to all of your units. Heavy Hitters gives you more damage when you have HP above 1,500.
Sage
big deal. Yep. But Asta goes for Combat Caster instead, thinking this is the better play. It is, of course, the most picked gold augment in the tournament. Yay for your pick'ems if you got that one right.
And Ningli now with the support item. He goes for the Banshee, so very good for him. He's only slammed the Morelos so far, so he's still open to possibilities.
Wait, Ningli, he was going to Story Weavers potentially, and he gets a single reason to go back to Reapers. He's like, say no more. Banshee's failed. I'm on Kayn, baby.
Bintium rolled quite a bit, actually. We see him now down to 23 gold, has some ghostly units on his board. It doesn't actually look like it's a hard commit down to something like the Senna, though.
No items slammed so far that will give him direction. I think he's still open, but the Morgana could tell him at least to try to go for that line. The too healthy, I think, commits him a little. So it has to be one of the whole ghostly lines.
Yeah, it looks from this position, I would expect it to be the Zoe more so than the Senna. He has, I think, a little bit stronger of the AP setup. He has ways to kill the gloves by making something like a Steadfast Heart, have the Sojin already slammable. So I don't think it's that bad. The thing is, he didn't hit the Zoe, and finding a Zoe on 6 is actually a really strong way of stabilizing that comp.
Double still streaking, and off of his second augment, the Ink Shadow +1, just lost his streak. But all things considered, looking at the stats from the first 2 days, especially for our players in this top 8, Ink Shadow with, I think it was 6 games, had the best AVP, was under 2.0. So Double says, I know how to play this comp. I have the right elements to get into it. Hopefully no one's going to be holding our Kaisas later in stage 4, and I can try and start this off really hot.
100%, and now having the Toxin and having the Trick Shot is perfect. You can be able to go to the backline, wound them, and avoid healing, and now you don't need more itemization. You don't require the Teemo, so now you can think about only going to level 8, stabilize with the Kaisa, and then go to a level 9 and look for the Saya.
Asta starting to get a little bit more frontline, but it kind of seems like the issue he has is that despite the fact that he has this ramping damage of the Janna, he doesn't quite have the frontline. I think, for instance, if you had a 2-item Amumu on stage 3, this would feel a lot stronger of a board for Asta. So the Janna is putting in a lot of work, but once that frontline falls, you can see double 61's board is able to get onto that back line, and the Janna's not enough to carry the fight.
And I would say generally the boards look above average for this point in stage 3. The encounter helped, of course, with the extra gold, the extra 2-cost upgrades, but just generally see a lot of 4-cost being found very early on. So comparing to the standard, it is a little bit tiny above average. Galio could be a big pickup. Nautilus as well. Silas especially. Ishop is going down the Lux Janna line for now with the Sage +1 and Enter the Dragon.
Yeah, Nautilus is also very important for many of the comps now. Could be for the Lilia, could be for the Ashe, also to get a possibility early. So these initial components, again, as you said, David, inflation. We have more components. Now it was already a fast-paced tempo, and now it will be even greater because of this Galio.
Talk about Li Tuchuan being the only player in the top 8 who had not played Reapers up until now. He has picked up the Edge of Night as his second augment. He is on a path to potentially play Reapers. As you see there, the items are, I think, very clear towards that Kayn. Could, of course, go into Duelist, but I think Reapers will be the setup with the Kindred 2 here as well.
This is the position you want to be in, right? You have not only the increased economy, the increased number of items, you also have this potential out for the Kindred 3. There's so many conditions in which he can roll down on level 8 at 4-2 to make a very strong board cheaply.
This is very bad news for Ning Li. The resident one-trick Reaper player, 8-loss streak. 2 players have found random Kains are playing on their boards, Bintum and Asta with a build different, and there's a player fully going into Reapers off of his augments. If he decides to commit to going into that Reaper because he found the Banshee's Veil, he could be in big trouble in terms of finding the upgraded Kayn in stage 4.
Yeah, also, we're not seeing like anyone going for the 9 of Lilia. Normally, Double is the one that goes for it, and he's also playing AD, obviously a line that is not contested with the Kaisa. And again, Li Tuchuan, as we just mentioned, AD especially also. So the 2 specialists of Reaper are actually protecting his comp from day 1, from the game 1. They're saying to the rest of the lobby, this is what I want to play.
I think there's a very interesting dynamic to this game. Yeah, we see this encounter coming through with the Lissandra, where this influx of resources, it's what we've been seeing all game. Players are going to get to decide now, even maybe because of the gold that they have additional resources to get the item artifact, and Ning Li, who's playing into this melee bruiser line, find an Infinity Forge. Definitely one of those items that you want to find.
No surprise, I think, the support and artifacts benefit the melee bruiser lines the most. Ning Li, as our resident expert on the Reaper line, 5 games between the first 2 days. He knows this. He commits his goal to go into it. It will be even harder now to find the Kayn 2, but he's hoping the Kayn 1 with the right itemization will carry him through that stage 4 regardless.
Yeah, Asta decides here to go. This is interesting. Is there a Warmart slam into the Kayn? There is. So this is Tank Kayn.
He does have the remover, so okay. I think a part of it, we talked before, he doesn't actually have a strong front line. He has the 1 Nautilus now, which is okay, but he doesn't really have enough stall for the Janna to do all that much work. I think that because the Kayn is his primary DPS, it makes sense to keep him alive, especially without any sort of sustain.
Especially with this Tank Kayn setup that, Gangly, Rain on your parade, I'm a believer. It would have been even better with the heavy hitters if that was the pickup. It was Combat Caster instead, but that would have been some extra damage and the extra HP on even a frontline unit, but Kayn for now is an item holder.
Well, if we do like a cross check, even in League of Legends, the Warmog is actually broken right now. Maybe there's a thing. There's always like some crossover there.
All right, we're hopping on board.
Paid segment, paid sponsorship.
Dish Soap's position looking pretty interesting. I think this is another one of those comps that does generally benefit from having additional resources. You tend to have 2 different range carries in the back, both the Lux and the Janna. And because you spend so much time rolling on 7, there's a world where sometimes you're playing for the Amumu 3 or you find the early Alawi or Diana 3. So having the increase in items feels very strong going into stage 4.
One reminder, the portal is Golden Gala, the guarantee of golden augments all throughout. You're looking at some comps that benefit more off golden augments at 4-2. You're looking at Boilie Point for Dish Soap. You're looking at Combat Caster for the melee line. So players, of course, are here for a reason. They thought about all these different things. They're looking for the max cap. Li Tuchuan is looking for a very, very strong board. 4 Reapers online, finds 1 Kayn, finds 2 Silences. Galio already upgraded. And it's ready to itemize.
Everyone's rolling.
Oh my goodness.
Huge inflection point right
Ningli
now.
has to, right? 10 loss streak, the reverse Dish Soap.
Yeah, you need to do it. This is the value roll we've been talking about. Everyone should be waiting for 4-2, but because it's so contested, everyone wants that game. They all roll at 4-1. Some hit at least a front lane, but no one still has hit the Kayn 2.
So much power coming in through these boards now, and I think you made a great call out. There's not only do we have everybody rolling to try and get ahead of the cadence, right? There's players like Asta who you know are going to be contesting those forward costs, and with such narrow 80 lines being played in this lobby, there's not enough units for everybody to go around.
Bintum holding on to all his gold at 60 right now. We're seeing roughly half of the players are going to spike on this round instead, maybe taking an extra loss in the process. Bintum down to around 30 HP. So important to look at these augments to see which augments benefit comps the most. Looking at Dish Soap on stationary support right now. Can roll that, but that's his last roll.
Sniper Crown and Sniper Crest now for Lisao.
That's right.
He could go for that vertical, so 6 Sniper, we already know the power that he has. He has committed so far.
Heavy hitters for both Bintum and Ningli. Reinforcement for Dr. O. He thinks he's in trouble. He's seen the Ashe contesters. He needs to have the guarantee. He's 3rd in the HP right now. He has HP to work with. He has a buffer. He just needs to play it safe. We're not in the checkmate format just yet. He needs to go for a top 4, which is his style.
I think this is a really great call out here. We did see, he finds the Ashe 2, but he's playing that Aphelios 2 in the back line as well. He says, you know what, I want to make sure my board has as much power as possible. And while this Ashe 2 is so strong, it does mean that I'd have to play a weaker sniper alongside it. Heads up play to not make that transition too fast.
Yeah, he needs it. It's as you said, David. He needs the Ashe now, so now we can say that is 1 less augment, so he needs to start winning right now because the composition will lower and he will be a lot more wicked. Udyr going to the back.
Line.
Yeah.
That being said, still no Kai'Sa for double, has 30 gold to roll with, only did a half roll really, maybe took a little bit too long to pick his augment, didn't have time to fully transition just yet.
I think it makes sense though, there's a lot of players playing exceptionally fast, and what Double is doing right now is he's leveraging the health lead that he generated from the start. Everybody wants to roll down on 401, he says, you know what, take all those units out of the pool, I don't need them right now, I'll let you go first and then I'll figure it out after.
Bintum, the final roll down is on that Zoe Zyra as you were talking about earlier on. Morgana not upgraded just yet, maybe not too relevant as we've seen across this tournament.
Really close to a lot
Shen
of
is a big one though.
But it doesn't feel like he's quite close enough to anything.
And especially considering his HP, he has very little time.
And also considering the ammo, if you have favorite hitter, you need to get all the units 3-star. You are not using the power of the augment. This could be a very huge cap, but he's very low in HP, so it doesn't look good for him. Maybe that too healthy is helping him, so maybe there's a threshold that he looks at.
And that's true.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Looking at Dish Soap, also has not quite hit that next cap. His 2 off of the Amumu upgrade, is still quite a few off of the Janna.
But 40 gold.
We had Asta holding on to some Jannas with a build different. Hasn't found the Luxury just yet, so he is still looking to spike potentially, hopefully, for Americas and their hopes late in this stage 4. No later than that. If you're going to stage 5 without finding your 3 stars, you might just be in big, big trouble.
Dish Soap opting to play a lot slower, though, than Bintum, for instance, who doesn't have that same health to leverage.
Okay, once again, I wanted to ask you, David, what your hopes for America? You just said America and you said hope in the same sentences?
Dish Soap, I mean, it's the only option. There's the multiple choice is not there. There's only one answer.
Love to hear that. Now, Irelia's a possibility. No one going for duelists, so Kayn heavily contested, and 2 of the play. It's very important to recognize all of these contested got great result on duelists. No one played it, and now, since everyone is playing Kayn, I really hope and think they will pre-analyze this for later and we will for sure be seeing more duelists later.
It's one of those interesting carousels where the 4 and 5 costs don't actually quite fill out anyone's comp perfectly. The Duelist and the Lilia being the 2-4 costs, and the Azir as well, not fitting into any comp right now at least.
Soap's final roll down, staying on 30 for now, thinking about Diana, but still so far from Diana 3, maybe not going to have the goal to lose off of holding that Diana and losing some economic intervals.
Only at 4 Jannas as well, very close to Lux 3 and has the remover, 2 removers. So there's a world where, he can juggle these items. If he says, long term I do want to have this on something like the Janna, I can remove once, I hit Lux 3, play it on Lux. If I want to throw it back on Lux, on Janna later on, I have that freedom.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, he also has entered the Dragon. So actually, after the Dragon flows, the Dragon Lords will be the one to have the power, so it's tough for him because he's actually close to the Lux. He has a good Amumu, he has another units, but the Diana and the Janna are the ones that should make the damage, and the additional support are not going there, and won't be 3-star in a close-by way.
Unfortunately, Lee Sao's also playing a Mumu on his board. We have Dr. O playing the Ash Warden's line with a Mumu as well. So slightly contested, as I think you have to expect every single game. Illaoi, a Mumu, the premier 3-cost front lines in this current set.
This lobby, I think, feels a little bit more contested than usual. The fact that there aren't the Lilia, the fact that we have multiple of these players in the Ghostly line. Bintum won off both the Riven and the Shen with only 6 HP.
1 HP for every of the units on his bench that he needs to find upgraded. We're going to look at this Riven with some pretty interesting TG rolls.
The Silvermere Dawn and the Locket, and the Riven on the right side, though, there's a possibility. No, doesn't quite get the wrap. Looks like even if this frontliner does fall, we're not going to be able to see the Brasso coming in through the Riven. Oh, it actually does happen, but
doesn't
the Ash
have enough damage, and the Zoe ricochets are not quite
falls.
there. The Ash should clean up. And Bintum, our most flexible, in my opinion, one of the best performing players just in raw skill across the first 2 days, starts things off with an 8th place.
I really liked the shape of Bintum's game, to be honest. He played slow. He wanted to see where everybody else was going. In a lobby that was largely contested, he said, I want to play something that's not going to be as contested. Unfortunately, does end up playing that reroll, and the front line's never found, but I did really respect the shape in which he played.
Yeah, in a normal lobby that doesn't have so much inflation, so many resources, that's the correct strategy. Not great for him that so much encounter gave so many items and gold, so he couldn't get the best of it.
We're looking at Ash being contested. Asta goes into Kaisa with a Rage Blade for now as his item holder. Double, I think, for 2 reasons. First, you mentioned using HP as a buffer, but also with the vertical ink shot, you want to find the Udyr 2 to really hit that max spike. Uses all that HP he saved in stage 2 and 3 to go directly to level 9. Holding on to 80 gold right now, and also maybe waiting for the...
Wow, there it is.
Are you
kidding me?
My God.
There's a reason Double is fighting for the title of Undisputed GOAT of TFT.
That's the effects of his patience, though, right?
Look at the setup for the tattoos, Vitality, Protection, and Toxin. In my opinion, as Clement mentioned so many times, the best Ink Shadow tattoos for this comp to hit its highest possible cap.
Bishop is still far. He finds the Lux. He decides to do the change, so the items will be transfers to the Lux. Once again, the damage will be splitted, so it's not the perfect spot, but I think he's just thinking about gaining as much point as we were talking in the beginning, Gangly. Scrap the much point he has. He doesn't have a winning position, but now, finally, the comp has a form.
That's right. Bishop did a great job streaking through stage 3, similar to what Double 61 did, leveraging the HP that you get in the early game to buy yourself time to get enough points in the game. I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility that with this setup, he finds the Janna 3, he finds the Amumu 3, and he finds some win out.
Oh,
but
the dodge
even
of
if it doesn't.
The dodge of the bunny. Even the Kaisa get the Inkstorm off. She can.
Oh, no,
huge win for Asta. So unfortunate for Dishop, who was equally punished yesterday when that Syndra moved next to his Ash, and the Lux once again was punishing. This time, not working in his favor.
Dr. O now with the Ash level 9, so he will simply get additional units here. We talk about the Exalted, but it wasn't relevant in this case, so let's see if he gets additional opportunity. He simply, there it is, he goes for the Ornn, and he has the Exalted variation here. So goes perfect, and now he has the additional power. He decides to drop the Warden for that, so he's only playing 3 Wardens right now. So great start for Dr. O.
Looking at Ning Lee, how does this man do it? 6 win streak, all of stage 4 after pivoting back into Reapers. We thought he'd be contested, we thought he'd be in trouble. He bought the Infinity Force off of Lissandra and counter, and now he's been a dominant force throughout all of stage 4.
playing Dr. O playing Dish Soap's Ghost, which you normally think is a free fight, but on the left-hand side, you see an Annie 2 with Hole Crusher and Talisman of Ascension, and just like that, Dr. O, even against the Ghost board, is going to fall. So much power coming in through Dish Soap's board.
Kalen taken down. La Taza left alive, but so little HP. Not the right itemization. A very, very poor start for Korea. A very poor start for APAC. The only hope is Asta, and what a hope he is once again at the very top of the HP standings. The player we talked about being that 1st or 8th player. When he's on hot form, can anyone stop him?
Yeah, I'm so happy to see him perform once again. He doesn't leave the pressure affects him, and having a player in a region that is so big with so many players, and having come here as a dark horse without that much possibility as a favorite, it feels amazing and opens up the pace for anyone to play high stakes TFT.
Take a look at this setup right now. So playing built different, understanding there's so many 4 costs being taken out of the pool. He's looking for an angle to try and find a 3-star 4 cost, staying on level 8, not going level 9. He's holding Canes, taking them out of the pool from those Reaper players, and 2 Lee Sins currently on his board. He has a very strong out with this much health to try and 3-star that Lee Sin. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds it by the end of the game.
This is perfect TFT. He's looking at the HP standings. He's saying, who are the biggest threats in this lobby? Double and Lee Sao. What 4 costes are they playing? Kane and Kaisa. You know what? I will hold a few copies of these on my bench. Make sure he's making it that much harder for the rest of our players to hit some big emblems. Sage potentially for Dish Soap, Storyweaver is an option as well.
Yeah. Dish Soap, if you use it, it has to be in the next game. So now again, the chance we missed that, right?
Dish Soap was just taken down.
He just fell.
Oh, unfortunate.
Okay, and additional possibilities here. Not many good
Asta
things here for Asta.
certainly doesn't want an emblem.
Only tempo, and again, he's thinking. So I'm against the Kaisa, I'm against the Gen. Let's go for the Bramble Best. Let's get an additional healing here, and goes for the Ornn, and now the Ornn will be able to give additional items to the rest.
Ning Lee still maintaining that 8 win streak. We cannot keep our eyes off of that.
I want to check out Double's board. We haven't seen it in a while. He does find the Kaisa too. He is on the Udyr too, we mentioned.
Strong
Needs a few
setup.
more items for the Udyr as well. But, I mean, lots of HP to work with. The resistances on top of that HP, making the best value of that 2 healthy HP as well.
I mean, it's the perfect storm, right? You have so much effective HP on your front line. You have the displacement coming through from the Udyr. And then you have this back line that, if left untouched, will out-DPS any other composition in the game.
So Double now against Lee Tuchuan, but it's the Ghost, so it should be a more easy win for him. But we can see also the possibility of the Kane. Kane won still for Lee Tuchuan, so actually very late into the comp. We're actually on 5-5 in the round, and he still hasn't found his main carry 2-star.
On the other side, Lee Tuchuan just barely losing that fight to Asta. Ning Lee, though, still maintaining that 9 win streak as we have another encounter.
APAC and EME at the very top, but CN trying to fight for the top positions of this lobby. York encounter coming up. And we're looking at Kaisa being the star of the show for this first game. Asta and Double both relying on this Kaisa as their backline carry. One side, Rageblade, the other side, full tattoo setup, which we don't see very often.
Double makes some changes, pops some tattoos off. Decides to put the Toxin on the Kaisa.
Oh, there's a Saya 2. Saya 2 for Double. That's so huge.
You have to worry about the front line for Double, though. There's a lot of space on the sides for wraps to happen. We have the Kane player. The Kane, of course, hungry.
He's aware.
Give someone el abrazo. To make the deadly embrace to try and move on to either of the backline carries. Ash, 2 Kaisas. Very easy targets for that Kane to come in.
All right, Lee Sao playing the Ash
weak side
to the Kane. But yeah, the Kane on the other side means that even if this wrap comes, it's most likely not going to find its way on the Ash. And Silas finds his way onto the backline. But on the right-hand side, this Alawi is holding up. The question is how much longer, because it's just the Ash and the Alawi remaining. The front line falls. Lee Sao takes a big hit, and that's going to do it in game number 1 for Lee Sao.
Wow, and that's what's terrible about the Kane. Normally, you want him to 2-star, but if he's 1-star and goes against the comp, the position is what matters the most. So it's so tough to see, and that's the reason that what we're seeing is so many contested here. He's very stable, and now even in later rounds, he's still so powerful, going up against the sniper and taking out the win.
Keep in mind, with this York encounter, rerolls for 3 rounds after it, we find it, are going to cost 1. So players like Asta, who are building up a gold, a piggy bank, you could say, are going to be looking for potentially that 3-star 4 cost to come in the next round. We have to keep our eyes on Asta to see if he makes that dig, if he decides to dig deep right now.
Ningli as well, sitting on 80 plus
goes
gold,
level 10.
going to level 10 instead, trying to find the highest
rolling.
possible cap
There's Wukong.
to win this lobby out. The rolls coming in. Built different, of course.
Lee Sin.
Flexibility to find so many different options. Sitting on 7 Lee Sins right now. 2 more.
Just 2.
Wukong 2 for Ningli.
Another Kayn as well. Asta not too close to anything in particular. Still has a little bit of room to go. Still has 31 HP though, so buys himself a little bit more time. Maybe can clear up his bench a little bit.
The last item, or second item for Udyr would be big here. Can he find a Bramble? He does. With the extra HP off of the Vitality, we'll see how much disruption this Udyr can do.
One.
Yeah, he's tanking everything. He's tank again. Now he loses the aggro, goes for the backline. Great metas, the Udyr.
Yone.
Udyr is unleashed onto the entire team. Double 61, another win. He's going to take out Li Tuchuan.
So 2 losses in a row now, down to 11 HP. He was the leader, still in 3rd place, still a top 3 guarantee.
He's got a roll.
3 different regions represented here. But everyone is hitting their maximum cap. Asta's trying to find a way out, trying to find the Lee Sin 3. Definitely not a fraud compared to what we've seen from Morgana in that day too.
Does he still not?
There, he found it. He finds the Lee Sin 3. The blind
mom.
The celebration. Is so happy. He knows. Unless something terribly awkward happens, he should have this game in the bag.
You still have to watch this positioning, though. Lee Sin is going to be your main tank, but if something funky happens, you get a little bit of wrap, or even you see the trick shots on the backside, means that it's
double
not
positioning.
Free.
So unique. Only the Udyr buying time, having the melee carries get wrapped back into the back line, buying so much time to get them away from the Xayah, but now the Kayn has moved in, and his board is being deleted.
Oh, no.
It's on the
Xayah's taken down, the Kaiser's taken down. Double's going to take a really big hit here.
On the left-hand side, Asta, the Lee Sin 3, the only thing that's able to actually deal with this backline. When Asta's backline falls, the Lee Sin is enough. He's going to be able to secure this fight. Asta, still alive.
He wins against the Ghost, and the Lee Sin is the only one, well, with the Ornn that is performing here. So actually the fight is a lot closer than we should think against Double. So very, very important. Ningli maintaining the win streak. 12 win streak for him. The 3 of them are totally powerful.
Wow, we could see, yeah, now we get a more clear look at that unique positioning you were talking about from Double 61, fully backlining everything, but now looks like he went into more standard positioning.
Ningli trying to maybe fight against that Lee Sin 3 with potentially 5 Exalted and a Galio 3 projection in the making, but 24 HP to work with despite the 12 win streak. The moment he faces Asta, I think he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Very important, he decides to switch to the right side. He's the opposite side, so not the best position in the right for the Kayn, with the Kai'Sa on the other side for Asta.
The Kai'Sa looks protected, but whether this Sylas can prevent the Kayn from actually getting in the back line, or whether he stays in the front line is going to decide the fight. The Kayn's now on the Lee Sin, who is falling though. The Kai'Sa's attacking the Diamond Hand. Asta falls.
Double's fighting for his life. Can this Udyr buy enough time for the Xayah? I think it's just too much HP to work against Lee Sin, against the world. It's a Lee Sin 3. He doesn't need any friends. Udyr's Tiger Strikes barraging onto Lee Sin, but Lee Sin can mana reave, can delay this 1v1, can guarantee the overtime. He should win it. Can Udyr clear the Lee Sin 3? Oh my goodness! Udyr does it! Double stays alive, a smirk, a laugh. And I would laugh too. Who could have thought?
Are you kidding me?
Asta's taken down. Lee Sin is taken down. 3-star 4 costs are absolute frauds this tournament.
We have not seen somebody win a fight after hitting a 3-star 4 cost this tournament.
Now it's a different game plan for both players. Ningli has to continue the win streak. Double has to somehow try and pull off a miraculous win once again against all odds.
Yeah, it's interesting because he wants to use the Udyr to go to the backline and maybe find the rest of the carries, the Azir and the Kunder. But on the other hand, the Udyr is also tanking. So that item that he has is perfect to go against the Kayn, to go against the Johnny and try to protect him and win a little time.
There's a lot of damage on Double's board, but I'm not entirely convinced by this front line. It does not look like it's going to be able to hold up. The displacement from the Udyr, I think, is the only thing that can really win him this fight. But there are so many threats on the side of Ningli. The additional damage from the Exalted coming through. The Kayn is on the Udyr. The aggro is dropping now. Kayn to the back line. He's attacking the carries. That's going to do it. Double. The Xayah will fall. It's only the Udyr alive. Ningli will take out Double and secure game number 1, day 3 of the Tactician's crown.
And he looks so happy to start things off with a first place, 8 points up in the standings for double as well. That's one extra point that can be so relevant in that 1v1 versus the Lee Sin. The positioning, we saw how it came down to the smallest of margins. The positioning mattered so much in that penultimate fight.
Yeah, for sure. Great to see also 5 exalted. He see that at the position, he needed additional damage. It wasn't enough for him. So beautiful to see, amazing gameplay, very clean, and great victory for Ningli.
This is an important inflection point for so many players. You start off the day well, you want to maintain that same momentum. And if you start off the game not too hot, this is your chance to show that you can resurge when the pressure is on. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst desk break down everything we saw. Don't go anywhere.
And I really want to start this with a little hype. So let's do the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Wabo!
Holding on to 80 gold right now, and also maybe waiting for the...
Wow.
Are you going to submit those frost changes?
Get into that right now. Huh. I think it might be frozen.
Let me take a look.
back, everybody, to the Inkborn Fables Tacticians Crown, the final day of competition. We just finished our first game of the day. And that's a tough one, right? Because this is how you want to try to start your day strong. What do you feel like is the mentality when you've got to enter into this lobby?
Well, I think, the first couple of games, you have to still worry about check. We're not checkmate yet. You're not just like, oh, I have to play for first. It's about playing the most consistent lines you can, try and score as many points as possible, and make sure that you're on pace to check with everyone else. You don't want to be too far behind.
Well, one thing that I feel like a lot of players rely upon when they actually end up getting into game is looking at that exalted pool and going, okay, how can I do my best to actually fit these champions into my board and get those power spikes later on? Does that influence anything of kind of like where you take that direction?
It does, because as we saw in that game that we were just watching, this Exalted heavily favors that Sniper Warden line, and so plenty of players went for that, to the misfortune of Dish Soap, who was on Lux Janna, and if there's 3 other boards in there that are running a Mumu too, suddenly you're missing that crucial tank, so unfortunately to hit that unfortunate placement. At the other end of the scales, though, Ning Li was on the contested Reaper, says that's not enough. I know I have to deal with some very strong boards here, and says, okay, 4 Reaper, 5 Exalted, it's good enough for me, and I'll just win the lobby with that.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
I think the turning point for Ning Li really was the deal he made with the devil. Lissandra shows up, everyone knows she's kind of a scam artist, cost 22 gold to build an artifact, and there's 32 artifacts in the pool right now. It's very hard to hit what you want. But Ning Li was not in a good spot. He was on a full loss streak, and he said, I need to take this. Hits the Infinity Force, and then goes on a win streak from there, and also has another amazing encounter with Yorick, who has that much gold. So he's able to go to level 10 off of that with a fully capped board, 37% extra damage from the Exalted that you were talking about, just crushing it.
Yeah, and it was wild because we ended up seeing a Lee Sin 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's the other encounter that showed up that made that happen, right? We've got the Yorick encounter comes in and makes it so the rerolls are cheaper. Asta having some extra gold, playing the built different line, which is something that really only caps out with 3-star 4 costs, ends up finding the Lee Sin 3. However, both Double and Ning Li able to beat it. We once again have a fraud 3-star. And, the Ink Shadow line that started out with a very good early game from Double, he's able to go to level 9 very quickly. He's able to beat the 3-star.
Yeah, so he was actually a little bit late on that Kaisa, but made up for it by finding Udyr 2 within 2 shops. So really, just a little bit of rolling there for our Double 61. But I think it was not good enough in the front line. We were talking about this, Clement, looking at those trick shots, favoring the 4 trick shots over a little bit of more meat in the front line. Udyr, good enough to clutch it out against that Lee Sin 3, but that's about it.
It was a very interesting build. We thought he was going to go for the trick shots originally, but then he got an Ink Shadow, no frontline traits in that naturally whatsoever, and it just crumbles.
Well, here are our standings after that first game. Double, somebody that we have all of our eyes on to see if he's able to take that second championship title, is going to be sitting in that second place. But Ning Li, I think this is another game, another player that we can take a look at and say, okay, we have to watch out, because even entering into the day, Ning Li was looking like a favorite.
I think he absolutely is, but at the end of the day, the top 8 of the set, they're all favorites in their own.
That's true.
And it is going to be the checkmark point that players are going to reach. Cassie, we were talking about it earlier. So important to just get steady results now.
A big showing just out the gates from CN. 3 players in the top 5, right? I think that's looking up for them.
That's
but
about time. They're due.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say, I think we're taking a look at maybe what regions can actually start to rack up those championship titles, and CN is at the top of that pillar at the moment. Can anybody take them down and start to add to their own total? Well, I guess we've got another game to find out who can start to get there. So for that, we head back over to Gangli, Panda, and Hupe-san.
Thank you so much, Necra and the Analyst Desk, for breaking all that down. We've got game number 2 coming up. I think something that stood out to me in how that first game played out was how many, narrower lines were contested. We saw multiple people playing Ashe, we saw multiple players playing Reaper, and then we had a lot of 4 costs that just weren't touched. The Lilia, the Duelist, for instance, no Fortune player. I feel like it had a big impact on how the game played out.
The biggest one is the Lilia. 19 games played of Lilia among these top 8 players in the first 2 days. The most played comp, Reapers at 15. And Lilia is a comp that on average was not the most played comp in the first 2 games, or first 2 days, between the 32 players. The average plays per player in that group stage was 1.2. For these top 8, 2.3. So one extra play on average per player, which is a big, big deal.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll see adaptation in the meta as you just talked, maybe more duelists or Lilia as a possibility. But also, I think the difference is the people that are looking win-outs with something niche. For example, Nigli. He's using Reapers and then he put 5 Exalted to funnel all the damage into that game. And that's not something normal. So actually, that's something that you need to have prepared and use it now as your win-out spot.
One of the things that stood out to me about Ningli's play throughout the entirety of this weekend is how he adapts to the specific instances that occur in the game. We saw on day 1 that really cool reroll Senna board where he had a 3-star Senna and then played the traditional Ashe board. That's not a setup that you normally see, and to me it showcases that he's paying attention. The most thoughtful players who think through their lines and say, yeah, you know what, this is how it's traditionally played, but because of this one thing that happens every one in every 1,000 games, I now have a new line that's opened up.
And look at the juxtaposition of players who come into this day 3. There's pressure. There's a lot at stake, obviously. It might just be down to 4 or 5 games, potentially, as we've seen the last few champs. And the idea of going off of your comfort comps and playing a comp for the first time in that game 1, we saw it from Li Chuan on the Reapers, for example. I want to see more of that in this game 2. Players who are able to get out of their comfort comps, not going to the contested lines, and find ways to still top 4, to still win games potentially with comps that are good, but they haven't played yet.
Yeah, double did it again. Normally we're expecting with Lilia. It was also not going to be contested. He did it, but he actually played that tempo Kaisa lobby and then transitioned into the In Shadow, and that was totally amazing to see. We are starting with an Ashe encounter. This will change things so much.
Talking about pressure.
Something that stands out to me whenever there's an Ashe encounter right in the front is what happens if you get Fortune, right? What happens when you have a 2-1 Fortune start and all of a sudden somebody knows, is it worth it for me to just sack this entire round to grief your streak?
And I think there's 2 schools of thought with that question being posed. One of them is the fact that, oh, someone knows you're playing Fortune, they can grief you on purpose, great. But also as a Fortune player, if there's no one that has any benefit from open forwarding, you know for sure how to min-max your board to lose by as few units as possible, especially at this stage where players can identify board strength so much.
Okay, now again, we're starting with Asta. So APAC player, first of 8 player, highly underdog, now playing amazing in the main stage, first game. Also, good performance for him in the middle round. And now with a Star Story Weaver, now let's see a little of Dr. O. Do you have any info of Dr. O?
Dr. O, one of these players coming into the event that many look at as the top 4 player. You know, he is no stranger to the international stage. He's been to the Global Championship 2 other times, both of which were middling results. This time around, he's presented with a redemption run. He has never placed better than a 24th at the Global Championship before, and now finds himself at the top 8. The one question is, can this top player find a win? Because the reality is, you only need 1.
Can we say he's looking to harvest the Garden of Greatness?
Oh, yeah. You can definitely say that.
If he was a Reaper player, I think that would be a great analogy, but he's a Lilia one-trick. There's 4 players coming into this day 3 who I would say are not one-trick, but they lean heavily on specific comps. They have 4 or more plays across those 12 games in the group stage on those 4 comps. 3 of them are Lilia one-tricks, Double, Asta, and Dr. O.
Teemo 2, yeah, Teemo 2 very early for him.
So Ethereal Blades being offered. A comp that has not been played by any of our players in this top 8 at all coming into this
spell
day.
for Dish Soap.
Insta-pick for Dish Soap.
Not surprised.
He has a Janna, so
such a strong augment, such a strong comp with Lux Janna, but it can also be played with Kog'Maw. We saw having a lot of success across the day 2.
Let's see again. So
Grim Harvest for Li Chuan, having not played any Reapers, he says, you know what? This comp, I've seen some YouTube montages. It's pretty strong.
Double and Ningli both opting into Scoreboard Scrapper. Ningli saying, you know what, I went first. I don't want to just play for placements. I'm going to play a little riskier. Opt into sacrificing HP and then trying to sling back later.
And that comes in trainers for Bintum. Faded plus Bruiser. Interesting combination. You have the Bruiser with a Rek'Sai when you go into the Dryad line. The Faded +1, I've talked about a lot. If you pick Faded as an emblem at 2-1, I think your game is already doomed. But if you get the Faded +1 for free, you're kind of ahead of the lobby tempo when you find that 5 and 7 Faded in stage 3 and 4.
100% Faded early for tempo, Dryad more for late game and cap up. And Bintium with this will have a great chance to cap. The board doesn't have any fated for now, so he will be using as much tempo as possible and then trying to go for the transition as soon as possible. The bad news, if you could say, is no Dryad funneling in the beginning. So even though he has some faded units, there it is. He can make the change.
Say something else, Lupe. Say something else. He's magic. Yeah, Bintum, I think, feeling really good about getting that shop. It now allows him to play a slower bridge to figure out how to play stage 2. The thing is, having this Teemo, you want to play your strongest board here. How do you actually kind of bridge that into the faded line later on?
If you go for the win streak, do you slam the Shojin now, or do you wait for the blue buff later for the Syndra? It's a tough line, and I think that's the juxtaposition of the strength right now or the kind of bigger picture game plan in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, for sure. I think the slam is good if you're sure that you're going for that win streak. He's actually not sure, and there it is. Okay, so perfect. You go for Shojin, you go for the Natural Tooth, and it will make sense for him. Second beast, if you will, for this Syndra could be the Kindred also in the mid game. And now going up again, Asta very strong also, fighting it out, good front eliminates from him, and Tito is doing a lot of damage. Now I introduced one there. It was subtle.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to.
It was less subtle when you told us all about it right after.
No!
Yeah, Latasa was also very subtle, I'll have to say, on day 1.
When we were screaming it. Heads up play, though, from Bintum. That fight, he recognized he was up against the Story Weaver board on the other side and said, you know what, if I play the Teemo 2, it's strong by itself, but the only way I can guarantee this win is by making that slam. So Bintum rewarded, continues his streak up against one of the stronger players in the lobby.
A really strong straight setup already for Litu-chan here. Has a Reaper emblem on the Darius. We're seeing 2 loose streaking players for now. It makes sense. Dish Soap has a scaling augment with learning to spell. He will get stronger as the game goes on, as he gets the extra AP off of the takedowns. For double as well as scoreboard Scrapper for now in that bottom 4 of the HP standings.
Yeah, not a fan of the items. Maybe trying to go for the... He doesn't have a chance to go for the Darius too early, so he will need to go for the Kindred as a start, maybe go for the Morello, but he doesn't have good items. So actually his mid game will depend a lot of this Kindred, and then later trying to go for the items for the King.
Generally speaking, I feel like Reaper emblem does a great job in stage 3 to get you to 4 Reaper, but how much does it actually affect your cap at the end game?
I think it's more about having a cleaner, entry into that. Similar with Dryad, where you're, looking for the Kayn, looking for the Ornn to find that 4th unit in that trade tree. It makes it that much easier to bridge that gap and stay stable and healthy, really preserve HP in stage 3.
Also, I'm a fan of, for example, a Lune Reaper. I'm a very, very fan of her as a transition and as a possibility if you don't get the Kindred. So let's see if that's enough for him.
Bintum considering the possibility for a Thresh pair, instead goes for the Amumu. Doesn't really value the potential of a Thresh 2 in stage 3 too much.
On the lower side, we can see the rest of the com, only to have a glance of the possibility. Ningli using Fortune, so now that will be good. He decides to go again, so dies, that's a 4, okay. That could be a little flexible. Probably going for the cow shot without... Yeah, it's actually tricky because it's actually in the middle. You could risk it a little depending on the second element, but normally you prefer to go for the safe play and just cash out.
This is level 6 for Lee Sao, playing around that escort quest, wants to maintain the streak, and I feel like having this setup with Kiana 2 on 2-5 is certainly one way to try and maintain that.
And of course, the idea is that you're losing all of the economic intervals, being at 10, 20 to gain extra gold that way through interest. Instead, you're getting into the escort quest, essentially having 30 gold if you're winning every single round.
Tito, on the other hand, for Bintium, going up against the Quillana, good healing, not much damage. Let's see if it's enough. Not for online, for Bintium still, he has good damage. But it seems like it's not enough. The Quillana doing very good damage. Access to the line and perfect
Watch
angle.
The dummy. The dummy does fall. So
Nemo, the secret agent. Dim sum delivery. Unlucky for the dummy.
Gets the win, does not get the additional gold, though. And that's actually a pretty significant hit. You don't want to be level 6 on 0 interest. So Lee Sao, certainly happy that he wins the fight, but it actually, it's a meaningful hit for his overall look of his economy.
Dr. O now with a Story Weaver AP board, but going for probably again the Zoe as a possibility. He has the 2 healthy, and again, when you get 2 healthy, you want to go either for Kaisa or for a reroll Ghostly line AP items for him. So he's waiting. He doesn't want to commit so far. Loose trick for him, and he's the only one who's protecting it.
Yeah, the West Americas and the MEA starting off with a loss streak in this stage 2. CN, opposite case, Li Xiao and Li Tuchuan on 100 HP, trying to defend that streak going into Crux, trying to get that extra economy.
Bintum looks like he's going to be able to get another win there. Not going to be the 5 streak. We see Li Tuchuan, Li Xiao, the only 2 players on that full 5. KC Double, on the other hand, uncontested loss streak. So economically speaking, Double's following the correct shape of a scoreboard scrapper, right? Lose early, wants to scale up into the late game, probably around 3-2, 3-5, maybe even as late as 4-1, depending on how risky he wants to play. He'll try and spike his board and slingshot himself back into the game.
Looks like a pivot into Kog'Maw Reaper to me. If I was on the big stage, maybe one day, I would definitely commit.
Okay, now round of additional items for them all. We see the results on the left. So KC Double maintains his lose streak. Dr. O with a delayed lose streak that could also be interesting for him, 74 HP. So both of them maybe will try to lose streak one more. Normally you want to stabilize, but 3-2 and get the augment is the best play when you need to make the decision and now turn it around and go for the win streak.
Important to note, Li Sao only 5-streaker. Li Tuchuan loses that streak at the end of stage 2. Can always have large implications for how the rest of your game goes, but he's sitting at 40 gold right now, so I don't think he's too upset about losing that streak.
Li Sao back in his comfort zone. 6 games of Kayn, of Reapers throughout day 1 and day 2. For this game 2, he's back where he feels most comfortable, where he really knows every single positioning puzzle to make sure that Kayn can wrap as often as possible in that stage 4 and 5 to win fights maybe he has no business winning.
He goes for the Titan. Tempo for him, great with Quillana. Normally not an item that you want to see on your Kayn in the final lane, but it will give him the strength in this middle ground to then go for the Kayn.
I do wonder if there's any world we either see a Reforge. I mean, you can play around the Morello with the Kindred later on. Doesn't do all too much for you right now, so I actually do feel like there's a world where, depending on the fight, if Li Sao really wants to maintain streak, maybe we see some sort of Hail Mary.
Ning Li, as you mentioned, he's on Fortune with the Ash Encounter activated.
No one wants to grief him, though.
No one wants to grief him. Maybe Double wanted to earlier in stage 2. Could have not found that matchmaking. For now, Double has a full board of units.
Disho also very strong, learning to spell, capping it up, the Janna 2 working out for him. So actually a better spot than we've seen before with the Enter the Dragon. And now Prismatic will elevate the tempo of the lobby a lot. So it will be very important for all of them to get combat here. Maybe
Li Sao is looking at Freaky Friday for the Reaper line. Goes.
Instead, it takes the support glove, or the accomplice. Yeah,
interesting. I mean, support also items incredibly strong on the Reaper line. It is a little bit more RNG in terms of what you're hitting on those key rounds where you need to be winning.
I'm surprised by that pickup, though. I'm wondering if perhaps it has something to do with not having a second DPS on board, but he has Darius too, so...
If he was missing more items for his Kayn, that potentially could have swung in favor of Freaky Friday, but because he already has 2 items built, potentially thinking, hey, I'm going to go for a team-wide buff instead. Look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, Li Tuchuan also going for the possibility of reforging an item and turning it into a Radiant. This is perfect for the Kayn. Remember, you want to give him as much strain as possible and funnel all the damage into him.
Up against Dr. O, the other 5 lose streaker. Dr. O aware of who he's going to be fighting. Looks like he actually did slam that Thieves' Gloves into the fight, so Dr. O deciding to end his own loss streak instead of trying to grief the Fortune player.
I think he has to, and generally I'm a little bit worried by this pickup. I think 2 for 1 is a very strong augment, but in my opinion, ideally it works best when you're ahead because you don't get immediate power from this dramatic augment. You get it kind of pittering out over the next 10 rounds.
4. That's a pretty decent roll, actually.
Dice roll for Ning Li will time perfectly with that 4-2 roll down.
Yeah. Going a little again with the conversation on 2 for 1, yeah, he needs to. It will be an augment that forever will give him possibilities, but as you say, Panda, it's not enough to wait until the full value of the augment. He will need to decide when to pull the trigger and actually go for the roll and get the 3-star as soon as possible.
He'll basically try and stabilize now and then maintain that stability slowly across.
Disho, he's griefing
Ning Li.
Oh,
the grief is coming.
Is it enough?
Oh, this is double.
It's double. Returning the favor, EMEA was griefed so often across the first 2 days when they were playing Fortune.
Oh, it's not enough.
It won't be enough. The Ahri, I think, has just too much DPS. The Aatrox has doesn't come through. Kabuko is trapped, though.
It's close.
That could swing the favor. If Kabuko's Money Dance is clutch enough.
Kabuko
damage is coming through. They won't get the double damage from Ahri. There's no other targets next to the Kabuko.
Wow.
Double takes the loss, saves the lobby. Ning Li, the other player who got her last game, who potentially was closest to checkmate, all of a sudden stopped in his tracks.
KC Double recognizing he's coming off the back of a loss from his last round and says, you know what, this is my opportunity. I have Scoreboard Scrapper. I don't need a slingshot right now. And because of that Ash encounter that we saw at 2-1, is recognizes I have an opportunity to break Ning Li's streak immediately after he decides to push his luck.
Ningli getting the cane, so as a possibility for him, since he's open with the fortune, he could play anything. He has a great augment with Tiny but Deadly, so he could play the Reaper line, but he will be contesting Li Tuchuan if he does.
I think more than anything, just trying to stop Li Sao. He's on an 8-win streak already. He looks like the scariest player in the current lobby off of the start of this game. J-Soap we're seeing now sitting on 40 gold, level 6, 4 copies of Zyra, but that's a, not a very strong looking board right now, still missing a lot of key upgrades.
Has he a Mumu too, though, and he's got a few other pieces. I mean,
Janet 2 as well.
Janet
It is
2 and
tiny
Mumu
but deadly,
2.
so hard to really grasp.
Okay, so we have a pause here.
Hoping it's not too big of a deal. We can take the time now to look at the bigger picture of this lobby, identify the lines, the direction players are going in, what kind of contests might come through in Stage 4 when those key roll downs happen. And for right now, Ningli, as you mentioned, completely open with a fortune for now. Double is holding on to many faded units. I'm wondering if this will become a Lilia game. We talk about Double being one of the players that really does favor Lilia, has a lot of items to work with, has the Morello and the blue buff for now.
That's a great call out. Has the additional resources. We know that Double picked up the buried treasure, so he's going to have an influx of items coming in. If you're able to get Lilia on board, have some of those other additional threats. For instance, we oftentimes see people playing an itemized Loon too in the backline as well. The question is if you have a strong front line, because it always comes down to whether or not you can have an Annie 2 to defend against some of those Reaper players.
Now we see him Bintium with the Wandering Trainer with a perfect setup. He has the Bruiser, he has the emblem of Story Weaver, so it will be perfect for him to go for that line. He will need to stabilize in the mid game, maybe go for that Soy 2, transfer maybe Timo's item if it's not enough, and then go for the cap out at level 9 when you have already the Super Kale with the 3 superpowers involved, and also the Irelia giving you damage, and more importantly, the Galio. That would be the main tank for the comp.
I was wondering if Double would go to Lilia because I thought Faded would be contested, but it looks like Binta might just be ignoring the Wandering Trainer Faded emblem. He has a Storyweaver emblem now picked up as well on 3-2. It is, I think, the stronger line we've seen across the tournament. If you're able to get into 7 Storyweaver and make it without losing too much HP, it is a very strong comp. Players like Asta have showcased that. Players like Dish Soap in some games not so much, and others he clutched up at the very end of that day too to showcase the power of Storyweavers.
Also,
we see Li Sao on our screens right now. I feel like we have to kind of take stock of how far ahead he actually is in the lobby, right? Reapers is one of those compositions that is generally pretty expensive when you make that roll down on level 8, because there are so many threats that need to be online in order for you to deal with some of those front lines. Because if you can break that front line, have access to the back line, you will always win, but it just turns on whether or not the front line can hold up.
Yeah,
he has the Kiana 2, 3 items on it right now, has additional slots, could even make something like another Titans if he needs to. But the question is, how much does he need to feel like he needs to pressure the lobby right now versus playing more patiently and maybe taking a slower 4-2 roll down?
Yeah, for sure. I think he's in the power spike for the level that he was at the start of round 3. But it's not enough. I think it's now the moment to lose a little and make sure that he will be able to transfer those Kiana items to the Lee Sin. Items are perfect for him. He has already the Titans. He has the healing with healing directly. So Lee Sin will be amazing. He could maintain the tempo, go to level 9, simply play Irelia.
You said it. I think the answer might be Duelists and not Reapers. We talk about Li Sao being the Reapers one trick. He played 6 games, or 5 games of Reapers, 1 game of Heavenly Cane. He played 3 games of Duelists as well, so 9 games total of melee bruisers. That is his comfort zone. He knows how to min-max those fights, especially in Stage 4 and 5 where positioning matters so much. And the setup there with Titans, with 1 more Titans on the bench component as well, I think leans more heavily into Duelists, and he's comfortable on that line as well.
All right, looks like we're back online, though. We do have Li Sao. He's got this board that we were just talking about up against Dish Soap. Can't see Dish Soap's board, but as it comes online,
believe us.
It's definitely there. The Amumu's on the other side, so this Kiana's breaking through the weak side of the front line, but you see the Janna, with all the additional attack speeds, able to get that Amumu casting, and we might even be able to see the Lux potentially snipe out the escort.
It's gonna take a
while. Surely, though, it is coming. Janna casting so much attack speed. Amumu's still staying alive. The Kiana's actually going to fall here. Really nice pickup from Dish Soap.
Good damage for him. Now it should be an easy cleanup here. So the training dummy falls again. Disho is talkative. I like to see his. He seems comfortable. He seems talkative. He's very, very involved in the game. And I think that has to do with its mental. You were talking about a little before, Cass was talking about this. Even though he lost 3 games in a row in an 8th place, he recovered again playing the same comp. So amazing to see 6 win streaks for him.
We just saw a double Zephyr encounter come through, and don't forget, we're playing the Ashe encounter. Everybody knows exactly who they're playing. It's going to be a micro battle. We very rarely get to see these, but you can absolutely expect last-second swaps from everybody in the game to try and optimize those Zephyrs.
Rat Tactics fully online with this combination of encounters specifically. Doesn't happen very often, as you mentioned, and important to mention 2 different ways to benefit from the Zephyr. The obvious one, the easy one, you try and bring your opponent's backline carry up into the air, stop that DPS early on, kill the front line before anything else happens. The second, make major use of the Zephyr, lifting up a frontline units to allow easier wraps for Kayn, for duelist units as well, for Qiyana to access that backline freely and win the fight that way.
Yeah, I love to see it because many of them already projected that they will be using the second line as a possibility. Normally, you only play, okay, do I want corner, do I want mid, do I want middle? They're using the rest of the line, but they knew that they will be using it. It's like a double inverse psychology for every one of them, and it will be very cool to see how they will perform in the rest.
Double 61, very clearly angling toward this faded line right now. Has the Ornn, but actually, to be honest, with so many items, I do wonder if there's some sort of more flexible roll down where he can maybe go into like a 4 Invoker Lilia setup as well. But with so many Dryad units in the bench, I feel like it's probably just easier. Just stick with Dryad.
We had the interview with Double. He said he played that game with Faded. He's not a big believer in the comp, but he did play it, and he won the game with Faded in day 1. I saw the lobby screen at the very end. It looked like a very weak lobby overall. So overall, Double would favor Lilia. He's one of the most creative players in MEA. I think he can definitely play for anything. He has so much to decide and to go through. He's going to wait for the 4-2 roll down potentially. I think probably not very happy with the Zephyrs taking up space on his item bench as well.
Yeah, it felt almost like he was stun-locked for a second, obviously thinking through his next few decisions.
There's the Kayn. Do you want it if you're Lee Sao? The answer is no.
No
fully
Lee Sin
committing to the Reaper, or to the Duelist rather, and no Lee Sin, as you mentioned, Hupeson.
Okay, once again, Lee Sao up against the rest, now against Double. Zephyrs again doing the difference. All for the rest. Let's see if it's enough. Access to the backline for the Qiyana. She's doing good damage.
Kindred can't stay alive, it looks like. Battle of the 2 costs going in favor of Qiyana.
Not enough DPS here on the side of Double. Lee Sao certainly going to take another win there. Escort Quest Gold comes in. He's going to get a little bit more. Another chance of trying to find this Lee Sin.
We have to look at Double's roll down now. His entire game comes down to this moment, has to pick up his augment quickly.
He's got a lot to
find
do.
the right augment for this AP line he's going for.
Heavy hitters.
Heavy hitters is the decision, and now the roll down's coming through. Has to find either the angle for Lilia or the angle for the faded line. I think he prefers a Lilia. He finds 2 Lilias in the shop, but skips past them. We know the direction now. It will be going towards the faded. Or potentially the Reapers with Kindred as a carry. That looks like it's the option instead. He's built out the items for the Kayn, moving into Kindred 3 and either Silas or Kayn as the item holder. So completely pivots with a heavy hitter into a different direction. And he's playing for Kindred 3 as his win condition.
This is a
crazy game.
Yeah, he was the one that was most contested so far. And we were thinking about they're scouting him, they are looking to play against him with the same comp. No, now he's the one who decides to contest, and he will play from behind this Kayn comp, but actually with a great spot.
And don't forget, he is a scoreboard scrapper as well, right? So with every round that he remains on that bottom 4, he will be getting stronger and stronger. And now, you know, I said before it looked like he was stun locked. No, he was just building out a master plan. This guy makes a fantastic pivot that only those who are sitting here in the top 8 are capable of. Extremely high level of play. Heads up decision from Double 61.
As a duplicator for the Kindred 3, and the best thing about this is he's min-maxing by griefing to some extent other Reaper players in this lobby, while not relying only on that Kayn to upgrade himself. He has the Kindred as his way to find power. He has the Silas already.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. He already had 2 Kindred, so he could decide to do it now if he really, really needs to win the round, but he's looking for the additional pair and trying to make the change now. Ideally, you want to have both carries funneling. He does well for the Kayn, so the Kindred should be gone immediately. That will be the decision for him. So he's prioritizing the access to the line, to the backline, and then the Kindred will be more of a cleanup for the rest of the comp.
It took 3 rounds, but he's flushed out his item bench. It's nice, open, and clear. He's cleaned up the mess.
And it's important.
I'm sure his mom's proud.
Important to know he did use the duplicator on that cane. So instead of guaranteeing the Kindred and the cane, he says, I want to make sure I'm pushing the tempo. I don't want to sacrifice any more HP. And talking about trying to 3-star units, Dr. O on the flip side, 1 off of the Zoe 3, using this 2-for-1. And at 56 HP, this is actually pretty decent. The question is, how strong, how stable is this on stage 4? You can see up against Asta's board 3-unit loss. It certainly could be worse, but at 11 gold, you do need to try hitting things very quickly.
Coming into this game, too, we talked about the players who lean heavily on Lilia across the first 2 days. Double with 4 plays, Dr. O with 4 plays, Asta with 4 plays. No Lilia in game 1, but now Asta on his comfort comp. And it seems like the same story every single game. He's win streaking in stage 4. He's healthy in stage 4. He always seems to be among that top 3 or top 4 coming into the late game.
Yeah, also talking about uncontested comp in the later game, and now using with great possibilities Lee Sao. Finally finding a Lee Sin. Is only Lee Sin 1, so still not in the power up, but since he delayed so much the HP loss, he's still very healthy. He will need to find the Lee Sin or at least 1 Irelia in level 8 to stabilize and finally keep up a little with the tempo. The rest of the lobby is getting a lot stronger.
And we need to talk about Ningli for a moment, right? He did have his fortune cash out, griefed by double 61, an exceptional display of skill, and now 2 loss, 18 HP.
There's a Kindred.
3 comes in for double 61. You know, as sad as Ningli is in this moment, double 61 is just as happy.
The spikes are coming through, and whoever is under 20 HP, in this case, you have to feel like you're in trouble if you're not finding an equal spike to match the tempo of this lobby. It just got so hot in here.
Beantium now also with the possibility of duplicating additional items. Way 2 for Beantium. 6 Starting Weaver, he will get in the end the 7th. He will put it in the end. Remember, you need to do this transition. You need to put the 7 every time, so you're sure that you have the additional power always in place every round.
He's still able to get value out of that Bruiser Crest from his Wandering Trainer as well, giving him a very strong stage 4 once he got that the 7-story Weaver online. He now has both frontline and backline. The Kale targeting that Zoe. The cast comes through just enough. Bintum going to stabilize, snap his 6th loss streak.
The stands are full to watch this fight. That top left corner, everyone curious to see what this comp's going to look like for Bintum, who's finally stopping the bleeding, finally halting that low momentum he had going on.
Yeah, very beautiful to see from Bintium because he has like a lot of burst damage with the kill and then the AoE damage with the
final
wave.
roll down. 1 off of Mumu. Quite a few copies off of the Janus.
Wants to dig a little more.
20 gold to work with. You still have a little bit of juice left.
Rolling on 6 entirely to find this Amumu 3, saying I don't want to play on level 7.
And look at this setup if he hits. Learning to spell into Stand United as his last augment. I would say probably the 2 best gold augments for this comp if you're able to hit all of your upgrades, if you're able to push levels where Stand United gets that much more value when you reach level 9, but he's still level 6.
Very, very tough. I just saw also in the divided screen that Li Tuchuan, well, now he has 2. He has 2 canes, but Double is holding up canes. So
look at the wrap from the cane. Look at the wrap with the Zephyr on the stationary support. He's going to keep doing this every single fight this game if he can stay alive. He's down to 21 HP. Everyone in the lobby has to be that much more scared, has to be that much more careful about their positioning.
Kale on the Reapers. Kane is dead. The Kale enough to sustain Bintum through the fight. Stays alive, continues on his win streak.
Seems like the lobby is almost against the end because of how scary their setups are. 1, the Fortune player. The 2nd, the Kane with the Zephyr. Very scary setups which warp your positioning for every single player in your matchmaking pool.
Yeah, this shop is looking for that final lobby. Importante to get La Taza here in place. And he's actually very strong. He has also the belt, so it could be additional front item for him. Maybe the redemption as a possibility. And now here again, Shen 3, Ilaoi. Good frontline, maybe a little more units will be healthy, but the Zoe is making damage work.
He's got no frontline items, though. Even now, he's got 2 bows dropped. Prismatic Orb coming through, though.
Finds 2 duplicators, can close out the Alawi right now. Has 2 for 1,
no Morgana 3?
Wants to wait.
You don't want Morgana 3?
No, stop.
Not today?
Please, stop.
Okay.
Goes for the Alawi. Despite having the 2 for 1, he wants to push levels to find more value there. Has a chance to find, at the very least, 1 tank component. Ionic Spark will be the slam. RFC on Morgana. She gets a little bit of love at the very least.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Normally you want the Morello a little better, but actually
so much
getting
players
the speed
to work on.
Okay, here's a tome.
Heavenly Emblem. Another one.
Something out.
Another one.
and another one.
Trying to figure out what makes him strong in this
Does
fight.
he want Altruist? He does want Altruist.
Okay.
Still items to be decided here. Players have to focus on their AP, on their decision making, with so many resources coming online after that stage 4 PvE round.
Still K1 for him, so very, very tough spot. He's being focused by the Lilia, recovering all the health. Now going for the backline.
The Kane won't be one in time. The orb comes through. The Eve comes through. The Lilia wins, and Li Tuchuan's eliminated in the process.
Wow.
He couldn't decide his items in time. That could have been so relevant for this fight. You need to have perfect APM, become the perfect player when you're on 1 life, and that wasn't the case, unfortunately, for the CN player.
That is a perfect example of how TFT is a game played on a razor's edge. You have to make snap decisions, because if you delay, sometimes one more cast will be whether you go out in 8th or whether you're able to mount that comeback.
Now we're seeing double, very, very strong. The Silas coming up again, looking for the Galio 2, Kane 2 already in place, and that Kindred with so great item, doing a lot of damage, and also ensuring that the Morello is alive for the rest of the fight.
And off of that perfect transition at the start of stage 4, he's now being rewarded. He's on the highway to level 9, 5 win streak, 40 gold. Everything's looking up for double, but also for Dishsoap, who has finally found all of his upgrades. We're looking now at this Lilia board, at Asta, who's just trying to stay in that top 4 for now. It was a ghost there, and it's a big win for double. 6 win streak now.
On the other side, Ningli.
The Inkstorm comes through.
Wow.
He barely wins that fight. So important for Ningli. He's on 18 HP, 2 lives for now. Could be 1 life as we move into stage 6 and 7.
Okay, being tuned for now, 30 gold. Let's see the fight against the Lee Sin 2. Lee Sin taking a chunk out of HP from him. So, duelist for Lisao making the throw. Lisao still hasn't found the Lee Sin 2, but he's also powerful. That's great to see. So, I think this performance from Lisao will make the duelist come more competitive and more prioritized by other players. From the end, now Dr. O once again trying to roll for value. His board is already completed. He just needs to position and mainly avoid El Abrazo, avoid the cane from the side is very, very important and capable. And he also has mittens. So keep in mind that double with the cane has the possibility of accessing even faster to the back.
Keeps the right side of his board completely exposed because he knows the matchup that he's playing into, wants to try and lead those Lily casts towards the left side of his board instead, make sure that Zoe remains untouched.
Korea in game 1, 7th and 8th. Dr. O and Bintum now both on 1 life. They need to stay alive for themselves, for their own region. Dr. O looks like he's in trouble.
Good.
Big win for Bintum. The Celestial
Another
Flame
cast
from the kill comes through. Does the Zoe clean up? She does. The ricochet is so big. All 3 egg pack players involved in that fight. But at the very least, Dr. O and Bintum stay alive, despite it being in single digits.
Legendary units coming by here. Udyr as a big possibility for everyone. They're looking for the final spot. That adaptive help was the possibility for both of them. Ningli going for the Udyr. Also a great item for his gun with the death cap, closing out the rest of the items he needed for the carry. And this is final round. Everyone is very, very powerful. So now positioning once again the most important. And let's see how it ends up. Lisao now finally has the Lee Sin 2. So in strong position, he hasn't found the Irelia, but he's strong.
He has keepers, so
yeah,
it's a very strong third augment we haven't touched on just yet. We saw the shift picked up there by double, which was big for that shred for the Kindred to deal a little bit more damage. Ornn 2 is found. Where's the upgrade, Gnar? Thank you very much. You are not the Gnar we saw in the middle of the set.
Decides to drop Warden, has 2 items on his Shen. I think that's a part of this decision too, right? He could have made the Ornn 2 last round, but when he didn't have a second item on this Shen 3, he really did need to rely on this Alawi. Now we see last second positioning coming through up against doubles, Ghost. There's a lot of damage all on this left side. He has the Ornn who's going to give another item to that Shen, gets the redemption, but man, that Shen is falling very fast. That front line has crumbled. The Reaper's already in the back line. Dr. O's going to take a big hit and certainly elimination coming through.
What a setup from double. 3 incredibly strong carries. Bintum stays alive.
Ningli takes a
Ningli taken down to 1 singular life. The Fortune player, the player that double griefed earlier on in this game to try and stop that high cap Fortune board from coming online. Too big. Upgrades for double. If this was last game, he'd be very happy.
That's right. And HP totals. Take a look at the right-hand side. 4 HP for Asta, 5 HP for Ningli, 7 for Bintum, and then a small gap. Lisao, Dish Soap, double 61 certainly guaranteed their spot in the top 5. Definitely not guaranteed a spot in the top 2, though.
I want to highlight the position of Double. He decides to put the Kane a little to the back. Normally, he's actually in the corner because he wants to avoid the hit, and in the end, he put us in the front. So now he could be vulnerable to Kale, but since he knows that that won't be the matchup, now is the best place for him to go and avoid maybe CCs on the right end and on the corner.
Watch the Silas onto the back line. Unleash the Demon. Can he reach the Kaisa in time? Can he reach this kill in time? The Kindred's there as well. The Kindred is down, though, and Double cannot deal enough burst on the front line. Looking at the HP totals, has anyone been taken down just yet? It looks like Asta. He was so healthy before. One APAC player taken down. And now it's just Bintum remaining for that region. All 4 regions still represented in this final 5-player lobby.
Ningli and Bintum now with only 1 life. So very, very important for them. Final spot to get some resources here with the Ancestral Dragon. And Ningli looking for the Saya 2. Away from it, not a pair from him so far. So Udyr also has a possibility. He's level 9, not many gold. So a very slim chance for him to get an upgrade.
The scary player who's growing and growing coming into this late game is Dishsoap. He's still sitting on 50 gold. He can extract a lot more value from Stan United as he fits in more traits. This is not his final form. He's the perfect player, but he's not that perfect just yet.
Rolling finds Zyra 2. Anything else he can do to upgrade this board immediately?
Doesn't have enough gold to go 9, which I think is a big hit for someone on Stan United.
Protector's Bow maybe for the Ilaoi as a possibility.
You go red buff Morgana.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Makes sense. You do have a little bit of the burn coming in through the Zyra, but that Morgana going to ensure that it gets a little bit more of the board, gets some more anti-heal.
Looking at Bintum, a lot of placements here. Has to put in the Zephyr, has to try and get the Lee Sin, has to put in the Storyweaver emblem as well.
Doesn't get
Zephyr does not go on in time. The Brambles finally put in. Bintum's on his last life. He has to win this fight against the Duelist player, against Lee Sao. Kale's on the right side, untouched for now. Celestial Flames can potentially clean up a big clump of these Duelists. We're seeing the Lee Sin hit a massive burst of damage, not allowing the Lee Sin to heal back up with a BT in time. It's down to just Tristana. She's good, but she's not great. Lee Sao takes a big, big hit, and Ning Lee is out of contention for the top 4.
We've seen it before. This Kale setup does exceptionally well into the melee bruisers because they're all up in your face and they want to be able to tank the damage and heal it back up. The Kale instead does so much damage all at once, was able to burst down that Lee Sin and ultimately swing the fight.
Udyr 2 now for Double, getting that important upgrade. He needs the most additional damage as possible, so actually great position for him. And now final fight. Very, very important. They're all checking the rest of the lobby and being sure the position is perfect.
The Wukong comes in instead over the Udyr, just trying to find any amount of disruption to allow these Reapers time to feast on their enemies, to harvest the garden, as you mentioned before, Hupeson.
Zephyr coming through. So huge Zephyr from Bintum on the other side, makes sure that the Janna on Dishsoap's board does not get to scale up. And the front line is already going to fall. The Mumu on the right-hand side is completely leaving the Lux out to dry.
The battle of the melee bruisers on the right-hand side. It looks like the Reapers come out ahead. Lee Sin has been taken down.
Dishsoap returning. The Mumu's going to hold on for one more. Another Janna Cat's coming in through, gets the Kale down. Dishsoap stays alive and Bintum falls.
4 players remaining in the top 4 from each different region. The West comes out ahead. Double and Dishsoap remain in this top 2. The fight between EMEA and Americas to become the victor in the game 2. I couldn't write a better script, Gangly.
With the top 2 coming down, you don't need the Ash encounter to know who you're about to fight. It's all going to come down to positioning, the melee bruisers in particular.
Riveting analysis, Gangly.
It's all going to come down to where this Amumu is and whether or not the melee bruisers are able to find some sort of wrap.
To avoid the mass control of the Lux, let's see, he changes and he puts us in the back. So now this will allow him to go directly to a front and wrap amazing. He goes and
stuck
now
on the front line.
He's in the middle.
The Kane stuck in the middle. If you see a staggered stuns from the Bunny Binding, the Kindred buying time, dodging every single Bunny Binding cast from the Lux. That's 2 dodges already. A 3rd dodge from this Kindred. Can the Kane and Kindred clean up? The answer looks like it's yes. The Kindred Challenger AI dodging 4 Lux ults in a row to buy time for Kane to get to the back line.
All right, any of these emblems particularly useful for anyone here? Dish Soap does happen to have an opportunity to maybe get another frontline item. You can see him hovering around the Gargoyle Stone Plate.
The dance between both players, trying to see what the other player wants, if they can try and grief if they don't find a good enough item for themselves.
Blue buff for the Wukong now, going up with him. Very important, he will additional CC that will give him some control. And it's very important that only the Amu is the strongest one. So
doesn't have the gold.
Yeah. The wrap is very possible and very easy to implement. Let's see if Double now decides to go and decide for one of the corners and avoid the possibility of the front. It worked for him in the last round. And now let's see what is the decision. Will he move the Cane or will he leave it there?
And with Middens, it's really unpredictable, the movement speed especially, in how the Cane
He just moved the Kindred.
Towards the enemy. Can the Kindred buy time once again on the Luxel is the big question.
And he casts.
So much damage wasted if the Kindred is not stunned. She
caught.
gets hit once now. Can she continue dodging?
Again.
No, it's a different story. The Kindred gets chunked down. She gets hit by all 3 casts, and that should swing the fight in favor of Dish Soap. Dish Soap might be the winner in this game number 2. Kane is left alive.
He knows
alone. Double taken
Wow.
down. And a different story simply because the Lux was able to take down the 3-star Kindred in the backline.
Yesterday, Dish Soap takes 3 8s in a row, 2 of which were the Story Weaver, and then finds a first place immediately after playing that same comp. Today, takes a bot 4 playing the Lux Janna, and when presented from a spot, he has the confidence to say, this is the correct line. We heard him in the interview earlier. He has the game plan and the confidence, and he runs it back with Lux Janna for a first place.
And it's good to see that he did it with learning to spell. This is an element I learned to play with him. Normally, he's played with faded angle, and he made it work again. Now with the Janna, and as a chance, so it's amazing to him because he's not only a representative of North America, everyone in the world studied from him, and he make it happen again.
And one last point to bring up, Dish Soap finished 6th in that game 1. He needed this win, but Double, back-to-back top 2s on the golden road to be the first player to enter checkmate, potentially in that game 3.
All right, well, 15 points there for Double 61 is going to put him exceptionally close to check, but we've got at least one more game. We've got at least 2 more games before, someone
Don't
could
scare us,
potentially get. I know, I scared myself for a second. But we're going to be right back. We'll have the analyst desk break down everything we just saw in that last game, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
Vamos!
I missed the count.
I didn't even see you was counting.
No. Has some faded units. There it is. He can make the change.
Say something else, Lupe. Say something else. He's magic. Yeah.
Covering all the health. Now going for the back line.
The Kane won't be one in time. The the Eve number 2. The Olympia wins, and Litutron's eliminated in the process.
Wow.
Please do not use the bathrooms for Eldritch summoning.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Inkborn Fables Tacticians Crown, the final day of competition. This was now our second game, done and dusted, so let's break it down. Right away, when our players got into that lobby, we saw Ash make an appearance, and when it comes down to an elite player, a lobby of players like this, like, I feel like everything goes out the window. It just becomes hard mode to the extreme.
It absolutely does, because with a player like Bintum, you know, we've been seeing throughout the tournament that he really likes to ruin streaks for some of these players. I don't know if you caught on to that, but it's definitely been a trend. And then Augments like the Escort quest, Augments like the Scoreboard Scrapper coming out. Definitely interesting.
And it was so unique to be actually seeing Ningli play Fortune, because when you know that everyone else can see that you are the next opponent, you can actually pull a Bintum and start griefing those Fortune streaks.
I mean, to add to the chaos of all of that, we ended up getting 2 Zephyrs from an encounter later, and that means that everybody can see each other's boards and is constantly swapping around. And then Bintum even had a permanent Zephyr in that game that he was able to use for a lot of extra value, being honestly the perfect player to be the one to pick it up.
One of the biggest encounters here definitely has to be the Alawi, giving Dish Soap 8 rolls to take that first place away. He was really down on his luck, stuck on level 6 in stage 4, but Alawi comes out of nowhere and he hits all the 3 stars.
There are a couple of other really big boards, though, and even taking a look what Dr. O was able to accumulate in that game, we ended up seeing multiple 3 stars, the Shen, the Zoe actually being hit as well as a primary carry in that composition, yet it still fell in bottom 4.
Yeah, some things are just not strong enough if you're looking at those really high cap boards like the ones we were just mentioning, right? Dish Soap, Ningli, Double 61, I think in that lobby, absolutely the bullies to look out for. And I was really surprised to see Double 61 navigate this line.
Oh, Double 61's ankle breakers were just amazing. He started off looking like a faded line and pushed Bintum away since he had
them
wandering
ankle breakers?
Yeah, we call them ankle breakers. He dodged
Isn't it
them
like
left and right.
kneecappers or something?
Kneecappers sounds a little bit more brutal because you actually have to...
A little more aggressive.
Okay, sorry.
I wouldn't go so far. Some pent-up rage right there. For Ningli, Double actually broke his fortune streak as well. So great game for Double. And then on stage 4, he transitioned all the way with those 8 Alawi rolls straight into a 3-star Kindred, as we see right here into the Reaper lines, which actually also doomed Li Tu-chuan as well, since he was angling for those Reapers. So he actually juked out Bintum, then just broke Ningli's streak, and then juked Li Tu-chuan again for a second place. It's just amazing play.
Actually, really interesting. We saw Ningli kind of on that rise towards a very good placement, and then Dish Soap hits everything and comes around the corner.
Yeah, the Alawi helped a lot. Seeing other people on 2 stars helps a ton. And from there, you know, Dish Soap able to find the hits. The first game, he tries to go into the line, fails, cannot get everything put together, and then instead he's able to do it once again and get the first.
Well, after these first 2 games of the day, we are starting to approach that break point where players can enter check. We've got Ningli and Double 61 that are so close to being able to hit that 20-point check threshold and start to make this lobby very terrifying. Where do you guys think we're going to go with this one?
4 games for Double 61.
No!
You heard it here first.
No! We don't want that. We want even more games, more hype, action, you know.
And still Double 61 to win it? Okay, I'm good with
not
that.
against the 2-time happen. I'm not against that, but, you know, we still have Asta and Dish Soap just kind of chomping at their heels, trying to get close as well.
I just want to say it's usually going to be 4, where one player holds the check, makes it through, just pushes everyone out the way, or it's going to go longer into 6. Usually when you have 7 people still griefing you, it's a little bit harder to close out the day early.
You've seen it happen.
As long as there's not another Ash encounter, I think we might all be okay. But we are going to get ready for the third game of the day, so we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for the next game in the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown.
Okay, save the bees. I will save the bees. I will save the bees.
That Tactician's Crown feels like it's getting closer and closer for a player grabbing it, and that's why we are jumping very shortly into game number 3.
Yeah, exactly. We have 2 players that can make it to check in this game. Double and Ning Lee. Double needing that 3rd place, and Ning Lee needing a first to make it happen.
And then anything could happen after this. You know, we've seen some very, very fast Tactician's Crown happen in the past before. Me potentially looking at Hwan Mie or looking at Title, sometimes it can feel like a player is on a roll, just unstoppable, and everyone gets to go home early.
I mean, I feel like when it comes down to Ning Lee, like that's one of those players that we look at and it's like so close, constantly getting those top 4s, being able to grab those first places. That has to be a player that you look at and have to be scared of when you take a look at this checkmate format.
Maybe 5th time's the charm. He's been in the TOC regionals for so long, and this is finally his chance to make it. I just am constantly surprised at how deep the pool is in CN, where they can send 3 players that have no Worlds experience and still look like one of the best.
Well, yeah, it looks like Ning Lee was scoreboard scrapping the TOC for a long time. He's been scaling up, and now he made it here, and look, he's trying to have the big pop off of his career.
All those damage stacks truly adding up there. That's so fun to think about, and especially when we now know that heading into this 3rd game, okay, do you actually try to counter the 2 players that you think could grab check?
Well, I don't think it's that necessarily to stop someone now, because even if they check next game, you're still playing a 6 versus 2. At most, only 2 players can enter check. The rest of the lobby can hold them down. So I think for most of the players, it's just about getting the most points for yourself.
Yeah, we're still in the phase of the game where everyone just doing their best to enter check themselves. can't really just reliably deny these two. If they get there, and then you worry about it. But for now, get as many points as possible to ensure that you can make it. We got Trainer Sentinels on the field once again.
I mean, all of these portals are so interesting, right? Do you want to pick Radiant Item or Champion Delivery here?
Champion Delivery is the safe option. Trainer is definitely the high cap one. Usually what we see from Trainer is those tall verticals that only need a +1 to hit are very, very good. Wow, in we go.
Third time on broadcast, Trainer Sentinels.
So wild, because I feel like this is always the one portal or one type of portal that all of our top competitive players wouldn't necessarily want to play, but we've already seen right here for double 61 getting Ghostly, Arcanist, and Warden.
Well, this does look like a Ghostly Zoe board coming out from him. All three of these do fit into the traits. I would not call this a particularly high cap version of Trainer Sentinels. Usually you want to look for the Fortunes or the Mythics are, I think, the bigger ones.
Ooh, well, Ningli has Mythic, so does Li Tuchuan, so there is something that you could do there.
Yeah, notably Bintum, the only one with Fortune, so we'll see if that ends up coming into play, if he actually goes for that, especially since this way you can't actually swap it in and out, but you can still get it early on with only finding 2 Fortune.
And Lee Sao is going to have the open track towards Reapers. We know he is the melee master, so he might be going that direction again.
Yeah, Asta also finding the Story Weaver. This is one of his comfort compositions. Possible that he goes towards that line.
Ooh, what about Bintum, though, that actually has this porcelain emblem alongside that Fortune one? Anything that you feel like you could do there?
I really want to see Bintum actually play for a Fortune. We actually haven't seen it this much. He is known for playing some micro Fortune spots where he just gets 2 components, is happy with it. But we'll see if he's able to find that third Fortune to start his stacks.
Yeah, right now just the Kobuko. Most likely one is to find the Teemo, and then if not, it ends up being, you know, maybe do you find it in a 3-cost orb, or do you find it on the carousel after lost streaking for a little bit, but those are not ideal, and I don't know that Bintum would necessarily try and play for that out.
So let's see, it's a silver augment. That means that there's not going to be super high caps. No one's going to get an extra emblem unless there is branching out. So that's kind of the highlights when you have these Trainer Sentinel into silver augments.
There's a pumping up here for Bintum. I also see Li Tuchuan actually thinking about Stim Pack. That is going to be the selection of choice for him.
Yeah, big risky moves from Dish Soap. Going to get a big injection of gold in a little bit here, but starting out on much lower HP. Did get a buff, right? Is now like 33 gold from that risky move, so definitely looking to see Dish Soap end up having a big swing when that cash out comes.
Oh, this is perfect for Dish Soap's spot. He wants to go into the Ghostly reroll so he can just lose streak and then start rolling on 3-5. Maybe go for the 3-cost as the general line between Zoe and then also the Ilaoi. The 2 high-power silver augments I want to talk about are going to be those fine vintages that we see on the board from Lisa and Asta. These are the highest cap ones, and both of them are moving in different directions.
Yeah, Asta having the Story Weaver and being able to play around the Kale with the Fine Vintage and actually be able to just buff that up even further is something I haven't seen in a while, and I'm curious if Asta takes that specific direction. Outside of that, you know, Lee Sao has been the melee player, and Fine Vintage is perfect to go into that line.
The Fine Vintage line with the Story Weaver is a little less seen, but it's very important because you cannot itemize your Kale. The only way you can get it is actually the support items going in. And Dissub is just laughing. I'm playing reroll. You give me reroll. I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, he'll take a Darius.
I think there are a couple of other people that might enjoy having that Darius as well, especially if Ningli wants to actually lean a little bit heavier into something like the Cho'Gath and the Caitlyn. Maybe you want to go down that Mythic route, especially when you take a look at Li Tuchuan as well. Actually has the Mythic and starting to get the Heavenly package online.
Ooh, we could get some Kog'Maw reroll coming out here. This is a composition that does need a lot of different items. He's starting to reroll the 1-cost as we see on the bottom here.
Yeah, this is huge. He has upgraded 1-cost as well, so these are going to be able to try and find those big hits. If he high rolls into the Kog'Maws, into the front line, and actually hits so quickly, it could be an insane spot.
The only thing that he would be missing if he wants to go for the Kog'Maw reroll is something like the blue buff on the bench. Doesn't have any tiers yet to be able to make that item.
Yeah, that's
a really good point. Does have the Stim Pack, so I think he will be trying to lose streak here.
Yeah, I like it. And we look at this Sniper Mythic. That's kind of perfect. That's just giving you exactly what you would want for the Kog'Maw. Opens up either to be able to drop the Caitlyn, but you actually have Ghostly as well, so there's even links there. Maybe you can actually play like 4 Sniper randomly on this board, which is not something that's commonly done.
Or could drop the Caitlyn knowing that you could just put an Ilaoi in and get the Ghostly
Yeah, you still get the 2 Ghostly that way.
This is going to be a very accelerated tempo in this game. Everyone's already going for the 1-cost. does find 2 of them right there. And as you can see, Liu Tuchuan could have made interest, but decided to hold the 1 cost, so he's definitely more committed to the line than some others on reroll.
All right, on board with Lee Sao. We're going to start to see those fine vintages stack up. We do have the Reaper, and then that's just an easy go button to try and go into that path. You can drop one of them throughout the game, and Lee Sao consistently has gone for this line, consistently has found some success with it. He's been kind of forced out in this lobby a few times by other players going into the Reapers, but this time it seems like he's got an open lane.
Yeah, and we have to look at the encounters here. There is one dropping on 2-6, so you really want to look for things like the Zyra, the Diana, the Lee Sin. You just pop 3 components or 3 items, it makes the power level of Fine Vintage so much stronger. However, I will say if you don't get any of them, it drops off significantly.
Oh, for sure. Have to see if you can find that as we have the first carousel coming up.
It's going to be a normal carousel here. We're going to be looking for some tiers, especially for someone like Ning Lee, who doesn't have one just yet and is angling for Kog'Maw.
Kind of curious, actually. We haven't gotten a chance to see Dr. O's board yet, but what do you kind of make of the Behemoth, the Sage, and the Ghostly altogether?
Ooh, I honestly think Dr. O was robbed last game from all of the sudden Janna encounters popping up. He was playing Ghostly Zoe, did not have a lot of backliners. So I'm saying justice for KR. They're much better than bottom 3.
Yeah, needs some justice. Didn't necessarily get that out of his Sentinel. It's not like an easy one to navigate, and so we'll see how Dr. O actually plays it, if he can just use it for tempo.
And looking forward, we do have one big lose streaker in Bintum. Already has the 3 fortune online, and maybe it's time he gets a taste of his own medicine. Is known for just breaking everyone's streaks.
Somebody grief him. Somebody get him.
Somebody.
On the other side of that, I want to talk about Dish Soap playing incredibly low econ because he has the risky moves, right? He's just playing for this aggressive win streak, knowing that that gold's going to come back later.
And I do have to correct myself. He actually has the perfect line for something that Ning Lee will be very familiar with, the Umbral Invoker line. This one has been flying under the radar for a long time, but if you look at the Exalted, it fits perfectly. You have Annie in the Invoker, Silas there for the Umbral, so you put it all in. This is one of the strongest comps that you have, especially with Exalted.
Yeah, Dish Soap has infinite plans, right? So he's definitely going to have this one in the pocket. There we go, Bintum trying to keep the loss streak, and he will succeed in doing so with Fortune in now, so he did eventually find it. Did take until the carousel, however, to make it good.
And the first support item is going to be popping out for Lee Sao. Typically, you do want to find the Locket as the best option here. We'll see what he can finally get. There's also an encounter coming up to see if he can get extra items to juice himself up.
What do we got?
It's going to be a Loon.
Oh, Empowered Tears.
Oh boy, this is just reroll heaven. This is kind of crazy.
Surely is. So certainly going to help out for Dish Soap going into that kind of Invoker line. Who else was kind of stuck on some reroll lines?
Ning Lee could still continue to go for reroll here. Maybe looking for something to help out. Honestly, any of those I feel like would be okay.
Yeah, it doesn't give you a 1-cost boon, so not really good for like the Kog'Maw rerolls. It's all the 2-cost and the 3-cost rerolls that are getting the bigger, increases from this.
Yeah, I think Dr. O is probably the happiest here because he is going to go for, once again, the Ghostly Zyra line. His extra emblems are Behemoth that fits with Shen, Sage, and also with the Ghostly. So I think this is the most likely reroll for him.
He also has 3 costs sitting on the bench, so can already start to fish for some of those Zoes appearing early if they get rerolled.
Ooh. Asta contesting Fortune alongside Bintum. We'll have to see if they end up running into each other at any point, but Bintum is on the full loss, whereas Asta won a couple games rounds earlier on.
Asta's going to run straight into Dr. O, so it's going to be fine. This means Bintum probably is able to preserve his 5-loss streak, and we'll see if Double can do the same thing on this very similar, very strong Story Weaver start.
Bintum's considering it.
Push your luck. Come on. There's no
got
way.
it, right?
He rolls a 5, so he's committed for the next stage to be in this line until he can find the cash out, but it will be a sizable one.
Yep, it's going to be a 10-win streak cash out, so it's 50 stacks for him. We'll see if he can go into the Kaisa line. He does have the items for it. The Last Wisps are already on board. And for Asta, this is a great item. This is actually the best item for Fine Vintage Story Weaver because the Moonstone gives you so much extra HP early.
Yeah, Moonstone, a great hit for Asta, and we'll see how he keeps rolling them. As you said, right, you can't itemize Kale, but you kind of can, because you just give her some stats from all these support items. Unlike some of the other compositions where you want a 3-item carry and then the supports, this one, sometimes you can just jam a ton of support items, as many as you can actually fit to buff her up.
Ningli actually rolls a Caitlyn out of the bench slots, and also has another one in the shop, so 2 away if you really want to try to 3-star that.
Yeah, and he's going for it. I mean, he's 3 Kog'Maws away. He's level 5. He rolled the 30. Is a little bit slow on the hit, but decent economy right now with the 34 gold. And we've got an augment selection coming up. He hasn't slammed any items. He is missing a 2nd tier, but he can go Shojin. He ends up going on the Caitlyn. That's surprising for me.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I thought he was going to continue to try and lose streak until he can see his next augment, make the decision there, but he's actually going for immediate power in this spot. I wonder if he's going to pivot out of it necessarily, like not having an itemized Kog'Maw kind of lowers your combat strength quite a lot.
The ability to go Shojin Nashers, which would be fine Kog'Maw items, and instead slams these, which makes me feel like he wants to instead push levels and pivot into Lilia.
He does have an extra sniper, so he doesn't actually need the Caitlyn. I think that's why he's going for it.
But still, the item's not going for Nashers, and instead the Morello, when you're playing around Kog'Maw, it's definitely not what I would have expected.
Yeah, I think he may be recognizing the tempo. We're going to get silver augments once again, and that means there's not going to be a lot of crazy vertical caps right here unless someone hits the branching out like we were talking about. Dr. O'Ori committing to reroll.
Yeah.
Rolled it. Yeah, there was.
Futron had it, but picks Fine Vintage instead.
3 Fine Vintage players? What is happening?
Yeah, that's wild. I wonder which direction Litu-Chan is going to be able to go with that Fine Vintage, because we kind of had 2 like clear directions of Story Weavers and then kind of the melees, but here I'm not seeing it personally.
I have never seen Mythic and Fine Vintage being played together. This is a first for me.
No,
does have Stimpack,
you don't want all of the
He's
void
gonna get
spawns?
a lot of extra items.
You don't want to go back to all the void spawns that we had with all the ZZ Route portals?
No, actually no.
No?
No, thank you very much. Oh, that was a bit of a nightmare
I loved
for
that
CN.
comp.
Yeah, we saw like a 6 Voidling beat a board with double the gold value. But look at this board right here. Dr. O finds...
Wait, what?
What?
That's illegal.
How?
Wait, oh, rolling for days. Did he just send it on 6 and then
he
just
has
found
10
3
gold.
canes?
5% chance and he hits... Okay, this is going to be pretty bad for some of these players out there because we have a lot of people that picked up Fine Vintage, most likely angling for melee compositions.
This is so nice because it stabilizes him on stage 3 because he just has a 2-star cane. And then he's playing Ghostly anyway with a +1, so you can kind of slot it into your board. You can find room to just play this cane.
Yeah, I mean, you're also just taking a look at maybe even being able to like swap out something else, get the Morgana in later, keep the Sage. That's wild, actually.
Once he can put items on this thing, like he does have like Edge of Night.
Oh, there it goes.
Like, this is a 2-star cane on stage 3. Like, might as well put some items on it and just win your rounds, preserve a ton of HP.
Oh my god, people are going to take such a heavy hit here, especially looking at Asta and Bintum that are still on lost streaks. If they run into a board like this, they could be in for a world of hurt when it comes down to how much HP they lose.
The question kind of becomes, do you pivot into Reapers or do you just play the comp, but just now with the 2-star cane?
You definitely just play the comp. He has the extra Ghostly, so he can go 6 Ghostly and on level 7 and then roll for Zoe. The crazy thing to me is that he still has rolls. He found that within 9 rolls. A cane 2 on level 6.
I didn't even notice that.
That's just...
Oh, God.
Well, there's at least one on the carousel.
Yeah,
you know,
everybody's starving for canes. They're going to be chomping at the bit to go get that one. Asta might take it away. He just wants the belt on there. And so another cane gone.
Bintum actually picked up a Galio, so that'll help out the comp a lot when he actually wants to cash out this fortune.
Yeah, and a couple big other hits for the forecast is going to be Li Tuchuan. He's playing Fine Vintage, finds the Lee Sin early. Usually you don't want to take the AP, but you can turn it into a support item. So we'll be paying close attention to what the support item roles actually are. You know, there can be some pretty bad ones here, and Bintum actually... Did he cash out? No.
No, the Latent Forge.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Latent Forge comes in. Infinity Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, Wits End, Ludens Tempest. I mean, Infinity Force seems like kind of the obvious choice when we're looking at the Fortune into potentially Kaisa based on what's on the board right now.
Yeah, I think Infinity Force has to be the option here. When you're playing this composition, you just want as many items as you possibly can, and putting on a backline isn't really that bad. It's not ideal, it's not the best value, but you can go with it.
Well, this cash should be coming up, so we are going to get a chance to see that. But Bindum has lost a substantial amount of HP.
Yeah, runs into double as well. He's at the top of the lobby, 3 win streak, no secret why. That is a very strong Storyweaver board right there.
Oh, and it's going to come down to what Bintum actually cashes out. Personally, my favorite for the 50 stack is going to be that Blacksmith's Gloves. It goes great on someone like Silas that can flex a lot of different items. But there are some low roll ones as there. If you hit the wrong artifact, which is a possibility, and the wrong support that come together, it is a risky play. But Bintum needs the points.
Quietly, Dish Soap has been just winning every single round. He started at 80 health because this was risky moves, and he's on a 9 win streak playing around those kind of invokers that you were talking about. Has the 2-star Loon.
Yeah, and he also has built an army. So what we're looking at is 3-star Loon angle into Exalted. Now, this is a very, very fun line. It's almost completely uncontested, and it does massive damage to enemy backliners. So if you're backline-centric comp, you might be shaking in your boots.
Yeah, alongside him, you know, double at the top of the tables, as we said, on a win streak. He just needs 3rd or better in order to make it happen, and we should be seeing this cash out coming very soon from our Fortune players.
Yeah, Asta's really close as well, as yet to get that lost streak snapped, but once again in kind of a similar boat as Bintum, where you've taken so much HP, and we're going to see Bintum actually be able to get that cash out beforehand. Let's get a look at the Wolves as well. There's going to be a big cash out here.
That's nice, at least to start with that.
Oh, but it's only a 40 cash out. I was a little bit surprised. I think he might have had to take his Fortune off to avoid breaking some streaks here. But this is not going to be ideal. It's going to be very dependent on what are the forecasts he hit.
Duplicator and a lot of money. He has a pair of Kai'Sa's, pair of Gallios. It's a good start.
Yep, the Galio taking off the carousel. It's going to be nice to be able to get that upgrade just in case, but Wolves will help out a little bit to see if you can get some extra items, some extra gold. And then pair of, let's see.
Oh, that's disgusting. We hate to see that.
That's what I wanted to say. In this composition, the best possible solution for you is actually to get more items. The duplicators and the gold aren't really all that important. You usually have it because of the lose streak, but not finding the items to fill the comp out is kind of bad news, especially not getting that IE.
Yeah, if he can pair the Udyr and duplicate it to Udyr 2, that might be a good stabilization point, but it looks like he might have to use this duplicator on one of the 4 costs because he rolls all the way down, doesn't find the Kai'Sa or the Galio, and we see it used on the Kai'Sa.
Needs to stabilize now. 10 loss streak, already 22 HP. On the other side, I think Asta has hit the perfect amount of support items here. The Moonstone is the best one. Attack speed for the kill. You need a little bit of it. And because you're all clumped up, the Randuin's going to work as well.
And Asta looks like he's cashing out in this next round, so a little unfortunate for him to run into Bintum, who just cashed, so he gets kind of smacked pretty hard by Bintum. But now it's a 50 cash out. As you were saying, what Bintum was looking for, Asta's got.
Yeah, Asta, we're going to have to look at how that 51 does come up. The tree was shining, so it means it will pop now. And we're going to look across the board. It's going to be gold. Okay.
Oh, and Asta's going to have to pick Augment quick, so he's got his cash out coming up.
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh, Li Tao actually sees a Reaper option. Doesn't actually take it.
There's actually a massive one here coming in for Dish Soap.
Oh, the
potentially for Umbral. Oh, he found it.
Umbral Crest.
So
pick up.
I have never actually seen this before, but this game he has a chance to go 9 Umbral for 75% HP execution.
Here's the cash from Asta. We end up seeing a Tactician's Crown being the pickup. He still has one little present to collect, and it is just a little bit more gold. In fact, it was a Galio, so that actually makes the board. Asta is looking for that. He's playing Fine Vintage, Storyweaver, played the Fortune cash out, and now it's all coming together with 7 Story online, and a bunch of these Fine Vintages have popped. Couple more cooking on the bench.
16 HP. He does have the strongest board for now, but we're going to have to be looking around these lobby and trying to find who might actually outcap him here. First off is Lee Sao. We haven't checked on his support items for a while. Actually finds pretty good ones coming in for the Reaper side. You can also play Fine Vintage with Reapers, but it generally is considered a weaker option.
Yeah, finding, you know, both Shred and Wound from these support items. So it's helpful, but yeah, as you're saying, it's not as terrifying as this Kale with the Zeeks and the Randuin's tanking everything up. I mean, it's just definitely, you're like, oh, okay, you've got some utility there. That's kind of nice.
Reapers are generally considered a burst composition, and support items rarely provide you with offensive power. They're more about defensive ability. That's why they typically fit with duelists a little bit better, but I guess he, you know, didn't really hit the units to fit the line.
Yeah, and Lei Chuan, we were talking about hitting units. We just got a quick look there. Had the Lilia too. Actually, very good-looking Mythic board. Did just take a loss, so we'll see kind of how that continues to play into this lobby, since some players like Bintam and Asta, both very strong off the Fortune cash-outs.
Dr. O found the Ghostly Augment, though, so that's going to help out a little bit. Double 61, also
4,
leaning a bit more into the Ghostly, too, with that 4 Ghostly from the 2 emblems. So, wow.
It's a weird synergy lineup, right? 4-4-4 is not something we see too frequently.
No.
It does work out, but unfortunately, I think Double 61 actually has a lower hand when you compare it to Dr. O here. He's already sitting on 6 Ghostly, has one of the best 4-2 augments in Haunted House. So I'm not sure what Double can realistically play for. He does have the HP advantage, so maybe just a tempo game plan.
Yeah, it looks like he's able to still beat Li Sao, who is quickly bleeding out here on a 6-loss streak. Going to be a really tough spot for him with his Reaper Fine Vintage. Double, even if his spot was worse than Dr. O, he saves so much HP. If he can hold on, he just needs 3rd to get into check.
That's true. And it was also tough for Li Cao because Dr. O actually had that Cane 2 so early, right? So not actually even being able to upgrade that either doesn't feel good.
Asta gets the Aurelia for the story.
Wild.
He also needed that shred a little bit, so it's absolutely great find for him. He's going to be able to cap out his board. I think for the Story Weaver board, the most important thing is still you need to push those levels. A lot of the power comes in with the legendaries, Rakan for the extra resistances, and Wukong also fits your board. So we'll probably see him going down that route.
All right, Li Sao in a lot of danger. Has not been able to find Cane 2. I think, Dr. O finding Cane 2 early definitely hurt him, but he does get it. So this is the opportunity to come back. Also, these are pretty good support items for the Cane, having the Banshees, having that Aegis in the front, and also having the Edge of Night. This is a big thing for capping out the Cane board.
Yep, does find all the items he needs here. I still think he's a tad bit weak for this powerful of a stage 4. It's going to really come down to positioning and if he can wrap. Unfortunately for him, he's just stuck on the Shen here, so not able to get any purchase.
Yeah, let's see if he can actually deal with the other Cane, though, with the AoE. He does get through the Shen, gets through the other Cane, and actually will just get directly to the Zoe. So Dr. O going to take a massive hit from Li Sao.
Wow, that was much more one-sided than I imagined. Ew.
A lot of attack speed coming from just both the Banshees and the Aegis, and I guess that just kind of ends up working out really well, especially because there's even the damage increase from the Eternal Flame.
True, true. Just getting the shred there as well. I kind of underestimate that board. So we're going to have to see the race between, coming in for Dr. O, who's really, really struggling for points, and Double 61 on the top of the lobby. Who can hit those boards? On the other hand, Ning Li, we were talking about this, looking like he was going to be pushing for levels.
Ooh, look at this Soap's board, though.
Yeah, 6 Umbral online.
That's amazing.
2 away from finding this, but I think this orb up here, this is the second part of team building, so it's actually 1 away from a loon here.
Just wants to find it first, but also try to keep some econ, right? Like, you don't want to just necessarily roll all the way down, but this Umbral board is going to have to make sure you can keep up with the rest of the lobby. Luckily, you are running into Li Cao, maybe a little bit more unfortunately. That Cane 2 did just get upgraded, so...
Yeah, pair of Udyrs here as well for Dish Soap. That's a big spike that could come through Umbral Udyr with these items. I think is reasonably strong.
He has the board he's looking for. He just needs to level a little bit more. And I think, we're going into the decision-making point here. Typically, it is the Umbral Crest on the Lilia to deal with Reapers. You want the burst damage in to go and just finish that target off fast.
And we immediately see him selling off the Udyr, right? So he's actually going to be swapping that over, and he just needs to hit that extra Lilia. But it's a very contested line in this lobby, actually. I think there's 2 other Lilia players, and I think both of them were on the Lilia 2. Actually, no, Ning Li only on Lilia 1, but there is a Lilia 2 in the lobby.
Li has the Lilia 2.
Yep.
So this is the way that Ning Li actually won his championship in the CN region. I think it's a massively underplayed composition. You have a lot of tankiness from for Dish Soap, and also it's just you have a lot of stuns. You don't need to focus that much on frontline. Everything can be focused on backline to get your burst damage against those melees.
Yeah, both Dish and Ning Li rolling down at the same time. Both of them looking for Lilia, right? Dish Soap also looking for the Elune, and it looks like he found it. He also picks up this Ornn 2, which is another unit that I think was being looked for by other players in the lobby.
Yeah, it would be nice to get the behemoth
He
up.
sold one. Udyr 2.
Jeez. It's so strong right now. Speaking of strong, Asta on the other side still has this 7 Story Weaver. And I think that Silas is just back there.
And Silas almost got the kill, not quite able to do it. Now that she's still alive, Bintum might just go down. The two Fortune players run into each other, and Bintum gets smacked by Asta.
I feel so bad for Bintum. I think something happened with his fortune. Maybe he skipped around or something, but he ended up cashing out on 46, not the 50 that he was looking for. It was a very bad cash out, only gold, no items, and then the PvE round just fed him a bunch of rods.
Yeah, it was definitely an unfortunate circumstance, especially for a player that has really wanted to get those points. But we'll wait and see if anybody actually puts the lobby into check.
Ning Li has found Hui 2, but not even a Lilia pair on level 8. At least that can try and bail him out a little bit, but he's trying to paint the Annie right now to try and give even more strength. 7 Mythic online.
Actually just sold it.
Okay.
Maybe just preserving those Hui stacks for something else.
Versus double, this is kind of a weaker board, so maybe something Ning Li can hold on against, but he needs first to enter check, and this board does not feel like it cuts it in this lobby.
He does have a Wade 2, though. I do want to mention that out. That's very strong with 7 Mythic right now. The only problem, I think, is he actually low-rolled a little bit on his support item right there. Gets the Spite, which is basically a melee-only support item. Also contested on the Lilia, like we talked about. Still not able to find that, so it's going to take a little bit of time for him to ramp up. On the other hand, I think the big story here is Asta. 6 win streak, still pulling ahead.
It's a great fortune cash out from him, and I love that, you know, Fine Vintage into the fortune, so he gets all those extra components that you were saying you need for Fine Vintage to set up this beautiful Fine Vintage Storyweaver line, the comfort zone for Asta playing around the Storyweavers.
This is the VN special. You don't get a spat, whatever. We'll still play the Storyweaver line. That's what YBY1 was doing in Golden Spatula, and it seems like Asta, with the spat, of course, is going to hard commit to that place. The only danger is something like these Morganas coming out with those units so bunched up.
At least Dr. O is actually fighting up against a Ghost, so maybe a little bit less firepower on the other side. But as we take a look at the left, it's going to be Ning Li versus Li Tuchuan.
Yeah, and it's the Lilia 2 versus the Lilia 1, but the Hui makes a big difference. That's a final cast from Lilia. It's too much. Li Tuchuan will be able to hold on against Ning Li, and Ning Li really wanted to put those Lilias back into the pool, but he's not get that win.
Oh, I guess people really do want to see a long game here. There's 3 Lilia players. Ghostly showing up here. That could be big.
Gosh.
For both Double 61 and Dr. O. Who's going to get it? Is Lisa going to deny
it?
Hero of the lobby. Salute.
Yeah, does not let 8 Ghostly come to fruition in this one.
Could technically use it also, to be fair.
Yeah,
if you have the cane, maybe just put it on something else.
I'm going for the hero narrative.
Okay,
He wants a long day. He doesn't want EMEA walking away with the championship too early. I want to make sure Panda hears this in the caster room.
Yeah, well, Double is on a 5-loss streak, 10 HP. His board was definitely struggling, and we're going to take a look at it now. This feels tough in the lobby. I feel like a lot of players are much stronger, and Double needs to finish 3rd. There's a lot of players on death's door, but one of them is Asta, and he's just winning everything.
Yeah, so you're taking a look at like the bottom 4 players, and at that point, 10 HP and below, this could be multiple eliminations in this next round, depending on how the matchmaking goes. I wouldn't want to run to Dish Soap or Asta.
I think Double 61 is unfortunately going to go out here. His front line we were talking about, it was the lower hand.
Oh, it's Asta.
Doesn't have any restart.
No.
You jinxed it.
Oh, Asta la vista, Double 61. This is not going to look good for him.
His front line is bunched. It's going to be a one-shot. Oh, and misses the Alawi.
The Alawi juked it, able to dodge back, try and buy some more time. Morgana not really getting it done as a main carry, and we're going to see Double go down. So we will not be seeing check for him. Looking to extend our tournament a little bit longer.
Ooh, Dr. O's dead too.
Oh, he does fall.
He high rolled so hard on the cane and then gets contested by Double.
Wait,
I feel so
Double is also dead.
Double ends up in 5th, gets a couple extra points there, will inch him ever closer.
The 3 Ghostly players hold hands, go out together, and then all the hopes are left on Ning Li. If you want to just get that, set 12 sneak peek faster, it's down to Ning Li.
That's true. If Ning Li does not go first here, we're at least getting towards our 5th game, but Ning Li still has a chance to enter check if he can beat both Asta and Dish Soap.
Well, is going to be Li Tuchuan versus Dish Soap, and then Asta versus Ning Li. A really good Zephyr positioning here from Ning Li to make sure that it was the Tom Kench that actually took that instead of a backline carry.
Yeah, massive play there. Ning Lee still just on the 1-star Lilia though, and Asta having so much power with the Story Weavers. The Hui keeps it close, but not close enough. Ning Lee gonna take a big hit. On the other side, Dish Soap able to take down Li Tuchuan.
Li Tuchuan was also contested on those Invokers, so didn't really hit, and we see all of the people holding hands going out. Ning Lee still with 7 HP. But how is he going to get past Asta? Let's take a look at his board. He still needs the Lilia 2 to make it through. And, you know, talking about weird outs right here, it is potentially possible for maybe a Mythic to pop out here.
Sure.
That would probably be the best out we could see here. But he's stuck on level 8. He can't even get that 10 Mythic, even with the Sentinel.
Yeah, it's very tough for Ning Lee, especially since, you know, we just see the power, the 6 Umbral, this Exalted comp that, you know, you had mentioned a couple of times as something that was being played in CN. We had not seen it yet in Dish Soap, of course, knowing that line, able to go into it. And on the other side, Asta in the comfort zone once again, 1st or 8th player very heavily. And this is that kind of style, playing the Fortune plus the Story Weaver with Fine Vintage, going all the way down to very low and then winning out.
This is at least his 4th game of Story Weaver so far. I believe it's actually his 5th.
Yeah, I think so.
A lot of games.
If you're able to put the time in to win Trick, a lot of people do not know the Fine Vintage Story Weaver line.
Wait, Asta versus Dish Soap, one of them is actually going to end up getting their win streak broken here.
Yeah, it's possible that Dish Soap can actually take out Asta, but the Zephyr there onto the Alloon will slow down the initial damage, and that might buy enough time for the Kale as we see the front line getting deleted. Udyr buying a lot of space, but at the end of the day, there's so many units still alive for Asta as it's only the Alloon remaining, and Ning Lee losing to the Ghost will go out in 3rd, so we're at least getting 5 games today, everybody. There's no check yet.
I feel like Ning Lee even knew the writing was on the wall, actually went to go watch the other showdown that was happening. Dish Soap shook his head. He knew he wasn't going to be able to win that matchup, but we've got one more shot here. Dish Soap finding the Silas 2.
Well, it still looks like a Silas 1 here. The big thing about Asta's board is he has so many backliners. The Alloon is very ineffective. It targets the line with the most HP, and if you look at that backline, it's just too difficult to take out the carries.
Yeah, and it's just going to be that Azir 1 not having enough damage to add to the Alloon, and so the Alloon's not able to get the job done. We see the cast, it hits the backline, it does a lot, but the Knight's Vow also providing that Omnivamp, that extra tankiness, making it very tough for the Alloon to get through. Udyr tanking up quite a bit, but he's not targeting the Kale. Now he's down. The Kale keeps healing every little bit of damage the Alloon does. It's far too slow. Dish Soap gonna take a big hit, and Asta, I think, is gonna be able to run away with this.
Wow, what an amazing game from Asta coming in here. It's still not done. I like what Dish Soap did. He placed his Udyr as the only unit in front and wanted to use the Revive to block off one of those Kale shots, but the cadence was just a little bit off. The Kale didn't actually target and get stuck on the Udyr here. Now he has another chance to maybe try with the set 2. We've seen this before. The assassination of the Kale would end this decisively for Dish.
He can't afford it though.
No. It's just going to be a set 1 on the board. Comes down to a little bit more positioning. The Alawi there from Asta on the front line, hoping that it's going to be able to hit something impactful as they enter into what's potentially the final combat.
Got the Udyr with the Zephyr. That's going to slow it down, but I wonder if Udyr can maybe wrap now. When we see this charge come through, he gets towards the Aurelia, doesn't get close enough to actually grab on. So once again, Udyr can't quite make it, but now
with the
Tiger Stance on the Aurelia. This might be the way to win, but the Sentinel,
going forward,
the hero Sentinel comes back and saves it. Dish Soap will fall. Asta with the full win out. Our 1st or 8th hero gonna grab a 1st in this one.
That was such a cool outsmart play right there. In the previous rounds, he was always Zephyring for that Alloon 3, but in the last round, he knew how Dish Soap was positioning and took away the assassin. The only chance that Dish Soap had to win that.
Can't believe they called him the underdog coming into this tournament. Can't believe it. I think he's proving everybody wrong here, and especially with a composition, a line that he's so comfortable with.
I just want to say, I was also fed a lot of information from the Vietnamese players, and it's not just me.
Walk it back, walk it back.
I'm happy to be surprised. I'm happy.
Well, let's go ahead and let our analysts break this all down after this short break.
Not been able to find key.
welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tacticians crown. 3 games have already happened, and it's honestly feeling a little bit like this day is just zooming past us. We know from history it could be over in 4 games, but possibly not today. We're going to get to that in just a little bit, but coming back to this game that we just saw there, a little bit of a variety. We got those Sentinels out, a couple of players voting for that, and as soon as we saw them, I looked at Asta hitting that Story Weaver, and I said, he's going to win this lobby. Historically speaking, our Story Weaver player.
A little bit of force variety in this case with the Sentinel portal, and you're looking at who is actually voting for this portal, who wants this portal, who wants to throw a wrench in everyone's plans. One, the players at the very low end of the standings who need to have this high variance game to try and climb back up, even out the points coming to game 4 and potentially a deciding game 5. And then also someone like Double who says, hey, I'm on 16 points, I have a 3rd place, I can make it into check, I need to find a line that's uncontested and not allow other players to grief me because they're in different Sentinel lines. The vote comes through, Double's the victor, but lo and behold, he gets contested by Dr. O.
Yeah, they were playing like very tempo lobby and very strongly, and you mentioned Makes Asta. He was playing with Bintium, the more loose trick line, and then trying to go for a good cash out. In the end, Bintium lost, and it was very tough for him, but Asta was the one who merged with the great victory and a lot of catch out.
The thing that stood out to me from this lobby was particularly how slow it was played, right? You had 2 Fortune players, you had 3 Vine Vintage, we had the Stim Pack as well, right? You had Disho taking team building, so many players aiming from the get-go to say, I'm not playing for the right now, I'm playing for the future. Ultimately, it culminated, though. It came to a head towards the end where we saw so many capped boards. Asta, though, because of that Fortune cash out, was able to cap ahead of them.
Honestly, I think, like you're saying, it comes a little back to those augments. Specifically in this event, I feel like we're getting a lot of gold and prismatics. One of the only lobbies we're seeing with like silver, back to back. And then in that lobby, Dr. O, just out of nowhere, stage 2, finds a Kane 2 and starts to bully the entire thing.
I think with that low tempo as well, someone like Double who didn't find any 3-star upgrades on a reroll line with the 6 Ghostly and the 4 Arcanist, stayed alive and stayed healthy for so long coming into stage 4. The one thing he had going for him was that HP buffer, which allowed him to bleed out into a 5th. 3 players died on that same round. He clawed up 2 more points in the standings, putting himself in a very good spot for this next game.
Yeah, there was a loss of Asta against Bintium that was very tough. Also, Dr. O together also was contested, so it wasn't the best. And I really want to recognize Dishop and Ningli. They both played Exalted, and they were able to cap the board, not only using the full elements of the emblem, but also getting that ramp up in power in the late game.
This game in particular, when we're talking about Double Spot, felt a little reminiscent of one of the game 1 games where we saw where it felt like he's committed to a line, he has nowhere else to go, but one way or another, he takes a spot that looks pretty doomed and gets a decent placement out of it. He doesn't quite make it to that threshold that he's looking for, but I think the fact that he was pilot into a 5th was actually pretty impressive of him.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take the cards that you are being dealt. We are going to take a look at our standings here. Going into this game, Ningli needed a 1st place. Double 61 needed 3rd or better. None of these players made that feat, but this now also means that we have 4 potential players that can make check this game.
Not just that, but very easy to make it. Pretty much all of the top 3 players need to dodge the 8th place. Dish Soap, we mentioned top of show, is historically a player that never gets 8th places. Yesterday he got 3, has to be very careful. Not play Story Weavers maybe in this next game. And look at the divide there as well. Asta at 17, 5th place on 11. The one, I think, great thing to see here for all of our viewers at home is that there are 4 different regions represented who can definitely make check in this next game.
And I think we will see that the 4 players in the bottom will go for variance once again, and the 4 in the front, they only need to get 3 points, as you say, at the most. So they will go for a portal more simple, something more maybe boring.
You jinxed it. It's crap rate.
It's over now. Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Yeah, I know it's your favorite. It's not the player's favorite.
Here's the thing: the reality of the checkmate format is those players on the bottom, the cards are still in their hands. They're in control. If you go 1-1-1 for the next 3 games, this game's not over, right? So you may have all these players that enter check into the next game. Like you mentioned, we could have 4 players going into check. It doesn't mean that it's over yet, even for those players at the bottom.
All right, well, we won't have our final winner after game 4, but what we will have is potentially a lot of contestants for that exact game. Our casters are already over there celebrating. They won Crab Rafe last I heard. We're going to have a stern talking to them. Over there, Necra, Clement, and Casanova ready to take game number.
I'm with you, Clement. I'm with you.
Please no Crab Rafe. Because Crab Rafe is very favorable to specific compositions. There's tons of resources. I know you like the crazy stuff, but I don't like Reaper Duelists, like, you know.
Okay, Scuttle Puddle. Compromise.
It's kind of the same. How about
no,
this?
it's
Okay.
not.
We won't
You
have
don't
like
have to
35
do
artifacts this time.
How about
We'll reduce
3
the artifacts.
champions? How about 3 champions? Anyone down for 3 champions? Nobody?
So boring.
Okay. I'll join in then. Crab Rafe, let's go. Put the music on.
You know, though, we ended up having in that last game a lot of these players picking Wandering Sentinels just to be able to have those emblems. And this time around, not going to be there. Okay, you wanted 3 champions. I give you Golden Gala. Is that okay, Clement?
That's good enough.
Clement's
I
happy
really
with
like
these.
it. You
Yeah.
know? Golden Gala, I think it's one of the best ones for those melees that we're talking about. You get Grim Harvest, you get Keepers. Those are 2 big things to look for.
It's good for Luxiana as well. Opens up some decent power there.
What is nice, though, about being able to potentially have Golden Gala here is that you know that all of those augments are going to be pretty powerful, and there are 4 players right now that are in striking distance of being able to hit check, put the lobby into that position. So I feel like it gives you some really nice flexibility when it comes down to what you can actually play to guarantee that top 4.
100%. I mean, 3 of the players only need a 7th or better. It's really, you know, the don't go 8th is a very scary curse.
Don't say
but
that.
It does mean that we'll at least have some players make it to check on this game.
Yep. The thing about Golden Gala is you can get those trait-specific combat boost augments here. So if you commit early and 3-2 rolls around, you already have the emblem. It's a very nice spot for you. And Dish Soap might be going into the Fated line. This is kind of an interesting thing. One of the top things about our finalist players is they actually performed very, very well on Fated. Fated was 3.5 AVP on day 2.
Well, even we heard from Double 61 that he actually ended up playing a game of Fated that he didn't think he would actually play, but found the right spot for it.
Yeah, I think he was able to go first in that one, or at least it was a very high placement. And one of the big parameters of finding that for the early game is finding that Thresh, and I think it's a really good way to have a lot of power, get the win streak, and get a lot of resources in the early stages of the game.
You do need to start stacking that Dryad early. So what we've seen is Rek'Sai, the best 1 cost. If you have that 2-star, Fated line might be an option for you, and Kindred 2, of course, the better option. If you get it, Fated is still a good line.
Double has an opportunity here to get a Malphite 2 already. Has a Kha'Zix in the shop as well, but with this Kiana, at least you know you have the opportunity to buy that out, get that 2-star, and then even buy this Kha'Zix if you end up getting drop some gold.
Just seeing if he can sell up to 10 or not, but instead it's just going to be buy out of the shop, go for the early Heavenlies. The Malphite upgrade is nice. Kiana is nice.
Oh.
Kind of play that early, and we'll see these augment selections as Double is offered Fortune, which we'll see. He didn't exactly have the best spot to take the crest, but we could see.
Li Tuchuan has Storied Champion as an option.
We saw it kind of hit and miss, right? I think it went first and it went 8th in 2 separate games.
It's so consistent, though. I feel like it's a very hard to pass up there, and, you know, he rolled the Fortune. He didn't have any Fortune unit, so he moved away from it on Double 61. But this is what Double 61 and Canvas, the cousins, are known for, playing for high cap. But we're not going to see it for this time. He doesn't really need that high of a cap to check.
Well, speaking of high cap, though, do you remember the last time Dish Soap ended up getting Epoch?
Oh,
ended up having that 3-star sniper in the backline of Felios, that one.
Yep.
Thank you. I was like, wait, it wasn't an Ashe. We've seen some 3-star 4-cost not do very well, but yeah, the Aphelios was great.
Yeah, Epoch into Ashe. Usually we thought, oh, that's definitely just going to be Lilia, but he ended up playing in the sniper line. I thought it was a really cool game from Dish Soap when he needed it most, right? That was his qualifying game, trying to go late. Here, he just needs to make it 7th or better, but I think Epoch is a good way to have a very solid board, and even if you don't hit super hard, you'll have kind of a middling composition.
And we have to remember, the players at the top, they just need to check. Extra points beyond check doesn't give you anything. So you just want to make sure you have a composition that is very stable and steady, most likely uncontested. For the players underneath, though, they will be going for riskier comps. They need the points to enter the 20 check mark.
Bintim actually picks Call to Adventure That's really interesting because we actually ended up seeing that on the other side. And I was wondering, I was like, whoa, Bintum, one of those players that really needs to start turning things around. Storyweaver could very well be one of the ways to do it.
Yeah, it's a great way to do it. And seeing a couple other commits throughout the lobby, we just saw Lei Tuchuan being on the Ghostly, the Haunted House. So that's an early commit to a Ghostly line, whether that's going to be Xena reroll or if it's going to be Zoe, Zyro, which we've seen a lot more of. That could be that. Or we also have Double committing onto the Enter the Dragon and potentially playing around the Janna.
I really like what Double did there. He saw his items was a Nasher and instantly sold the tank line on the left to pick up the Ari pair, have something to play around. Also saving some gold right there. Really nice early stage 1 plays.
Yeah, and actually has the Exalted in as well, so even if he's going to be losing a couple of combats here with a weak board, can start to figure out ways to spike it later with that accumulated XP.
So a couple interesting boards here. One is the Haunted House. You don't usually want to pick this on 2-1. It only comes into effect when you have 4 Ghostly. So usually when people pick this, it's from a strong win streak position. Li Tuchuan going to try his luck anyway. And on the other hand, Bintum going for the Storyweaver line I think is very interesting because, as we all know, Call to Adventure can be very risky. If you do not hit the Storyweaver emblem later on, you can be stuck rolling a long time for Aurelia on level 8.
Yeah, another cool just call out, we have Too Much Candy duelist setup for Ning Li. This is one of the ways that we saw a lot of North American players and in the Americas playing for it. Sox in particular was one who was playing it quite a bit. And so it's another way when you don't get keepers, you see Too Much Candy, it's still a way to get into the line.
Absolutely. Worked out really well for Sox too. Ended up playing, I think, to like a 1st or 2nd place with that augment. So we'll have to see if it ends up working out for them. But Dr. O on the other side, another player that's really hoping to actually be able to try to get some more points in this lobby. I know he's just kind of like looking at how that combat was going, but as we enter into the next carousel, maybe there's some opportunities here.
Support items.
There's so many support items.
Hey, Clement, I heard you liked variants.
Not really. If you see these support items, it means that someone might be going into the Reaper Duelist lines a little bit more, and we already have a Too Much Candy. So for Ning Li, I think this is a huge one. If he can get, I would say the Knight's Vow here is probably the best.
Locket's good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see that one.
they're both good options, but yeah, Locket probably going to be the best one.
A lot better. Yeah, you're right.
Dishop picks up the Obsidian Cleaver, so that's a fun one. I like the Knight's Vow, though. I feel like that's one of my new favorite artifacts.
Yeah, you just get some like 200 HP, some
I like
vamp.
All right, on board with Bintum. He got the Randuins, which is pretty nice for the Storyweaver's composition. It's relatively easy to kind of stack up that composition and get that on everything, especially because you have a bunch of units that are not particularly tanky on their own, but by giving that Randuins all around, it's kind of a, all as one to make that tank line.
Yeah, we just saw Asta do this.
Put it on the correct unit as well. So the thing about Sivir is that she gives attack speed to all adjacent units, not only on that row. So you can put them bunched up like this. And what we saw actually in the Golden Spatula in APAC is Bintum actually likes this line with keepers as well. A very strong grouping that can win streak.
Well, it's huge to be able to pick up the Randuins if he finds that, because just how that compounds together is just an immense tank line.
Slamming coming in from Dr. O. It looks like he's going to be contested once again, just not having a very good run of things. Yeah. Reaper line might be open, so we'll see if he goes there instead.
Yeah, Reaper definitely going to be open, and he does have slams that can lean towards Reaper, and we'll see if that stays open, as frequently we have been seeing players kind of pivot into it, even though it's generally something we see people kind of commit from the start. And maybe all these kind of tailored augments is not going to make it as easy as we got Dish Soap on the win streak.
Yep, on the win streak, and what was really unique about that is there's actually not Faded in it at the moment. He's just still going to be sticking to Epoch, but remember when we were taking a look at like the Thresh that was sitting on the bench, not Faded right now, is going to be more of a Storyweaver and Arcanist angle.
Yeah, Selzit tries to play a little bit of a cheaper board, not playing as many 3 costs on it. He does still have the Zoe though, so it's a little bit more expensive, but 24 gold, full win streak, goes into Lei Tuchuan, which I think is going to be an easy win for Dish Soap here with this Ari. Ari's such a good early game carry. Though, Ghostly can be a little bit scary. There's a lot of stacks. It's just not quite enough.
Still only a couple Ghostly, though.
No set is found for Li Tuchuan's board. I'm really doubting this type of strategy. When you play this type of reroll, you either want to accumulate a lot of gold in stage 2 or you want a strong win streak. He has neither, so could be pretty dicey. Double, meanwhile, with the Into the Dragon, actually finds the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Li Sao also able to do the full loss streak as well as double. They both on 5 loss going into this. Dr. O actually was able to do a win streak. I think he may have lost to Dish Soap in the first round and then 4 win streak after that.
Yeah, but Double also has 50 gold to work with. So after Krug
He's
going
rich.
into like that 3rd stage, I would love to see how he's able to upgrade this board.
Yeah, finding the Lee Sin early to go with the
So
Dragon, as you were saying, is just incredibly good. It's a nice pivot point, right? Because he's going to level up, potentially roll down a bit for the reroll composition, and he's already got some powerful units on the board.
A lot of people think that Lee Sin is this bruiser melee fighter, but he's actually great as a tank unit. He has great disruption, he has great utility in terms of just stopping the frontline tanks from casting. And, you know, if you look at his resistance, is extremely, extremely high. So I think Double is going to lose a couple more rounds, but later on, see a second augment and start rolling.
You did get the Diana. Yeah,
Diana
re-leveling
as well.
now, but Diana for the 3 Dragon Lord.
Solid just to get more value out of the augment, especially once this level up comes through and he tries to roll down to upgrade the composition. Looks like it's 1 more loss here, and then we'll see if he decides to kind of roll on 6 for a while and play around the reroll Janna, or if he tries to push to 7 to reroll for the 3 cost a little bit more. So Asta on the other side. Another player who's knocking at the door of Czech, just needs a, I believe, 6th or better, whereas the other 3 just need a 7th.
He is the best for APAC right now, but I have to say this support item not looking so hot as he gets the big gem. Typically, you want a lose streak when you see a 2-4 encounter carousel coming up. And Jisop loses his streak to Dr. O here. Those were the 2 streaking players. Dr. O going to find the better of Dish.
Here we go. 2nd augment. Those are some easy lock-in choices for a couple of our players. Asta actually picks up the Umbral Crest, double 61 with the Combat Caster, and Bintum, after picking up that Randuin's Omen, gets Keepers.
So he found it! Oh, what a big hit!
hit!
That's massive. So Dr. O ends up taking Combat Caster. You know, the most picked gold augment of the tournament is incredibly strong. So Dr. O on that win streak, going to find even more power for himself, and Combat Caster for double as well. It's the Orin 2 on level 6.
This isn't good enough. Look at him shaking his head. He rolled down to below 10 gold and only has 1 Janna. He's locked into this line. I'm not even sure the Orin 2 is enough to stabilize him.
Is there a world that you start to pivot out? Your Combat Caster, you just don't play around into the Dragon for the rest of the game and you try and push?
I think when you've rolled so much gold, you have to roll to get yourself out. He's also playing lose streak, so he doesn't have the HP to go on further. It's just a very unfortunate spot here. And, you know, there is a world where we go into the 4th game and Double still has not checked.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? He's down to 10 gold. He was able to sell a little bit, so he's not fully down to 0 for this econ, but Double just has to avoid 8th place, and a full miss on the roll down is terrifying.
You guys actually cursed him at the top of the game where you're like,
hey, sorry, Panda. Hey, sorry, Panda. Sorry, Mates. Yeah.
I do like that he's holding on to Exalted here. He knows that he probably has to scrounge something together and just move on. I don't think he has a chance to really pivot out with the spot he's given. And Ningli, great find here. It's basically perfect. We've talked about how you want to play the duelist line. It's actually all about the defensive stats. So you have the time to get those extra attack speed from the trait itself.
Yeah, but you have the locket next to the unified resistance.
That's massive.
Yeah, I just saw
Big
him have
combo.
a death cap, and then I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, the death cap's a little bit.
Well.
I mean, there's also another rod on the bench. Yeah. I mean, you were hyping him up. I'm with you, man. I'm excited.
Give
That's
him
a lot of
party
rods
hat and an
for this,
archangel.
duelist comp.
Don't worry.
Party hat and an archangel.
Yeah. He's
Ningli,
going on an adventure.
I like it though. We're balancing things out. Karma is equalizing the top in our lobby. You know, Jisop, Ningli, they might be running into a little bit of trouble. This is definitely going to be a low roll from Ningli, and I think he might be considered rolling back into Reapers that at least has an AP out in the Silas and the Kindred.
Double's actually able to find a couple of wins here. See how long it's able to keep up as we enter into our next carousel. There's a Lilia, a Lee Sin, and there's also a Silas here for some important 4 costs that might be able to give a little bit of a power spike here, especially because Double 61 actually did have 1 Silas at least.
Yeah, he pairs the Silas. He gets a sword for the Shojin, which is kind of, I think, what he was looking for in this spot. So definitely a nice pickup for him to try and turn some things around since it wasn't going that well. I'm interested in Lee Sao as well, down on an 8 loss streak at this point. 50 gold, level 6. Scoreboard scrapping, though.
There is a lot of comeback potential, but I do feel like a lot of players are actually angled towards the Reaper line coming in here. We also have another Reaper player in the lobby potentially.
Well, he has the little buddy, so he's really hoping that like this Kayn is going to show up and stat. At the very least, maybe you just have this Lee Sin for now to be able to hold those items until you're able to get that primary carry.
Exactly. Those are not Lee Sin items at all, so he's definitely going to hard angle for Reapers. And I think Scoreboard Scrapper does fit a little bit better. You can use the AD and also the AP.
This is the epoch we expected from Dish Soap before he went into the Ash in that previous time when he qualified for the top 8. Finds a Lilia on 7 alongside a Nautilus, so pairing them up, it's perfect to try and be able to push to 8, roll down and hit it, because you definitely want to be able to push levels, try and go towards 9 with this composition, and Epoch helps you do that.
Just don't go bottom 2 is the name of the game for Dish.
Oh no. Gotta just say play for top 4.
Equal opportunity cursing, right?
Yeah,
If we're gonna curse double, we have to curse Dish Soap as well.
Just don't go 8th, just don't go 7th, you know? No, you gotta look on the bright side. Play for those top 4s. Play for the wins.
So far, so good. He actually is going for a completely uncontested Lilia spot, so I don't think he can low roll that hard. He already he has the Nautilus. Hear me out. He has the Nautilus. He has the Lilia. Okay, it's
Yeah,
that's
you're
stage
right.
3.
No, you're right.
That's pretty high roll already.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's a very good spot. He still has Epoch, right? He's going to be getting more XP. He's going to be getting more rolls.
True.
Lots of ways to continue to improve the board. Golden Gala not going to throw any wrenches into his plans with the Prismatic, making things crazy. Encounters over. Those can get things crazy.
Wait, we haven't seen stage 4 yet, so.
Lisa definitely angling for that Reapers right there.
Right, still can't find the Kayn though. That's why the Lee Sin is in there, just to be able to hold the items. And so yet to be able to actually roll down some of that gold. Staying at 50, that's so risky when he's already at the bottom of the lobby with 41 HP.
The Kayn might be fine, but I'm surprised he doesn't have like the Kindred or the Yone.
Yeah.
Those
Not holding
units, not naturally in them at all. And stage 3 is a little bit suspicious.
Bintum is just blasting people, by the way, because of how tanky his board is due to the keepers with the Randuins. Nothing dies, so he's just hitting everyone for like 7 every single time. And he did see a little Lissandra pop up in the shop. We'll see if there's ability to go into that.
We have been seeing a lot of prismatic orbs from these lobbies.
True.
I'm not sure why, so it could be really fun. And Asta going for the Umbral Invoker line. It's been a while since we've taken a look at his line. This is also I would consider a tempo line. You really need to pop off on stage 4. It works well because you can fit 4 Umbral and 6 Umbral, 4 Invoker in on level 8. Excuse me.
It has a lot of gold though, so could be able to see those improvements very soon as Li Cao now is actually going to start to roll down a little bit.
Found a pair
Finds
of
an
Kayns.
Exalted. There's the Kayn too.
Pair of Kayns.
Still missing the Kindred and the Kha'Zix. Is he going to find any of them?
I mean, this is still looking like incredibly tough, and he only has 30 HP, no gold left. I mean, he's scoreboard scrapping, but he's scrapping the bottom of the barrel at this point. He's not really able to find too much.
Yeah, and he's also missing sustain items too. So unless he can find a good, maybe big grab bag to find the items he needs, or this is not gonna push through.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an augment selection and then an encounter, and he's able to find the win against Dish Soap, who is, down to 10 gold. He did roll down on 8, did not actually get the Lilia, but we do see a Rakan on the bench, so potential angles for Dish Soap to continue to improve the board even though he loses that fight.
It's a huge turn for all of these players. Let's see if Dish Soap can find something. Oh, reinforcements.
He re-rolled it though.
Oh, okay.
He has gone higher.
Look at this though. Dr. O is actually finding a Reaper crest. Li Tuchuan finds the Ink Shadow crest as well. That's big for those traits.
Yeah, he could definitely go for the just 2 Ghostly and 7 Ink Shadow line. He's a little bit far off in terms of gold, but that's one of the cap-out boards to get a lot of points back.
Asta went 8, rolled very deep, did not hit a Loon 2. Very tough spot for him, unless he was just able to grab it at the end. No, still on a Loon 1. It's Dr. O, also just on a single Kayn, has not been able to make that a 2-star. So the Kayn's contesting once again and just not finding that unit.
Our Reaper players. I mean, at least he's able to get 4 Reaper in, right? Like, that's still going to be pretty significant alongside the Reaper crest, but still, you got to find the rest of it.
Oh, and if we look here, we have 2 Nautilus 2s for Dish Soap, and he had reinforcements offered. It's interesting that...
Oh, that's from the...
oh, never mind.
It's fake, it's fake.
I got baited by the Capricious gloves.
Yeah.
Capricious Forge.
Could you imagine a 3-star
That would've been
Nautilus?
sick.
Surely, right?
That would have ended the game so quickly.
On the spot. Yeah, it would have been done.
Just so in a very good spot right here. He just needs to, eliminate 2 players. Li Tu-chuan is the one where we're looking if he can go up in the standings. Trickster glasses. This is actually great for Li Sao, because all of your power is in the trait itself and not in the units. So typically, the best benefactor is going to be duelists.
Bad for me. Just got baited by 1. Now there's 2 on every board.
Oh,
so
boy.
we'll see where we go from there. But as you said, right, it concentrated on units, had an item open on the Kayn as well, and I think that's going to be really helpful for these next 3 rounds to try and salvage some HP and find the rest of the board, but actually hitting the Kayn too. So that is a massive pickup for Li Sao.
Definitely going to get him through stage 4, and the big worry here is just the sustain. If you can find the sustain, I think this board is already very much done, and honestly, Dr. O, I feel like he's going to have hard competing.
Oh, especially when you get the crash test dummies.
Ooh, Ningli, it's been a while since we've taken a good look at his board. It does look like he's still a ways off from that Tristana. Usually you want the Kiana, the Tristana, and the Volibear all at 3, but he's rolled all of his gold, and at least 6 copies away on Trist, 4 away from Volley?
I would say he did not have enough candy, realistically, because he's been rolling all of that too much candy and not finding any of these pickups. He's not actually finding the 3-stars, so we'll see if Ningli can actually put it together, or if he kind of gets locked in too much candy jail, where you low roll and then now your reroll costs way too much and you actually can't ever put your board together.
That's a great point. You really need a hit at the start of the stage rather than later.
But there are a lot of players in this lobby that haven't hit. So it is buying some time for these players to have a little bit of breathing room to actually get the rest of their board.
All right, Rakan just kind of sitting on the carousel for a very long time. Dissoap had 1 copy already, but decides the glove is more important. Does have another glove open, so yeah, Thieves Gloves could call out.
Ooh, Li Sao still doesn't have any way to get sustain onto his Kayn. That was a big item he was looking for. Let's take a look at Double. We know he low rolled super hard, but it does look like he has to stick to the line.
Yeah,
this is just a bleed out.
Hitting 2-star 4 cost on 6, and finally he's pushing up to 7. And even though he was stuck there, I guess he was just stuck econing. I guess he just hasn't been able to roll at all. He's just been econing, trying to get up to 7. Very far behind is Lilia 2, finally picked up by Dish Soap, but honestly, that's great. Going into stage 5, you'll have the Epoch come through, and you can start to try and make that push towards level 9.
I think we'll see our first Czech player coming out here. Dish Soap, this spot is unassailable. Compare that to Double on his board. He's still playing with, the Channa 2 coming in.
Yeah, I guess the only downside for Dish Soap is you're stuck on just a Guard Breaker Lilia, right? You don't have the damage or the mana generation on that yet, and your open item components are not good for the unit. So
did I?
Yeah, we do see you kind of jinxing that there, saying Double was in the worst spot, which I agree is still not in a good spot, but he does beat Dish. I think the lack of items on this Lilia really shines through, and we're going to need to see these chickens provide for Dish Soap.
The mana regeneration missing is huge right here.
It's an Annie, though. That'll help out.
Sure does.
I can't believe he doesn't have a tier anywhere.
Yeah, not a single tier.
He did use it on the
adaptive early.
The early. You can play that on the Lilia, but ideally with 4 Invoker, you want the blue buff.
Yeah, now that Annie's holding it too, and without a remover, there's no way to actually get it off of her.
He needs the encounter that gives you either red buff or blue buff.
Oh, you guys are gambling at it. You want the crab raves and the trainer sentinels, and always relying on encounters. Back in my day, we didn't have any of that.
It makes the game fun. Depending on who you ask,
I'm a bit of an old-timer.
Li Tu-chuan has finally gotten the Ghostly together for Ghostly 5 Ink Shadow ends up being the line here, playing around a Kaisa 1, but Haunted House able to get it done here, takes the win over Double. Li Tu-chuan, I still think, kind of in the position that looks maybe most likely to go 8th, with Li Xiao being able to pick up a lot more equity with the time bought by these Trickster glasses.
Yeah, he's not in a great spot. Uncontested Kaisa just can't find it, and ideally he still wants to angle for the 7 Ink Shadow, even with the Haunted House, so he has a long way to go. Whenever someone is stuck on 8, you can't reasonably expect it to be a top 4.
Chickens, though. What you got?
Oh, we're going to need something big here. So Duelist already locked in here, but he's so far away from his
he
street
had
costs.
nothing. What is going on?
What?
3 volleys away. 2 Kianas.
He only has 3 Tristanas in all of this.
Yeah. It's a lot of gold. He did end up selling quite a bit of that left side of the board. There's a Janet 2 rolling now.
A lot of low rolls this game. You know, a couple players already going out. Bintum, for lose streak, does not find any of those emblems that he needed to use. So, you know, I think this is unfortunate, but maybe not overtaking the points.
Ningli's free rolls are done. These cost 1, and he's not even close to hitting anything. He doesn't found anything at all.
Oh, I think I jinxed it really hard. This is the most low roll game we've seen so far. Ooh.
But it's kind of happening across the board. We're seeing a lot of players low rolling.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Ningli has been able to hold on to HP, so he's low rolled like crazy, but he's got 66 HP to work with when everyone else is 39 and down.
Everybody is holding down the fort together. I mean, we were talking about Crab Rave, and maybe it's just all the crabs in the bucket.
Yeah, but this is going to be a stage 5 bleed out from Ningli unless everyone has low rolled so hard that he's still winning with that duelist board.
Yeah.
Double 61. It looks like he's actually going to make it work. After that 3-2 roll down, I thought it was over for him. He was stuck beneath 10 gold, and maybe this gold injection will help.
There we go. Hey, you said you
thank
needed
you.
gold, and there's some gold. Make it happen. Everybody who was at 0, it's going to be so massive to have just a little bit more to try and hit these things that they've been missing.
How much gold was that? 25?
Sao had 50 gold pushing towards level 9, and he just gets a huge injection from there.
I mean, that's a Kaisa 2 with the Ink Shadow Crest of volley, thinking about it. Rolls for something better.
Can he find the Udirs or the Sennas?
No, not able to get it.
He's just stuck rolling on 8. It's kind of the worst feeling you can find this set, and I don't think he has the front line either.
Yeah, the big thing I'm looking at now, though, Asta has kind of quietly fallen very low, and Asta needed a 6th or better to reach check.
Sure
Being
did.
at 16 health here, in danger of falling before that cutoff. Only lost the last round. He's lost kind of win-loss in a lot of the rest of the game. Tichuan ends up going down, so at least the 8th is taken away. Opens the door. Asta just needs to be able to find one more placement, whereas all 3 doubles, Ningli and Dish Soap, just need a 7th or better, and they've got it. So we've got 3 players on check going into the next game.
At least 2 of them are going to make it through right here. Bintum, Asta, very low HP coming into this one. Let's take a look at Asta's board. He does go for the Aurelia, but this is a much weaker version of the Umbral board. You ideally want this board on your level 8 roll down stage 4, not stage 5 going into this.
If he can outlive Bintum, he still checks, and that's all he needs. But if not, he'll be 1 point away.
Oh.
That is the worst feeling in the world in a checkmate format.
Asta has to win this next fight, but it's only an Udyr
double.
1 and a set 1, and it's up against double. Hits
He has
the
an Azir
Zyra
2?
3 and Azir 2.
What? Where did that come from? He went to level 8, hit a Azir 2 when he had the Ornn frontline already. He low-rolled that early game so hard, he gets bailed out at the end stages, and now the frontline's already down. Asta not going to be able to get this. It's just the Alune, the Azir, and the Ornn still alive, and Asta going to be 1 point away from reaching check in this game.
Huge test to the mental here, and I just have to say, kids, if you're out there, remember, if there's an encounter that has Carousel on it, 2-1, don't win streak, don't win streak. Big Gem is not worth it.
Bintum died here as well, so Asta just needed one more round and he would have got it.
That does mean we're going to have double Ningli and Dish Soap all in check,
they're all
though.
checked.
Huge.
And now they just want to score more points to keep the other players off of check, keep them as low points as possible. And so for them, the best outcome is they go 1-2-3 in this game.
Well, Li Cao was the only other player that was close to being able to at least become within striking distance, had 11 points entering into this game. With a first place, would just be that 1 point away,
Yeah.
but still not at that bar.
Would be 2 players guaranteeing check going into game 6 as well.
Yeah. Could be in for the long haul, potentially.
Dish Soap's board is already very complete here. He's got
playing
the...
for Lilia 3.
Yeah, there's
why
no one
not?
stopping
He's
him. Asta's
painting
already
it.
out.
Nobody can stop him realistically. I mean, unless they can get him down before the next time he paints. He just has to find 1 copy. This board looks very good. Epoch paying dividends once again. This time going up against Dr. O, and that's going to be kind of the low roll coming from this Too Much Candy. And I think that the Lilia board is going to have a field day with this one.
I finally found the Volibear 3, but I don't think the party hat is unfortunately going to be enough.
No, and this is just an unfortunate situation. If you look at his 3 stars that he's supposed to be having, only 1 item's on each of them, so it's going to fall down even further. Dr. O also gets knocked out.
Lilia, he hit it.
No way.
He hit
No
it.
way.
He got it right away.
2 more combats. He should be able to survive by then.
Well, that's actually a good point that you call that out, though. He is 2 lives, so there is a world that he doesn't have time to paint it.
It's going to come down to positioning here. Lisa probably the most dangerous one to take a good chunk of HP off of Disop. Let's see if he positions. He has the Everfrost, which is great against the Reapers.
Doesn't move it. No. Kept it central.
Kayn on the right side. Kayn could potentially walk down and end this.
But the Annie's in the right spot for the Kayn, because the Kayn should walk back towards that Annie. That's exactly who you want tanking him very early on. But he does skip the rest of the front line, gets towards the Lilia, and this board is still just way too strong. Dishop's going to take a big hit. He's on 1 life. It's possible that Double on that win streak with the Azir 2 can also find the victory.
I really think he should have moved that Everfrost. Maybe didn't see it on the board right there, but, you know, prevent the worst case situation, because every HP preservation is very important. Lisa was clearly the strongest board there.
Yeah, would have still helped with positioning for something like Ningli too. Ended up hitting him.
Ningli on the Duelist. Let's see if he can fit everything, and the last item for the Volibear is going to be very important as well. Typically, we do see, with the Death Cap, I'm not even sure what the second item would be here with the best one.
Tough. Maybe like a Bloodthirster?
Oh, Epoch rolls?
Oh, yeah, that's possible. Could still just find it naturally. Looks like not quite going to get there. Last few rolls, just an extra item. And the hits on the Nautilus Capricious Forge, very bad for this fight. Not getting a lot of tanky stats. Gambler's Blade and Infinity Force.
Takes the Warmogs just to give the set a little bit of extra longevity.
This is going to be a huge round. If you can make it through, then that's guaranteed. Lilia 3. Who is it going to be? It can't be Lisa again.
Last second swap to get the Annie on the right side here, going up against Double. So this is going to be that Azir 2. If the front line can hold on, I think there's still enough damage to get through Double's board, but this is also an Ornn with some incredibly strong tanky items. Great Nautilus ulti coming through, being able to knock up the backline. It's just up to the Lilia, who's not able to get onto that Azir just yet. The Silas in the backline, but he's walking back to the Annie. That last cast from Lilia almost does it, but doesn't quite get there. Dishop can't find the 3-star. He loses this fight, but he's still in check going into the next game.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter in terms of the results, because once you're in check, points don't really matter. You could take the championship even if you're lower points, but, you know, I wish he would have went out with a bit of style, with a bit of flair.
And also, I mean, each placement is still a lot of cash, so you do kind of want those points for the placements regardless on if you're able to find the win or not. So still, definitely looking to get as many of those points squirreled away as possible.
And this is amazing from Double 61. I thought he was dead in the water on stage 3 too. I'll be honest, everyone else was also rolling pretty hard.
Everyone low rolled, Double low rolled, especially hard early on, but I think him pushing levels instead of committing to the comp worked out, especially with having that Ornn to anchor around. And then, yes, he gets bailed out on level 8, finds the Azir, but, you know, kind of paying him back for the rough early game and then rewarding him for making the correct decision.
It does look like Ningli is going to be able to clean up into Double's backline here. I think he's playing the Ghost.
Kiana
gets the kick.
Whoa! The Azir! Oh, no! Ningli being able to hold on.
Tristana is stuck.
Oh, it's just Janna versus a couple of soldiers.
Janna's going to take everyone out.
I thought those soldiers were actually going to protect that Azir long enough that the Tristana is able to weave that damage back there.
That was such a roller coaster because his Lee Sin and Kiana got hit at the same time, instantly deleted. He still finds the win and stays in there. He was about to take off his headphones.
Yeah, he was ready to go. He was like, all right, I'm done. No, but he's still alive. And the big story left here is Lee Sao, as you were saying, Necro, right? Still can get just so close to striking distance of check that a first here would make you feel so much more comfortable going into the next game.
Yeah, then just an eighth would do it. You'd
Yeah,
be okay.
exactly. Yeah, Nath would do it.
You'd be totally fine, but you would still have to make sure that you withstand through the rest of these 3 players that are at that check. But we have our final 3 still trying to determine the winner of this lobby.
Lee Sao has to do it in 1 strike. He has no sustain on this Kayn. So Kayn only has 1 life to make it through, but he instantly goes through the volley bear. There's no tankiness there, and Ningli cannot stand up even with the triple 3 stars.
Yeah, good positioning, was not focused at all, didn't even see the Edge of Night get popped in that fight, able to find that win. So Lee Sao takes 1 down, and now it's just going to be about facing off against Double at the end here. Double, an absolute beast throughout this tournament. Highest scoring player on days 1 and 2, coming into day 3, trying to continue that trend.
What is this scoreline from Double? 7-7 and at least a 7-point finish again. This is the most consistent player that I have ever seen and performing under so much pressure. Only him in this tournament left for EMEA.
But he can potentially bring it home.
That's
the
what
thing.
counts.
Yes, exactly. It only takes 1. Double also had that Galio in the shop, able to upgrade that immediately to a Galio 2. Very happy to be able to move that into the front line. But, comes down to whether these Reapers can actually do their job. Is this Azir going to have enough time?
Where is this Kayn going to be placed? That's the key thing here. He needs to find a flank, but you see Double is plugging the holes in front of that Azir, making sure the Kayn doesn't have an angle. And because this Kayn doesn't have a sustain, if he doesn't walk directly down, there's just no chance.
Yeah, gets stuck on the orange straight away. Does get the Edge of Night procced immediately by a cast from the Azir. We'll see where he walks. Does get to the back line. Does he go left or right? He goes right. Doesn't get to the Azir, but the Azir doesn't take him down.
Last hit!
Lee Sao going to be able to take this win. Does it take Double out? It does not. Down to 1 life.
But are there any changes that actually help this outcome for Double?
Well, we're looking at the positioning right here. He had a 50-50 when the Kayn came down on the right side. So you can see he's stacking all of his units there. He realizes that he can get focus fire onto the Kayn, then it doesn't really matter. The Kayn only has Ghostly and the extra emblem from Heavenly as his sustain options. I would not say that really is that much. And this time, more importantly, Sunfire on the side of the Azir.
All right, let's see how this fight ends up this time. Once again, stuffing the Kayn right away. You have the Zyra focusing it instantly. That is still a lot of additional damage. They are going to change targets because of the Edge of Night, but Silas jumps out of range. Once again, the Kayn is focused. However, he gets onto the Azir. The cast comes out. It comes out too late. Lee Sao going to find the first, and now he is just 1 point away from check himself.
Great plays from the bottom of the lobby, and all 3 of our top players that were near check also make it in. So could be in for a short day.
We might. We were hoping maybe like 6-7 games, but I'm gonna blame you, Clement, on this one for the low rolls we saw in the lobby.
Now Double, just 1 first place away from becoming the first 2-time champion in Teamfight Tactics. Won the very first championship back in set 3, and now trying to cap that off. Massive performance out of Double 61 so far.
Yep, and he can do it too. One of the highest AVPs coming into the tournament, one of the highest throughout the weekend. Can he get the job done? We're gonna go to our analyst desk, and then when we come back, game number 5 to see if that's the conclusion.
GOAT.
So true.
Welcome back after that last game of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. And honestly, there is a lot we need to break down in this one because just spoiling the fun here, a couple of players, of course, made check on the back of that. But let's talk about the game in itself, starting us off with those golden augments, the Golden Gala. Always give you a little bit more direction than some of the other ones. Stuff like Call to Adventure or Enter the Dragon coming out of the players. Definitely interesting, but you saw another direction, Hupe.
Yeah, for sure. Many of the players, 4 players were playing Exalted, Ningli with too much candy, using it for the delayed use of the experience. Li Sao and Dr. O using it to funnel damage onto the Kane, and Double that actually used it because the units were naturally in his comp.
And for Double, Enter the Dragon, we've seen this movie before, even just the game 1 from Dish Soap. You're going to play the Lux Janna reroll. And if you were looking at Double's webcam on his roll down, he was thinking, how do I hit an Ornn 2 and I still have a Janna 1 on my board? And all in all, I think the Ornn 2 indicates to him each subsequent roll coming after this, if I try to re-roll for a Janna, I'm not finding frontline armor because I already have this going for me. Instead, he pushes level, high rolls a tiny bit to find the Azir 2 on 8, and with that is able to top 2 this game. I think just another excellent game from Double, showcasing he's not rigid in his game plan. He doesn't try and recommit into the reroll. He instead pushes level and plays for tempo instead.
This feels a little reminiscent. I mean, again, I feel like every time I'm up here, I'm like, oh, this feels reminiscent of this other thing Casey Double did. But Double 61 just 2 days ago had a pretty low roll game playing the Lux Janna line once again and found a way out of it. And this feels like a trend. This is a player who is low roll resistant, one might say, right? Though it may try to bring him down, Double 61 finds a way to dig himself out of that hole. Someone, on the other hand, who did not dig themselves out of the hole, Asta, looking for a 6th place finish or better to get themselves into check, but unfortunately plays the Umbral line, unfamiliar based on what we've seen, one of our most narrow players, and is not able to convert on it and goes 7th.
And it comes down to 1 HP difference between Asta and Bintum there. That could have been the game changer, but wasn't.
Yeah. Overall, just a really sad turn of events for APAC as a whole. Asta won off the check in this game. Bintum and Dr. O still not able to find their footing. It's not over. You can still clutch up like we've seen and said before, where you get 3 firsts in a row, you stop anyone else from winning the tournament, and you come back into check and win it yourself, but it's that much more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Li Sao was also the person to see. 15 win streak that totally enabled him to win the lobby, and it was beautiful to see the way he funneled all all of that damage because Exalted units were low in cost, so it was perfect with little bodies. So actually little bodies, normally you have to put units that you don't want on the field. It actually gave him more power.
It goes back to what David said. These players who are not in check still have the power in their hands, right? Lee Sao not able to reach that 20-point threshold and get check from this game. Despite that, being able to get himself into a guaranteed position after Game 5 means that he now can once again deny those players in check and maybe find a win for himself.
Well, it's going to be a tough one. This time around, it's not 7 versus 1. Instead, there is multiple players on that check. So let's have a look at our standings here and see who's actually going to be the ones to beat. Just a quick reminder on format. Double 61, Ning Lee, and Dish Soap. If they take a first place in that next game, they are going to be our Inkborn Fables champion.
And it's the target on their backs. Every single other player will be finding any way to min-max and grief these players. The rat tactics going to be out in full display, breaking fortune streaks, holding units, trying to take away items and units from carousels in the late game. All eyes on these three players, and the three, I would say, major regions in TFT represented right now in Czech.
The thing that stands out to me, places 1 and 3 here, Double 61 and Dish Soap. Double, of course, we've talked about him being the AVP leader coming into the tournament, being able to hold on to that. Dish Soap being the player with the highest top 1 rate, both coming into the event and maintaining that as well. Who's directly behind him, though? Double 61. These are two players that everyone needs to have their eyes on for being able to convert in those high rolls positions to take a top 1 finish.
Well, we are all going to have our eyes on them. And of course, Ning Lee. We are going to be going into a quick break and then we'll be back with maybe our last game today. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Are you going to submit those frost changes?
Get into that right now. Huh. I think it might be frozen.
Let me take a look.
kind of hard to not be super excited for this game because we might be having the winner in this next round coming up. I'm here once again with Patches, Panda, and Gangly. My name is Mix, and I hope you guys are ready for lots of puns because these guys been going at it.
Oh, we've been rehearsing.
Makes you have to keep it a secret. Puns are only powerful if they come as a surprise. I have to mention, it seems like yesterday when we were in this exact desk, in this exact position, you were here, Max, as well, casting Malala, becoming that Remix Rumble champion, doing so in such dominant fashion. We're back again to what could be a final game with 3 players in check.
And when you look at the 3 players in check right now, it feels poetic, it feels fitting, right? The champions of each respective region, Ning Li, of course, not winning the TOC, but coming in through the Chinese qualifier, taking out players like 60-second Flancy, Li Chuchuan, who's even here in the top 8 on his path to get there. And it feels like once again they have a chance to prove themselves to be the greatest from their respective places.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves because there is, of course, some other players in this lobby that could take a first place, and then we would have even more players on check. So lots and lots of possibilities coming into this. Li Sao just proved that he absolutely has what it takes to take a lobby by himself. So we'll see if this one is the last one.
And the nature of Checkmate is that you would expect to see that. We've been talking a little bit, we've been hinting at it all day. We've got 5 players who can band together, so to speak, to say, hey, who in this lobby has the best chance of winning? How do we assure that the day continues on? The cards are in the hands of the players, and I think it's actually going to be very testing of players like Bintem and Dr. O, who may not have had the start to the day that they expected, but if they have the mental resilience that they used to get here in the first place, it'll manifest itself in a game like right now.
And with relative parity between 8 players in a lobby, the chances of winning a game are around 12.5. But when you have a target on your back, when everyone else in the lobby is trying to do these little things that make it that much harder for you to hit your 2-star units, to find the right items for your carries, to have alliance uncontested, in the case of reroll, for example, with Lux Janna, it's that much more difficult. So fingers crossed. Of course, we love high-level TFT. Doesn't get higher than this. We want to try and push for a game 6, maybe a game 7.
I mean, a certain Yone comes to mind, right? But at the same time, there is several players that you kind of need to stop from going all the way. It might be very hard. We are definitely very excited to get their second predictions for the portal.
Oh, I thought you were going to say for the winner. I'm like,
no,
I think you'll get a question from that.
Each of us.
I'm not even going to try.
And for the portal, I have the portal. I would like 3 champions. I think I'm still a little far behind on the pick'ems, but
oh, that's the reason.
Maybe the next 3 games
not
in a row.
for entertainment value.
No, just for my own selfish reasons.
Forgot that I stole Panda's pick'ems choice, and so I also am rooting for 3 champions. Yeah, thanks, Panda. Good call.
As usual, copying my analysis, Gangly. I see how we're going to start this game off.
That's right, here we go.
Stealing my puns, stealing my analysis. What else?
Well, looking at the standings here, just a quick reminder, of course, Asta and Li Sao are both guaranteed if this is not the last game, and for Li Chuchuan, a win would do it.
We could take a look at kind of the breakdown, the archetype of each player that presented themselves up to this point in time, right? Double 61, Dish Soap, 2 of these players that are known for their high win rate, but largely speaking, I would say, are these all-around players, and Ning Li fits that archetype exceptionally well. He's a player who, though he may be kind of middle of the pack in terms of the Chinese, the CN representatives in the top 8 in respective win rate, he's been able to clutch out some really impressive first place finishes throughout the entirety of the weekend. Asta, of course, another one of those top players that we've seen able to convert high roll into first places.
And this point might come out as a joke. It really isn't. I'm being very serious here. Bintem, throughout this tournament, has been someone who's been very good at griefing. Overall, he knows how to min-max these things to make life difficult or impossible for other players. He's in a position where even with a first place, he can't actually reach check. He could only be at 19 points, so he needs at least 2 games to even contend for the title. He needs to be able to stall this out for as long as possible, so he will be someone trying to, yes, play for some placements, play for a top 4, ideally in this game to have, a chance next game, but he will be looking at these 3 top players' boards, trying to stop them from getting things going.
I think it speaks to competitive TFT on the whole, right? TFT, when we look at it in a competitive space, the best example or comparison I can make is oftentimes that it's like you're taking a test, but you don't know how much of the subject you're being tested on. When you look at the group stage versus the checkmate format, it's like you're testing for 2 different things, where, of course, we saw Bintem leaning into the griefing in the group stage, and that was actually able to net him a handful of points. It's all the more important, all the more valuable in a format like this, where you can only
you can only impact the other person's placements by making sure that they don't get the top finish. It's not about getting points for players like Dish Soap or for Double 61 or for Ning Li right now. It's only about being able to convert into a first place finish.
Gonna go into the game here, and right out of the gates, two options that are a little bit more volatile. Prismatic Party, of course, we know that that's one of the portals where a lot can go right and a lot can go wrong, but Vendor Sentinels can go equally wide.
Wait, more talk. I thought we said 3 champions. Our pick'ems are at stake here. It will not be the low variance option. It will instead be that Prismatic Party. Sentinels could have been an option as well, but all of a sudden, a huge amount of resources will be funneled into this game at every one of those augment checkpoints. It will mean that certain comps will benefit much more than others, especially looking at things like Reapers, Freaky Friday, stationary support, so many strong combat strength augments to enable the melee bruisers to do their thing.
We're hopping on board with Ning Li, and it's important to take a look at his run as the whole. For 5 set straights, Ning Li made it to the regional finals of the TOC. In set 11, he fails to qualify for the regional finals and finds an alternative route. He doesn't give up his path. He enters through the JOC, and when he comes up just short in the regional finals of the JOC, goes back to the TOC players that knocked him out in the first place and takes the event over players like 60-second, Flancy, Li Chuan. He's made the miracle run, coming all the way. His veteranship in TOC taking form now in the top 8 in Czech, in a position to win the first ever Tactician's crown.
We are also checking across the board, of course. We did see Dish Soap there having a little bit of a lean. What could maybe be Jenna, a comp we've been seeing him play today, especially always had very good spots for it. Of course, on the correct line there, but with the Prismatic coming around, lots of players you'll see just holding their options open, holding a lot of units on that bench to try and secure that whatever the more dogs may give them, they're ready for it.
Double on the Senna pair. We know right away there will not be any hero augments being offered this game because of the Prismatics coming online. So that's already some units that players will not hold on to, for example, the Garen. And all options are being offered here. We see a Prismatic ticket potentially for Li Chuan, one of the strongest reroll options. Pumping up, opens up Ashe in a big way, potentially for Double 61, who did play some Ashe throughout the first 2 days. We see a Reaper Crown as well that could be going in favor for Ning Li.
Dish Soap offered birthday present, March of Progress, Pandora's items. On the other side, we see Dr. O also offered Prismatic ticket. If
Li Sao's on the Fortune Crown. He wants to play with this high-risk, high-reward game plan, knowing he's not one of the players that has that target on their back. He's not the player that players will be trying to grief.
In fact, he's at 19 points, right? So all the other players are incentivized to make sure that he does win out as long as they can get their own points.
Well, but that's not the only Prismatic that is in here. Li Chuan on the going long. We'll see what he goes for. And Bintum on a familiar line with that Bruiser Crown as well. So we have lots of potentially very high cap boards.
And with Fortune Crown, one more thing to note. You can, of course, grief the players that are on check, or you can just guarantee you win the game to stop them from hitting that check bait. So that's going to be the game plan for the Fortune player. Try to go for the biggest cash out possible. If it fails, you're in 8th place. You get to 20 points anyway. If it works out, you stall the game out one more time. Bintum, Dr. O, very happy to see that game plan from Li Sao.
It is quite literally the nothing to lose and everything to gain game plan coming in through Li Sao. On the other hand, though, we should take a second to talk about the pickups from our 3 players in Czech, right? We've got Pumping Up coming in through Double 61. We have the Reaper Crown that you called out, David, for Ning Li, and I think most interestingly, Dish Soap picking up birthday present.
I love the birthday present, personally. I think that's very cool, just trying to play tempo, something I think Dish Soap is very familiar with. But I will say, Reaper in a full Prismatic lobby, to me, is a little bit weaker than it could normally be, just because of the potential that these Prismatics offer you. There's not much to be gained from Prismatics if you're on that Reaper comp. So I'm not so sure about Ning Li's angle there, but he's been proving time and time again that he can cook. So I'm ready for whatever he has to give.
I love the setup from Dish Soap here as well. Has the Rek'Sai 2, Sunfire, Rek'Sai with the Uproot, so strong in the early game. One of the few units in this current set of TFT that has that AoE ability while also just being able to tank enough time to apply that Sunfire for the majority of that fight at the very start. Another Garen found. Story champions, what Disha wants to become, but the Garen does not have it in his cards.
Yeah, looking like the story champion already at home. I don't think that this is the exact setup that you would be looking for in terms of like what you get dropped from birthday present, but I do feel like the setup in general when playing birthday presents is there. Like you called out, the Sunfire 2 Bruiser, you have the additional DPS, and while you may be lacking something like the Zyra 2 or the Sivir 2, I think you have enough pieces on your board right now to carry you to, some of these higher levels.
That's going to be relevant now that those streaks come in, players trying to build those out, or, well, for Lee Sao, trying to build out those losses. If you have Fortune Crown, of course you have that emblem so you can toggle it, make sure it goes your way, making it harder for other players to grief you, but at the same time, probably not going to be targeting Lee Sao, who is on that, probably going to be targeting other players.
Two of our players in check faced off there. It is Dishop with the upper hand, winning the fight against Ning Li. Important for these win streaking players to try and maintain that win streak for as long as possible, to generate gold, to have the HP especially, to try and buffer it in stage 4 and go for the highest cap boards possible. For Dishop especially, with birthday present, the moment you lose your momentum, you are in very big trouble. You don't want to roll with this augment at all. You want to be able to adapt to what you're given from the birthday presents themselves as you level up and make it to 9, where you get one of the biggest power spikes with a 2-star 5 cost.
Yeah, that is the danger of birthday presents, and oftentimes I think you find yourself playing a composition like this and you have sort of a frail board that is just hanging on by a thread. I think the reason that Dishop decided to pull the trigger on this is the fact that he has some of these upgraded 1 costs that will, quite frankly, carry him for the majority of stage 2, if not guaranteeing, right? He's contesting only Lee Tuchuan right now for a 5 streak. On the other side, though, we do have Asta.
Both players on 19.
There's no way, okay, I was going to say there's no way he's contesting the Fortune player right now, right?
Nah, that would be maybe a bit crazy. Did think about it for sure, though, and is going to be keeping these units in play as he knows that the other Fortune player is in that match pool. Can see it here very commonly that Kabuko is going to get locked in to guarantee that he does nothing at all. And that is going to be the win for Asta. Well seen, well recognized, and well taken out on that Fortune line.
Yeah, so is he actually just toggling it in and out and he was looking for the matchup? It looks like he just recognized that Lee Sao was in the pool, didn't want to grief the board entirely because he kept the unit on the bench. I'm interested to see whether Asta decides to put that in now.
What I want to mention for Bintum, this game plan we saw already from him in day number 2, playing for the Vertical Bruisers. He had a great game that we saw on broadcast yesterday, going to try and do, as we mentioned, the same exact thing while potentially trying to grief some of the players who are in check, Dish Soap, Ning Li, and Double.
Dish Soap looking quite healthy right now. Lee Tuchuan's board on the other side looks quite upgraded as well, going long, which means that he's able to level up to level 6 on 2-6. If the two of these meet, it'll be two extremely strong boards trying to contest each other's win streaks, but no, ends up fighting Asta.
Absolutely does, and one thing that is interesting is that Lee Tuchuan here spent a lot of the gold to guarantee that even if it would have been Dish Soap, that everything would go his way, leveling up to level 6 already before Crux to try and build out that win streak, to try and keep the other players down and his econ up.
Lee Tuchuan, one of these players, keep in mind, at 12 points right now, needs a first place finish. And so you have a handful of pretty interesting dynamics here. Players who want to play spoiler and other players who need to go long.
And for Dishop, I want to mention really quickly, with Birthday Present, many times you level to 6 before Krugs to guarantee, because there's a big spike getting the upgrade as well. In this case, Dishop didn't think he needed it. He succeeds in that, gets the extra econ as well, can level to 6 on 3-1 instead.
Two things. We saw Asta's board just now, dipped out of the Fortune. We were thinking of whether or not he would be toggling. Second thing, Lee Sao in her overlay has a win, won that last round, but didn't put that emblem out. So the Fortune streak still goes on. Everything is going in the favor of Fortune.
That's the benefit of the 3 Fortune toggle, but the tricky thing happens in stage 3 when you have the option to toggle for 5 Fortune. You still have the 3 Fortune already in through natural units, so that is a point where you would lose that streak. You would mess up the Fortune cash out.
The good news for him is I'm imagining the person he would have beaten would be Dr. O, who has that 5 loss streak. Dr. O playing Prismatic Ticket most commonly is going to be rolling down at 3-2. So if Lee Sao can make it that far without losing another round, he should be safe to play Fortune throughout the rest of the stage.
Ning Li has to watch out for a few components. He really is going to need the Edge of Night, ideally, with a Chain Vest on the next carousel, or the blue buff for the Kindred.
So let's actually look back a little bit and take stock of the lobby as the first couple of boards are starting to emerge. We're just looking at the board from Ningli here, the Reaper coming out. We know that there are some players who are leaning into maybe those Ghostly, into the Sniper, double 61 on that pumping up. Could be well going for that.
Prismatics, of course, coming up. It is Prismatic Party. Every single augment this game will offer the highest amount of combat power, the highest amount of econ generation, and we'll see what players want to go for. Which of the 3 types of augments they want to go for? Is it econ? Is it combat strength? Or is it items or artifacts?
For some of these players, some interesting options. Li Tuchuan has a Story Weaver crown offered. We know this comp can go very far, and he is currently at the top of the leaderboard, middle top of your screen. Does he go for it? Has to be the question.
Ning Li finds Freaky Friday, one of the strongest options for the melee bruisers.
And Double 61 finds Blinding Speed, clearly angling into that Ash, gets the perfect items for that setup already. It's going to make that transition so easy, and you can see having the Senna 2 on your board is the perfect item holder. You can see him slamming those items. He wants to make sure that he can maintain power right now.
I can only imagine the question being posed. Double 61, how much attack speed do you want?
Yes.
Rage Blade, red buff, one more bow on the item bench, pumping up, scaling into the late game as well. Ash is a comp that I think one of the key indicators to go for it and feel confident going for it is the Prismatic pumping up at 2-1, because you reach a state in the late game where you are so strong.
Lots of similar augments also being picked up, players trying to stay open in their approach. I was talking about Li Tuchuan not going for the Story Weaver, instead decides to go for something that he can flex with as Tahm Kench comes around and offers component anvils or gold.
Mumu 2 big upgrade can finalize this last item on the Senna as well as the item carrier until you find the Ash. Dish Soap on birthday present, succeeding in the game plan up until now. 7 win streak, able to potentially reach level 9 somewhere in stage 4, dumping all your gold in the process, knowing that it's such a big spike.
So an interesting play here. Dish Soap decides not to take the component anvil and gets the gold instead. And with that gold, if he wins this next round, he's actually able to make an additional interest threshold. So since we're talking about Dish Soap's game plan primarily coming through laddering his way up to level 9, up to level 10, kind of a greedy play, but it feels like those are the gambits you kind of have to take if you're trying to win.
You'd have the potential to go 8 if you wanted to on 3-5 as well. Not sure if it would be the right play or not, but the option would be there with a massive upgrade coming in from the birthday present.
I think with how the lobby is looking right now, you probably don't want to do that because that will cut off any chance to maybe fully cap out that board. But for now, Dish Soap's win streak might be broken, and the answer is no. Will continue to streak on 100 HP. A very familiar picture from America's Dish Soap.
Mainly as well, the Freaky Friday is such a great little upgrade to help maintain the win streak. Currently, the Yone is the designated driver when it comes to the Reaper, when it comes to trying to funnel themselves into that backline to wrap around, but it will be Kane as we roll down in stage 4. For now, the 4 costs coming online in the stage 3 carousel: Morgana, the Fraud, Ornn, and Lee Sin.
Yeah, Ornn could be interesting for some of these players. We've been seeing at least a 3-star Lee Sin not do all too well earlier in today, but at 2-star he might still be well worth his value, so is going to get picked up by Bentham there.
We need to draw attention too. I think when we look back on it, that fight with Dish Soap and Li Tuchuan might actually be a pretty pivotal point in this game, right? David made the call out, hey, he can go to level 8 right now. And he that close, though he won by 3 units, was fought on a razor's edge.
He's going 8. He's going 8. He's going 8 on 3-5. He's dumped all of his gold. He wants to try and do anything he can to maintain the win streak. And you usually think, you go 8, wow, that's an extra unit. That's pretty good to maintaining a win streak. But you get a free upgraded 4 cost in this case as well. It is going to be a Lilia eeping her way. But does she have the right items for it?
He's got a static shiv on his board. He has an open rod. There is a shape in which this can be played. Largely, though, you have to be able to make sure you're playing relatively open, right? When you are playing something like Birthday Presents, you don't control what's coming through. So you have to be able to slam flexible items like the Thieves' Gloves that have come through, like the static shiv, to make sure that you can navigate any drop that comes from the Birthday Present.
And the power of Rek'Sai, still the solo frontline. We're almost in stage 4, showcasing how players know to angle this Rek'Sai as their frontline for so long. It provides so much free value.
But it's going to be so important for Dish Soap to now not have
Can he win
any
this?
unfortunate matchup.
Oh my goodness.
On level 6 comes around and says, well, that gold, that was wasted.
So
risky.
impactful to lose this fight here. You lose the econ generation from the win streak. You have no gold to recover back to 10, 20, 30, and 40 to get that extra interest gold. And making it to 9 is now so difficult. And there is a lot of variance with birthday present. There are low roll options in the 4-cost upgrade at level 8 and the 5-cost upgrade at level 9. If you don't have the right items or the right setup, or you get a very specific champion that only fits in a vertical line, you're in big trouble.
Let's check in with one of our other players that didn't check right now, right? Ning Lee, playing this Reaper setup, gets the Freaky Friday like you called out, and this is exactly how you want your mid-game to look when you're playing around the Reaper Crown. The Reaper Crown may not give you as high of a cap as some other augments. What it does do is it makes your Stage 3 so powerful. We're seeing the effects of that right now.
One benefit I just thought about for Dish Soap is that birthday present makes it very hard to be griefed. No one knows what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what your upgrade is going to be, and so that level of flexibility is an upside, but also a big risk, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. For Double, he can definitely be griefed. His space, his line is very obvious. He's going to be going for the Ashe.
Going to be watching once more the board from Dr. O, who has just ended that win streak that was so impactful during that fight and will continue to do so. Now also stopping Ning Lee here.
My goodness, Dr. O playing spoiler right now. And it does, it opens up the opportunity when you're able to break the win streaks of those players on top. It opens the door up, right? For those kind of mid-rolling players through Stage 3 to now be able to come back. You're ensuring that the influx of gold coming to the top end doesn't tip the scales too far and kind of spiral out of control.
Off that win against Dish Soap, he finds the 4-win streak now. Rolling deep here, uncontested on line. It's 2 off of the Lux. The Amumu is contested. It will be a little bit harder to find that upgrade.
I'm curious about Asta, because in that last game, we saw him just barely miss out on making check. And now he's one of the players that was kind of toying around without Fortune, is on a 6-loss streak, as we can tell here, and seems to have Fortune back in play.
He's got one more turn before the cash out comes. Not going to be anything too crazy. You can see him right now, though. Has got an 80 setup.
I'm pretty sure Asta is trying to min-max griefing as hard as possible. He will be rolling on level 8 at 4-2. He will be waiting to see what units he has to buy out for the other contesters. He's on 19 points. He only needs an 8th to make it to 20. This is the optimal play for players like Asta and for players like Lee Sao.
Dr. O rolling some more, trying to find those upgrades to maybe get this one a little bit more solidified. You already mentioned that Amumu. It's definitely going to be interesting with several out of the pool already, whether or not he can hit it. We know that Morgana 3 at least is not going to cut it, so don't even think about it, but that Annie is definitely helping with the heavy lifting here.
I think it's largely coming off the back of these lucky gloves. This is carrying Dr. O's board so much because you have the scaling from the Janna. Sure, it's not a Janna 3, but because of the Archangel Staff, you can see in the front line right now, you got double Warmogs, double Gargoyle Stoneplate, the Annie and the Moon will live forever.
Last set of prismatics coming on through right now. Left top corner, Ink Shadow Crown is offered, but also Baboom and Call to Chaos for double 61.
Double does not want to play too high of a risky game. Ignores the Call to Chaos, has an Ashe already naturally in the shop at level 7, will roll 10 gold on level 8, has to try and find the Ashe 2 to find full stability, finds a Nautilus at the very least. That could be the next frontline upgrade.
I think did we just see an egg?
Surely not.
Did we just see Ning Lee take an egg?
I think there's an egg.
I think Ning Lee took golden egg.
Ning Lee, who is one of the players who's on check.
Honestly, I love it, right? Ning Lee has shown time and time again that he's
85
a player
HP to work with.
who can flex. He's very good in the overall HP, like you're saying, 85 to go through, although it will be a strong prismatic lobby, and you're currently not gaining any of that prismatic value until that act has hatched. So definitely needs to spend now, has recognized that, has went down the route to try and get this board as strong as it possibly can, but I'm not sure it's good enough.
And all of a sudden, the Fortune players, the loose streakers, they have to change their game plan. They have to get as strong as possible right now to try and not allow any free wins for Ning Lee to accelerate the hatching of this egg.
That's a great call. And I mean, I guess thankfully for the rest of the lobby, one of the Fortune players, Asta, does
no free wins here.
Yeah, that's right. No free win if I'm not in the game anymore. Ning Lee is going to be able to, actually, I guess, unable to find free wins in that regard, but it
makes sense that this is a point in
Cane
which you
pair.
would take it, right? Because you took the Reaper Crown at 2-1, which we've talked about it all game long. It may not impact your cap as high, but it gives you that mid game. And because of the health that he's been able to save, he'll now leverage that gold to be able to try and live long enough for this egg to hatch, which, yes, Reaper Crown may not impact your cap. You know, it certainly does a golden egg.
I'm honestly not sure if this round is going to be long enough for it, but we'll be watching, of course, some of the players at the lower end. You mentioned it, Asta already knocked out, Bintum on 17, Lisao on 20. This lobby is getting to a close faster than you'd think on the back of these prismatics. And once more, it's going to be a very close fight here for Ning Li to maybe reduce the hatching timer, but it's not going to happen.
This carousel is going to be so important. Do we have a Cane? Can Ning Li pick it up? Do we have an Ashe? Can double pick it up? Dish Soap, can he make it to level 9? There's no Cane and there's no Ashe.
Lisao, though, maybe goes for that Aurelia. A spatula is open as well for somebody that wants it, but players are not that interested.
Ning Li takes a spatula. Doesn't have any open components. At least not yet.
Two rounds for the cash out for Lisao. He has 7 HP to work with, which could be a little bit risky considering he does not have the time. He has 2 more fights left in this stage 4.
73 stacks on this fortune cash out.
And Lisao is already on 2 Aurelia. That's not necessarily
Aurelia 2 before the cash out.
On 4-5, but he says, yeah, no problem. We'll hit that naturally in shop, like you're saying before that cash out. Speaking of, though, Dr. O also finding that Amumu 3. We just saw it, and I believe the Jenna 3 as well. Double 61 has the 7 Ink Shadow online with the Udyr. These boards are ramping up in power.
And we thought he was going for the Ashe. He's not. He's going back into 7 Ink Shadow. He started off the day with, and we saw what double can do. It was a top 2 back then. He needs a top 1 in this game.
We see it on the other side of the board. Dish Soap there, 50 gold, level 8, making his way to level 9.
The Kaita taken down.
Irelia is still alive, but there's no more frontline. This Irelia is surely going to fall. Lisao is going to go out in 7th place.
And the Tactical Griefers are falling one by one. Both players who were on 19 points, yes, they reached check, but they are no longer in contention to stop the other 3 players who are already on check. And Dish Soap is streaking. He'll be able to go 9 and find a massive 5-cost upgrade.
Honestly, I love seeing Udyr fighting for his entire team as last unit standing. This time around, not good enough, as we are going to be heading into an encounter. This one, though, won't do anything.
It's the first time this set that I'm happy to see this encounter because it doesn't impact the game.
That's right.
No one's going to bring it up as an excuse. This encounter changed it. This region won. This other region won.
Dish Soap, his streak was snapped there. Li Chuan, the only player streaking at 85 HP, and I think the rest of the lobby is looking to Li Chuan to be the spoiler here. 3 of the 6 remaining players in this lobby currently in check.
Well, you mentioned it, 3 of the players, but one of them not looking too stable. Double 61, 31 HP, 3 gold, and lost that previous round. We saw it was due to the Lux Janna board, but can he actually keep up with some of the other boards that have now been assembled? It's starting to get into scary territory. Ning Li, on the other side, is Dish Soap once again. Made back that economy from that roll to level 8.
All right, Ning Li, honestly, despite the fact that he is on the 3 loss streak, these losses are pretty decent. I don't actually know if he can fully loss streak all the way until the egg hatches, though. I think he's going to have to win at least 2, probably at least 1 or 2 fights.
The big indicator is looking at the lose streak here. If it continues, if there's not a single win while you have the golden egg with 85 HP, depending on obviously the size of the losses, usually you're not able to cash out in time. You miss it by 1 or 2 rounds. So as you mentioned, 1 or 2 rounds at the very least, Ning Li has to go for. Bintum, who is on 11 points, needed some amount of points to at least contest the check next game, might fall out in 6th place. Once again, a bot 4 potentially for Bintum.
And the field is getting closer and closer. All 3 players still in. The only players that could stop this event from ending after this round are Li Chuan, Dr. O, and if he makes it to the top, Bintum, it's going to be so close as Raptors do come in and provide some upgrades.
The pings are coming out. Dish Soap holding a Cane, trying to stop Ning Li from finding some stability off of the Cane too, which could help him win at least 1 fight here against someone like Bintum and make that egg catch.
That's a really great call out. I think all the players, it's funny that it actually might even be coming in through for someone like Dishope, who's one of those other players in Czech. We saw Bintum holding onto the cane there as well.
Dishope as well.
Yeah.
We have Li Tuchuan holding on to the Kaisa that Double's looking for. So a game of, you know, everyone chasing each other's forecast, trying to make sure that the life is as difficult as possible for the Czech players especially.
A lot of 5 costs on this shop.
I was going to say, you talk about 4 costs. I'm seeing way 2, and then a shot with 3 golden units as well. Azir in play. This board is starting to look very, very expensive and very, very scary as we do move on against Li Chuchuan. We did get an update on the egg. Should be 7 more rounds if he doesn't win as they go up against each other.
The Lilia Eeps moving on to the Syndra. The Syndra now moves up, dodges the orb altogether. The Ahri dodges as well, but it doesn't matter. Silas is onto the Lilia. Dishope takes the defeat here. Ning Li, the player to watch, who's now on 25 HP. Start of stage 4 at 4-2 when he picked the egg. He was an 85. He's locked 60 HP already.
Not looking good for Ning Li, and it's important to call out, Dishope's holding 5 Hueys on his board right now. He's got 3 in play with a Hui 2-star and 2 on his bench with obviously the Hui painting as well. I don't know if he's going to opt to actually try painting this way or if he'll try to just stabilize his board and go 10. I imagine trying to go level 10 is more of the prerequisite if you're looking for a top 1, but of course there's always a world 3-star 5 cost could come through.
We're hearing some very angry pings, some question marks, some exclamation marks coming out there. But, of course, we'll have to take a look at double 61, 17 HP. Once again, a round lost. So very, very close to that potential execution.
Oh, Annie 3 has been found by Bintum with a Bruiser emblem as well. That is going to be very, very hard to stop. Annie was an absolute demon, comparable to a 5 cost earlier in the set. There was a nerf to her 3-star potential. We'll see if it'll be enough. We'll see if anything can be done to beat it. All of a sudden, the players in Czech, they have to adjust their game plans. Even Ning Li, if he hatches the egg, it might not be enough to win this game. Bintum had 1 mission. I said at the beginning, he is the ultimate griefer, and it's coming true once again.
But I think it changes a lot. You're right. Even the players we were talking about, like Dishope, normally level 10 is kind of that way you would cap out. I actually don't know if just going level 10 alone is going to be enough. And yeah, we see it. He's painting the way. He recognizes that because the Annie 3 comes in through Bintum, his win condition adjusts. We're seeing that adaptation coming through Dishope.
Well, but we're pretty far away still, right? It's going to be a lot of rounds for that way to be painted until you can actually have it, unless the shop gods are Gracely. So, well, we don't know if that's going to be working out just yet. But for Ning Li, 10 HP, the egg still unhatched. It could be super close.
Ning Li's a player to watch out for on the right-hand side. He's on 1 life. He needs that golden egg to hatch. Bintum should be easily winning these fights. We're seeing Annie 3 being an absolute demon. And if Ning Li cannot win this fight, he's out. CN is no longer in the race for the checkmate in this game. Number 5, it's only down to Double, who's down to 2 HP. And Dishope on the other side of the standing, 68 HP, and a game plan, trying to find the Hui 3.
No 5 costs on this carousel, 4 costs only. If you're Double or if you're Dishope, you are so saddened by this. Both of those looking for the Udyr 2 respectively, and of course another Hui that could potentially go Dishope's way.
And the cane no longer important, of course, with Ning Li being taken down. That was the only Reaper player left alive. Bintum and Dr. O, both Korean players, playing spoiler, just trying to make sure they do anything in their hands to stop this game from ending the tournament.
And it's all about the match pools, right? You can see that Bintum just fought Dr. O. We know that. We were watching. So for double 61, the possibility might be there that Annie is in the match pool. And I'm not sure that despite 7 Ink Shadow, you have something to throw up here. It's still Udyr 1. You're not looking at anything as crazy as that 3-star 4 cost. But speaking of it, Li Tuchuan says, well, if you have one, I want one too.
And Baboom as well. It's going to be a very, very strong Syndra. It will be Double. Dodging the Annie 3 for now. Up against Dr. O. The Lux is hitting the entirety of the third side.
Udyr finds
Janna is under attack, but the Lux by herself is hitting the Ashe, is hitting the Kai, so they're both clumped together in the back line.
Udyr getting through that. Janna, she does fall, but so does the Ashe. It's just Kaisa now. It doesn't look like there's enough front line. The Diana on the Ashe, she will fall too. The front line is doomed. Casey Double will not be winning this game.
Only one player remains in this top 4. that can win it all in this round. Dish Soap on 68 HP, but the rest of the lobby trying to make it impossible. We're so close to that Syndra 3. We have an Annie 3 in play, and for Dish Soap, we know that he needs something even greater than, so he's going to try and find it while everybody else buckles up and comes together to make that not happen.
And Li Chuchuan's in an interesting position, right? He's using all of this gold to try and hit Syndra 3. There's an argument that, in his position, it might actually be better to try and just take the Hueys out of the pool. He's the only other player at level 9, the only player that could really take this away from Dish Soap. The rest of the pools at level 7, level 8 are not going to be able to do that. So honestly, it's just a matter of time for Dish Soap. Sitting at 68 HP, if he can find one more way, it's going to be in a great position to try and win out this game.
One Lax Lux Cat could be so big. Dodges, misses entirely, goes for the Alawi Tentacle in this case. Huey surrounded, but it's just the frontliners left. La Taza is strong, but I don't think he's strong enough, Makes.
I don't think so either. The taunt from Galio comes in. They're under fire from every direction. And for Dr. O, we are in overtime. It's going to be a 1-unit loss here, so he does survive.
When we think of Dish Soap as a player in the Americas, he's a player for so long was considered better than his results. He was on the record saying, the thing holding me back isn't my ability in the game. It's my ability to withstand the pressure, to perform under the lights when it matters most. Yesterday taking 3/8, the most we've seen in any recent showings of Dish Soap. Bounces back going 1-2 to end up the day. Here he is on check in prime position to try and win the Tactician's crown.
And weirdly enough, for Dr. O, it's in his benefit, of course, to try and get as many points as possible to get closer to a check, but for the rest of the lobby, Dr. O needs to die as soon as possible so the potential Syndra 3 and Annie 3 can chunk down Dish Soap before he finds the Huey 3.
No rolling.
And the Hueys are being bought out. Li Chuchuan has found 2 at 2 shots back to back. We'll try to see what Dish Soap does here. Goes for the Wukong instead, but that's not going to be enough.
With 2 Hueys out of the pool, he can't find them anymore, so he recognizes that. He's scouting and sees as soon as Li Chuchuan takes him out of the pool, instantly goes 10. He says, this is the way I can win the game. I need to survive until those Hueys are printed. Heads up play from Dish Soap, doesn't jump the gun, and instead looks around, plays slow, and now can, if he lasts long enough, still win this game.
He needs this copy to finish after this round, and then 3 more of these Hueys. We're talking 15 rounds, not counting the PvE. I don't think that's good enough. You'll need to find some more out of the shops, and we'll see whether or not he can do that. But for now, it's Bintum, the player who's just been bullying lobbies all event long, trying to claw his way up into that first place. I don't think it's all that decided just yet.
First chunk on Dish Soap's HP comes in, down to 50 right now. One thing to consider, Li Chuchuan has to stay alive for those Hueys to stay out of the pool. He's currently down to 8 HP right now. He sold them already, trying to find Syndra 3 instead. He knows he just faced Dish Soap. The matchmaking won't have him in the pool for much longer.
Dish Soap here going up against the Syndra board. Not fully upgraded just yet. Needs 1 more copy, and I think his board is strong enough to win this fight, but we'll see once that Syndra 3 maybe comes online how the cookie crumbles here. Dr. O 5 HP, Bintum 4 HP, Li Chuchuan 8. The lobby is decimating by the second.
It's down to Bintum. It's going to be down to Bintum. Li Chuchuan cannot win this fight against Dish Soap. The CN player taken down. 2 APAC players remain against the Americas.
That is it. It's 2 players as we are moving into that last stage. Dish Soap just needs 1 single win to knock Bintum out and solidify himself.
Bintum on Prismatic Ticket is rolling on level 9, is able to deny 1 more Huey, so while he isn't holding them on his bench or on his board, he's found another way to try and deny these while Dish Soap tries to build up his economy.
Is this Annie 3 strong enough to face off against an incredibly capped board from Dish Soap? The answer should be yes, but it's Baboom, Lilia, Huey, and Azir. Level 10, so many upgrades, so many items.
And we are going to be watching as that Annie 3 tries to hold down the fort as the units collapse and wrap against that front line that Dishop has built out. In the back line, Lilia, left top corner, and Wei, who are not being attacked by anything right now.
Silas in the back line
is going to get them regardless as he reaches that way and tries to make his way to that Lilia. But the Annie looks basically untouched. How are you going to take down this bear behemoth?
And this is 8 bruisers. It's not just the Annie. The demon has been unchained. Silas is an absolute menace as well. We're looking at the emblems. They don't seem too impactful.
No Giant Slayers.
For either player. No Mythic Emblem. Bintum just going for the Crown Guard, trying to find even more benefit off of that health from the bruisers.
Dishop maybe taking the set. Can maybe find a way to displace this Annie from the fight if he is able to move things around a little bit. Wei still in the shop of Bintum on the other side, though.
Big spike, Nico too.
Okay, Panda, calm down. But yeah, he's definitely not trying to roll here. He's just going to be holding on to that Wei.
I absolutely love this from Bintum. He's not giving the information that he has the Wei in the shop. He's not buying it. He's holding on to it for now and allowing Dishop to think he's closer than he thinks to that finish line.
It's all about mind games, and inevitably, we're going to see another matchup right here.
So much AoE damage coming through the side of Dishop, but he doesn't have the single target damage. So every time this Annie is casting, she's going straight back to full health. There's so much damage. The Annie casts again, and the backline's obliterated. It looks impossible for Dishop to win this fight.
And it's a big chunk as well. He's down to 18, which can be just 1 life. We're in stage 6, the very end of it as well. The game, no matter what, will be ending at 7-1 at the latest.
I mean, if you look at Dishop's face, you can basically see that he knows that he's been put in front of an unsolvable puzzle.
All of a sudden, Nautilus, there's a pivot.
That there's another angle.
Can he sell?
Nautilus in shop. He needs to sell something to maybe and try get that Nautilus 3 online 1 more round, and it will be printed with the shop one.
Does he maybe think he can get a good enough loss to stay alive?
Maybe he's locking the shop.
That's the thought here.
Wow.
I mean, that's his best shot, right? We're all in agreement that that's the best thing you can do with how this is looking, but it could be the final fight if the loss is just big enough. One more time, that Annie does come in, deals with the front line first. Silas not reaching the back line instantly, but he is going to get there. Wei is down, and the Lilia is going to fall as well. Is it enough?
Silas is down. It's going to be a 1-unit loss. This means that Dishop is going to stay alive. He is going to have more time. 5 HP, 1 life for either player.
How far
1 3-star forecast has been found.
He's getting it now.
Wei's painting. 1 off the Nautilus. He's found it. Nautilus versus Annie 3.
Goodness.
Who can win this matchup in the end? Bintum, hands up in the air. You cannot believe it.
The question, though, is he doesn't have single target damage on his board. Is he even going to be able to ever kill this Annie? The Nautilus will displace the entirety of this board from Bintum, but if you cannot deal enough damage to out DPS the healing coming in through the Annie, it doesn't matter.
It absolutely does not. We're going to be getting a battle that is unlike any other in a championship we've ever seen. But first, we're going to be getting another upgrade. And for Dishop, it's so important he finds a third Nautilus item.
Oh. Stone Plate is the final option. The third item for the Nautilus is so big here. And what a final fight as well. Bintum, known as an America's Hate Watcher, fighting to stop Dishop from becoming the global champion in set 11, Inkborn Fables.
Just imagine the other players that are on check, the other players that are reaching check after this game, if it does continue, watching this fight and what they thought their thoughts are. We're going to be going into this last match of this game, whether or not Nautilus 3 or Annie 3 can take it.
All right, the casts come out. This Nautilus is going to be going through. Everything is stunned, but in the back line is his Silas if he gets away. But no, another cast comes through. The Annie's in the back line, though. The Nautilus and the Annie up against one another. Godzilla versus King Kong fighting in the back line, but is there enough damage?
The stun is so big. Can the Annie clear in time? Does she have enough HP to withstand the DPS coming out from both the Wei and the Lilia?
It is 4 versus 1, but Annie does not want to fall. They're all banging down on her, and with that, he does it! That's it!
Dishop from the clutches of defeat. the American player for so long who struggled to perform under pressure, makes the run. The best player from the Americas makes it all the way to the top 8 from 3 8th place finishes and wins the Tactician's crown.
What a moment. You could just see him during that last fight, knowing that it was decided as the rest of the board had crumbled, everything was going down, and the Annie has fallen. He solidified himself once and for all.
Truly ascends to become the perfect player that was prophesied so long ago. And what a game. What a final game. The level of skill expression in contesting units, in trying to grief game plans, the back and forth between the Fortune players dying out early, the Golden Egg almost hatching in time, the 3-star Hui into the 3-star Knowledge, the 3-star Annie, the Grim Reaper for so many rounds. So many things could have gone differently if Dr. O died earlier, if Bintam and Dish Soap faced each other in the matchmaking pool more often. There might not have been enough HP. It was one last life that Dish Soap won on, 5 HP.
TFT is a game played on a razor's edge, oftentimes with only 1 or 2 conditions to actually get you to that level. Dish Soap recognizes the Hui 3 is not going to work, makes the pivot, takes the gambit, and it pays off in dividends.
Honestly, what an amazing run and what a back-to-back win for the Americas. We had those beautiful storylines last set with Malala, and now Dish Soap saying, my time has come. I had such an unfortunate performance the last time I was here. I'm not going to let that take me down. 3-8 places in day number 2, comes back, clutches it out, and shows once again that he has everything.
The last hope for the Americas after what many would consider a disastrous group stage for many of our top performers. Dish Soap, the best AVP across the entirety of the Americas throughout the set, the best win rate, and truly, if we were to have one last hope, it would be Dish Soap. I cannot be happier for all my brothers and sisters from the Americas and for Dish Soap in this moment.
Honestly, when it happened back there, the other casters, I could hear them yell. Of course, we know we have a lot of Americas casters here, just went like, woo!
And to do it off a birthday present as well, such a high-risk augment where you don't know what you're going to get. You have to adapt. You have to be extremely creative, and Dish Soap is exactly that.
Well, with that, we are going to be going into a quick break. I'm sure our analyst desk wants to tell you all about this crazy, crazy game. And then I'm very sure we'll have yet another interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Dish Soap. So stay tuned.
It's Dishov's crown, and we are just holding on to it for him before we are able to get that all over to North America. What an amazing game we had for our final one of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown.
Back to back, Necra. We've got Malala last set, now we got Dish. And for so long, he was winless until last set's regionals in North America. He was able to win that and get to Worlds. And once again, he makes it back. And now he wins. And I'm all for this new era of Dish Soap, the winner's era for Dish Soap. I'm so excited for the future and so excited that he was able to get that. I can't think of a more deserving winner from the Americas than Dish Soap.
Yeah, it's pure happiness. For me, I want to get into the game and analyze, but firstly, I need to yell it. It's something that I feel from the bottom of my heart. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Oh my God, this is so great for America. Back to back again. And I'm so happy for Dicho. We saw her face, and it was pure celebration. And you can see the resemblance of the joy of that much effort turn into results.
He's my most watched streamer for sure. It's been a long time coming. He's always been the harshest person on himself, his greatest critic. And to finally see that pay off through all those years of, self-doubt, or criticism, blood, sweat, and tears, it's just so great.
It has been, and this was a very difficult game to actually win because we entered right into a prismatic lobby and he picked a birthday present of all things.
Yes, normally an announcement that you take for tempo is very difficult to close it out, and we were talking about cast. Maybe he's looking for a 4-star 3-cost, maybe for a 5-star 3-cost, and in the end he made the switch to make it happen.
Yeah, and I was watching the entire game from Dish Soap's perspective because I just believed. I had that in my heart that I believed he could do it. And I saw very, very early on, he was so locked in, scouting every single round, making sure he knew exactly who was in his pool, who he had to face, how he had to position for every single player, just completely managing every single moment. And that last pivot from the Hui to the Nautilus to 3-star it, knowing there were more 4-costs out of the pool, knowing he couldn't get to the Hui to beat Bintum, just beautiful execution.
Yeah, most of the players were playing also for first. We had Asta with Fortune, Lisao also, and in the end, Bintum with Diani was the final boss. He made the change, and the CC, the crowd control, the end 8-second stun, followed by another 8 seconds. It was 17 seconds that Diani couldn't do anything.
It was 36 HP in the last 2 rounds, and the first time he actually lost 18, so the second was very, very close. It was very important for him to actually spread his units and pick off the remaining bruisers. If he lost by more than 4 units in the previous round, it would have been over. The 3-star Nautilus would have came out, so it was extremely close. And even then, we thought Bintum might have had the edge, but unfortunately he got stuck on the wrong side.
Yes.
Not the Alun and the Lilia.
I really thought we were going to a game 6. I really thought it was going to happen, but I feel like it's another story that's told a long time ago, 4 or 5 games.
Ningli, I want to recognize also Ningli and Double. They both went on check, and they both played for first. Ningli going for the egg, so the golden egg was almost popped out. He couldn't get the win, couldn't get the King 2.
Try.
And Double went for the Ash, also with the Senna 3. It was a possibility, and the pumping up. So in the end, didn't close up for them, but great results again for this one.
While they might not have been able to get that first place they needed in order to win the Tactician's crown, they were still able to accumulate a ton of points when it came down to those final standings. So here we go. 5 games is all it took for us to crown a champion, but we get a chance to celebrate the rest of the lobby. Even making it here was such a big deal.
And Double joins the ranks of title as someone who has a first and second place at a championship. I still think this is an insanely impressive result from Double 61, considering he was the one threatening to be a 2-time champion here.
So close to seeing a historic GOAT come out of Europe, but the West comes out on top on the day. Where are my APAC boys doing right there? I really hope they could have pulled off a little bit of a better of a result there. Also want to give a celebration still to CN. 3 members, every world's going on. It still might be the top region.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, Asta got so close, right? I think that's so special, especially knowing that that underdog story was such a big part of this weekend.
Yeah, and he was playing a playstyle that he normally didn't do it because he normally went only for fortune. He did it in the end.
Yeah.
It didn't work out for him, but he got here playing flexibly and actually using a lot of lines. So I'm very proud of both, mainly the APAC region. You told me, Clement, their AVP was always great and Worlds, and they decided to do it again.
Still AVP over Americas, and just maybe push the luck a little bit too far. Died on fortune.
I'll take the AVP loss for the champ. I'll take the champ instead.
We had 8 players come into this final day of competition and only 1 standing above the rest. We've got Dish Soap, our winner of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown. Dish Soap, what's going through your mind right now knowing that you did it? You achieved one of your biggest goals and dreams, winning a global championship.
I don't know. Like at this point, I can't really process it. It's just completely unthinkable to me. It's definitely a dream come true.
Talk us through that final game then. You are playing with Birthday Present, one of these more unique prismatic augments that we typically don't see actually convert over to a high win rate, but you were able to get the job done. How did that go?
I mean, I was looking at all the highest win rate augments, and then when it was Prismatic Party, I was looking at the stats for the highest win rate prismatics, and Martyr did, or sorry, not Martyr. I don't even know. I can't think. I don't know augment names. But the one that gives you XP but you can't level every turn.
March of Progress.
March. I know it started with M. March of Progress. That one has a pretty high win rate, but I just couldn't see a way where I could actually play for a win with that, unless it was 3-star 4 costs. So I just went for the higher variants, Birthday Present. Since it's triple prismatic, I thought that I could actually go for item augment, to itemize all my 4 or 5 costs upgraded, and then the goal was to go Lotus last. And that game plan pretty much worked out. I got Baboom instead of Lotus, which is good enough. And then I almost got scammed from random NE3. I think I would have probably been able to pull out a win outside of that, but I just had to find anything that worked there in the last game. Just go for the Hail Mary Nautilus, I guess.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it came down to just a couple of seconds. When did you know for sure that between the Annie and the Nautilus, you're like, I got this. It's in the bag. I just won.
Okay. One of it was the second or third cast with the Annie in the corner. I think it was the second cast when it was on the left. Because before that, the Annie actually chunked the Nautilus down pretty low. I thought it might die, but then and then it didn't. It just got stun locked, and I had enough damage with Archangel. So yeah, I was just losing my mind when that was happening. So
we saw your player cam and you were going off, and we were all so excited for you to be able to find this success. Going into this final day, you were playing a different format than the first 2 days of competition. You were playing Checkmate. What was kind of your game plan or strategy heading into today, knowing that the format was just a little different and you were going to need that first place in order to win?
I feel like I didn't play that differently, except for the last game when I The last game I told myself I was only gonna play Lilia or Kai'Sa because those are the only comps that like can consistently win and they can't like be griefed that easily. So that was my game plan going in, but for the first 4 games I kind of just played how I normally play. I don't know, I feel like I always do well at the end of the day on the tournament for whatever reason, so I was pretty confident that I could pull it through.
I mean, this is just a season of success for you. When we take a look back at your journey through the Inkborn Fables, you were able to get 2 top 3s when it came down to the Tacticians Cups. So how are you feeling knowing that this has just been a great set for you?
I feel like it just shows that the hard work, all the prep I did, like not streaming for weeks before tournaments to like high tech, it just pays off, and I'm so happy that I could prove myself.
What would you say just up to anybody that's been watching you and hoping to get into TFT like yourself? I know you've been putting out all those guides, but is there any other kind of words of wisdom or inspiration that you could give to those people watching you that are like, I want to be like Dish Soap one day?
Just play. The game is so fun. If you're having fun, you're gonna just get better if you play more games. Also check out tftacademy.com. I'm gonna plug it here. If you're looking for top tier comps to play from World's winner himself.
Yes, and also check out Dish Soap's YouTube. I think I can plug that too for you.
Sure.
Well, Dish Soap, I think one of the final things that we'd love to ask you is, you know, when we were talking to you at the end of day number 1, you said, hopefully I get a chance to be able to be at that final interview on the final day. Now, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the people that are supporting you and cheering you on?
I just gotta say that thanks for everyone watching like my streams all the time, because I would not be able to play as much as I do if it wasn't my job. So, I mean, you guys are really the only reason I'm able to do this right now. So I appreciate it a lot.
Well, congratulations, Dish Soap. We want to give you all of our best here on the desk and behind the scenes, and we're wishing you the most congratulations. Hope you're able to celebrate and enjoy the success.
Yeah, thanks.
That's my perfect player. Let's go.
That is the perfect player. He's like, he's done it. Like, he's earned the crown. Like, I can't believe it.
But seriously,
it's been a long time coming.
Seriously, all glaze for him, because Dish Soap inspires me all the time with his growth mindset and how he improves, the way he looks at every single game on how he can get better. He recognizes, yes, he may have low rolled, but could he have found a placement here, a placement there? And that's why we see all this success. That's why he is my perfect player for the Americas, and I'm so happy for him.
For sure, he totally inspired not only North America, not only Brazil and Latam, he has inspired the whole world, because everyone is watching him, learning from him, and now, as he said, it will be more, because not only was he was amazing and looking up for this other line, now he's the set champion for this set, and it will be great for again for him. So I'm so happy, and I wish that he really has the time to celebrate and then come back again stronger.
Wow, what a set we've had. Inkborn Fables has been so fun, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it's been really great.
Lots of highs, you know, lots of areas where I felt like encounters was a really... It took a while, but eventually did sell us on kind of like the crazy, wild things that could happen in the game, and sometimes how you could play around them to reach higher caps.
Yeah, and the fact that the 3-star, finally 3-star,
yeah,
forecasts are working, and now we know which we want. We don't want Morgana, we want Annie 3, and we want
Nautilus
the 3.
Confirmed, not a fraud.
Yeah, but Lee Sin, Morgana, absolutely not, please. I don't think I'm going to play for that in my games. Well, it's been so exciting to see the conclusion of the Inkborn Fables set. While one chapter is going to close, another one is going to open. That's right. Here is the dev drop for the upcoming set for Teamfight Tactics, Magic and Mayhem.
Want a pastry?
Thanks.
Hey Tacticians, Sam here. I'm the set lead for Magic and Mayhem, a whimsical and hectic twist on the world of Magic. In the Magitorium, all types of Magic are welcome, and our champions have harnessed an incredible variety. Now, they're ready to test their magical might on the battlefield, so I hope you are too. In Magic and Mayhem, specialize in whatever form of magic tickles your fancy. We've got fire magic, ice magic, witch magic, you know, all your standard magics. But there's also mayhem, so let's get chaotic. First things first, bees. Honeymancy champions summon tiny, untargetable versions of themselves, swarming their enemies with sheer numbers. The Honeymancy roster may make for a go-to reroll comp, but with the charm-stacking King Beegar as your carry, you'll be a total buzzkill for your lob bees in the late game too. You heard me right, charm stacking, which will make a lot more sense later, I promise. If you've got a sweet tooth, we've got the perfect trait for you. Sugar crafters build a cake filled with power and treats by collecting sugar for each item component your team has. Each layer you bake will power up sugar crafters with saccharine stats. When the cake is finished, more rewards are sure to come. With late game scaling, all you need is fructose and glucose, and your opponent is toast. Piece of cake. Eldritch is one of my favorites. A lot of people on the team say it freaks them out, but I don't really get why. Anyway, this trait summons cuddly friends. And if you hit 9 Eldritch, the biggest, cuddliest friend of all comes to scout your board. Briar will make her TFT debut as the 5 cost for Eldritch, and she's hungry as ever for friendship and blood. Satiate her hunger with your player health, and you'll grant her HP. Plus, she'll deal more damage the lower your tactician health is. Win-win. We're also welcoming Smolder to the Convergence for the first time as the 5 cost for our Dragon trait. This little 80 carry will fly around the battlefield, attacking the nearest enemy and dropping fireballs from above. Dragon will also bring back Shyvana as a shapeshifter and Namzi from Dragonlance as a 1 cost with a fiery sneeze. Dragon's attacks and abilities burn and whip, and if you can field all 3 of them, the power of their fiery friendship will upgrade all of their abilities. Then there's Witchcraft, whose units curse enemies with their abilities, making them lose a portion of their max health, take extra damage from witches, and eventually transform them into frogs. The 5 cost Queen of Witchcraft is also Queen of the Bats. Morgana sends out bats that seek nearby enemies, dealing extra damage if those enemies are low health. When her pretties kill an enemy, they have a chance to abduct it, granting a 1-star copy or one of their item components. Let the bat napping begin. I think we have time for a couple more spoilers. The Chrono trait starts a countdown, sped up each time a Chrono champion casts. Once the countdown completes, your team will restore a portion of their health. But at later breakpoints, the trait has the power to stop time for non-Chrono units, or even Chrono break all your units back to max health. Whoa! I wasn't done here. I haven't even talked about the Chrono units yet. Karma will be your go-to AP carry, taking up heaps of damage over time, while the 5 cost Camille creates a zone where she can bend time and her opponents to her will. To bring the time magic fantasy of Chrono to the Convergence, we're looking to the stars with Wild Rift's Stargazer skin. Like Silco from Arcane or T-Hex from Legends of Runeterra, we're always excited for timely collabs. All right, that's enough for me. You'll see the rest when the set drops on PvE. But like I mentioned earlier, we still need to talk about charms. Matt, Alicia, give our friends the scoop.
Hey Tacticians, I'm Matt Dunn, the game designer behind this set's mechanic, Charms. I'm here with Alicia Loring, who helped us make Charms a reality in-game.
Charmed to meet you. I'm Alicia, the UX lead for TFT.
Charms are magical abilities that you can purchase from the shop once per round from anywhere from 20-ish gold to completely free. They do a whole host of wild and wacky things, but their power is tied to the cost and the stage to become available. You'll only be able to buy 1 per round, despite seeing multiple if you roll enough, so you'll want to pick the one that's most useful to you at any given moment. Let's talk through some examples, starting with a simple one, Phantom Gloves. For 3 gold, you'll get a temporary Thief's Gloves until the end of your next player combat.
Is it really a Thief's Gloves if you don't get to keep it? A more big brain example comes from the Copycat charm, which grants you a 1-star copy of the first enemy champion to die during the next player combat. There are also charms that appear during the mid-game, when you have a bit more gold, but you're still tinkering with your strategy. Reclamation is a cheap charm that breaks apart items on bench champions for a round. Combat-oriented charms are likely to appear during the mid-game as well. Earthquake stuns your opponent's board for 2 seconds at the start of combat, while Silver Guard makes your team immune to crowd control for the first few seconds of the fight. Talk about a hard counter.
Later in the game, you'll get offered more expensive and powerful charms, like Spawn Swarm, which for 8 gold will make it so your dying champs spawn a small voidling. Gross. All 5s, a medium-priced charm, will immediately re-roll your shop into all 5 costs. It's perfect for taking screenshots to show your friends just how lucky you are. Lastly, we have Ascendant charms, which come from Xerath, a 5-cost Arcana champion with the unique Ascendant trait. Xerath, whose ability launches a barrage of arcane blasts at enemies, can grant you access to charms like the Tower, which summons a large target dummy for a round that strikes enemies with lightning, or the Sun, which will grant you a support anvil and an artifact anvil. With all these exciting late-game charms, we expect to see some crazy final 2 or 3 player fights, as players desperately charm roll to eke out just one placement better.
When the team came up with charms, we had to figure out just how to make them make sense in the game. My personal approach is that UX should feel like magic. It should fade into the background and feel like a natural extension of your powers as a tactician in the Convergence. You can see this philosophy at work with recommended items, augments and armory interfaces, or our favorite memory enhancer, the Team Planner. But for charms, we wanted to deliver something a little more delightful. When you buy a charm, it will follow your tactician around and show everyone in the lobby what type of magic you've got your hands on. And we're always looking for more ways to level up the overall TFT experience. So we're also working on quality of life improvements like new stats, or even ways to add more portals to TFT. With that, let's portal over to cosmetics.
Hi everyone, I'm Theo, producer on TFT's cosmetics team, and we have a ton of new content for Magic and Mayhem to share with you. This is our biggest Chibi drop yet, and we're starting with a little shock and awe. Chibi Misfortune and Chibi Battle Bunny Misfortune hit the Convergence at the start of the set, just a few hours into patch 14.15. Like and subscribe. Looking for something a bit edgier? How about the Shadow Clone Assassin Gone Galactic? Chibi Galaxy Slayer Z brings a finisher that will leave your opponent gray screen alongside an entire planet in the process. Then, in the spirit of buttery, flaky goodness, Prestige Chibi Cafe Cuties Gwen will make her debut. She'll release with a widescreen splash art, a new precedent for our Prestige tier content. She'll also have her own finisher, full of cute poses that will show you just what she's cooking. Spoiler alert, it's you. For those of you who want the full cafe experience, we're eager to serve. Or at least, these hardworking cafe bunnies are. They putter around the arena, serving croissants and sweeping up spills. But if you start sweeping the floor with your opponents, they'll swap their broomsticks for glow sticks and become your own personal cheering squad. Get a win streak going and, well, this happens. Lastly, a collaboration with an NA content creator who you probably know from his bootcamp. If you need another hint, check out this boom. The Bootcamp Boom will be available for all BoxBox Bootcamp and community participants for free during the bootcamp, and will be later added to the rotational shop for everyone to get in on the cubicle cardboard action. That's it for cosmetics for now. There'll be a few more new tacticians, and of course, a new pass, but you'll have to wait till later to check those out. For now, let's see what the rest of the team is cooking up.
Hello, my name is Wright X Tina, and I'm the product manager for TFT's events and set revivals. Before I reveal what we have in store for you today, I want to share some insights on our first set revival, Galaxies. Though we've shipped totally new game modes before, we weren't certain that set revivals would resonate with players. I mean, did players really want to get blitz hooked every game again? Obviously not. That's why you have to scout. But you never, ever, ever pivot. Sorry, I got caught up in nostalgia. And so did many of our players. On its launch weekend, the Galaxy's Revival made up almost half of total game hours. It's no wonder that mech units were 3-starred 2,344,741 times. So, we're reviving another mid-set during Magic and Mayhem. This one will bring back fan favorites like Hellion, Abomination Scion, Vertical Legionnaire, And of course, our first legendary unit that costs 6 player health instead of gold. Yep, I'm talking Teemo. Reckoning Dawn of Heroes was the mid-set for our 5th set and has a reputation of being one of TFT's biggest comeback stories. The set introduced mechanics that have become core parts of TFT, like radiant items, armories, divine blessing, all of which have inspired various portals, augments, and more. We're adding a few updates, some of which are certain to surprise even our most dedicated Reckoning players. But we're not stopping at in-game updates. We heard that players wanted more, and this time, we'll also be adding progression outside of the game that will be specifically for the revival. The Dawn of Heroes revival will be out for 3 patches, starting patch 14.19, just a few patches into Magic and Mayhem. Okay, I've got to wrap this up, but expect more information after Magic and Mayhem goes live.
Hey everyone, Sherman here with an esports update before we do our last Magic and Mayhem spoiler. We've just finished our first set with our new competitive model. We're filming this in early May, well ahead of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown. Last year, we brought our first ever TFT Open to Las Vegas. It was a huge opportunity to see the Western TFT community come to life. This year, I'm excited to announce that the next TFT Open is headed to Macau, December 13th through the 15th. Similar to how last year's Open was played on the second patch of Remix Rumble, the Macau Open will be played on our next set when it's still fresh. But don't wait to start prepping. Your ranking for Magic and Mayhem will determine your registration order for the Open. We're doing our snapshot on September 2nd, with ticket sales releasing later that week in a bracketed order based upon your rank. Tacticians Crown participants from Runeterra Reforged through Inkborn Fables will get first dibs. Challenger players will get access a day later, Grandmaster and Masters players the following day, and the remaining competitor tickets plus general admission tickets will be released the day after that. Wow, that was a lot of info, but don't worry. If you need this in writing too, we just published an article with more info on the dates, ticket sales, and format. And for once, I'm not last. Peter, take it away.
Hello everyone, Peter Whalen here. The last time we checked in, Mort and I shared our new 3-set-a-year model. You all have been super excited about this, and it's awesome that we're now living in this world. With 3 sets a year, we have 3 pods working on a longer timeline to deliver higher quality content. At this point, we've learned a lot about what good looks like, from mechanics to traits, all the way to thematics. We're committed to investing in the stuff that makes each set feel special, like fun and unique portals, augments, and evergreen systems like items. Shout out to the 20 new artifacts released earlier in Inkborn Fables. We're also focused on the first 10 to 30 hours of a TFT player's experience. Learning the ropes of a deep, strategic, and fast-paced game is incredibly rewarding, but it shouldn't feel demoralizing. We're not quite ready to share just how we're looking to better this experience, but we can assure you that not only will this be good for new players, but also for you, our current players. Just think about how much easier it could be to get your friends into TFT and help your double up climb. We've come a long way from summoners flooding the entire board with particle effects, or Ash accidentally firing a crystal arrow into a board far, far away. And with that, thank you so much for being a part of the TFT journey. TFT would not be the same without you, because together, we are TFT, and our future is bright. Oh, and before I forget, I think it's time to let the cat owner out of the bag. Thanks to our friends on Legends of Runeterra, we're bringing Yumi's owner to TFT. Nora, everyone's favorite portal-popping Yordle, will be hitting the convergence as a 5 cost in our portal trait. The trait is the perfect match for Nora. The only thing she loves more than tea, cats, and magic is when all of those things fall out of a portal at random. The trait shields portal units and then ejects random stuff throughout combat. We're talking about things like Ziggs bombs that deal magic damage, Horo snacks that heal your allies, maybe even a wild Krug. We can't have Nora without her feline companion. Nora's legendary explorer trait brings Yumi along for the ride. Yumi will fly around on Book, helping out her friends and using her ability when Nora casts hers. There's lots more Magic and Mayhem to discover, so be sure to check out Nora and the rest of the roster when the set goes live with patch 14.15 on July 30th. See you then.
We got some exciting news about the upcoming Teamfight Tactics set, Magic and Mayhem. And Clement, I am so excited that we get a chance to talk to two of the devs from the Riot team that were the inspiration behind the set. Hello, Minnie, Sam, can you guys hear us okay?
Yep, we can hear you good.
Awesome. So excited to have you. I think we'll get your pictures up in just a moment, but was wondering if you could just introduce yourselves and tell us about what part of the set you were on.
So I'll go first. Hi, my name's Sam. I'm the set lead for Magic and Mayhem, so worked on just about everything on the set.
Hello, my name is Mindy. I'm a set designer and technical game designer on the set, so I help work on traits and units too.
That's so exciting to have you both with us to talk a little bit more about this upcoming set. Magic and Mayhem, first off, give us the inspiration behind this set.
So as far as the inspiration, we wanted this set to feel whimsical and magical and really fun and happy for the summer, but with a bit of mayhem, like in the name. So tacticians kind of experimenting with all different types of magic and what types of magic might tacticians have. So we're trying to span the whole thematic range, all the way from really lighthearted magics, but to some of the darker ones as well.
Yeah, and some of our inspirations come from a lot of media, like RPGs and fantasy stories. And on top of like the traditional stuff you usually see with Magic, we have some unique twists, taking advantage of like the whimsical special and sweet leak skin lines that we have. So.
Oh, definitely got a lot of that inspiration coming through from that video, but we're really excited about the new mechanic that's going to be introduced in this Magic and Mayhem set, and that's Charms. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you see Charms really shaking up these games that our players are going to play?
Yeah, of course. So Charms, I think, bring something really new to TFT, and at the highest level, it's just, hey, like, you can buy stuff from the shop that isn't a unit now. You can buy all sorts of different things. And so we're giving players access to a lot of like new tools that previously were only accessible via augments or other rare moments, but now you can buy them straight from the store if you have the opportunity. So. it'll really hopefully shake up people's strategies and shake up what you're doing on a like round to round basis.
Well, while you might be on Team Magic, Mayhem, I might be more leaning towards the Magic a little bit. There's a lot of players that like to plan ahead, and this does sound like to them that there's an added layer of variance. How can players showcase their own player agency, make their own decisions through this new set mechanic, and take it forward from encounters?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question. And so there's a few, I think, key differences between encounters and charms. And one, it's that charms you see them fairly often, and you see them in the shop, and you buy them for money. And what that means is that you can actually choose, it's a form of skill question to decide whether or not you actually want to buy a particular charm. And so oftentimes the choice will actually be to not buy that charm and save your econ, or even to roll a little bit and look for something better. So hopefully we're giving players a good amount of agency here to try to either look for the charm they want or decide, this charm isn't for me, I'm going to save my money for the next. In addition, charms are kind of like, as opposed to encounters, let's say, where these big moments that happen throughout the game, charms are pretty small moments that just happen to you as a player. And so really, charms are more about making a bunch of small decisions right on average, as opposed to making a few big ones right, like you would with augments. So you don't need to sweat the mistakes if you bought one and you kind of regret it a little bit. You can just, go on, look forward to the next charm.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like then charms are a bit more temporary than permanent. Is that true?
Yep. So a lot of charms will be temporary effects, but really they span the full gamut. It's Magic and Mayhem, so you can expect all kinds of things from charms.
Could you tell us about a few charms that might be super exciting that you were on the design for, and what you think players are really going to be celebrating when they hit those high charm moments?
Oh, yeah. So for me, one of my favorites is Summon Dragon. And so it's exactly what it sounds like. You'll, for the next combat, get a giant dragon on your board.
Wow, that's exciting. Mindy, what about you? Is there any charm that you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dice Roll, which is you spend a little bit of gold and you have a chance to get however much gold you roll. So sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, but that's part of the fun. I'm also a big fan of Conjure Emblem, which will give you a random emblem. So that's one of the permanent charms that we have. I think in playtests, I've been more burned than not by it, but I still click it every time. So.
It's all about the thrill sometimes of TFT, right? Exactly why we love to be able to play that game. But you talk on something that's going to be really interesting to see players navigate, and that's economy when it comes down to how they actually play around traits and even how that affects some of what their compositional, builds will look like when it comes down to how much gold they're going to cost. So where do you kind of see econ fitting into all of this? Is there a trait or something that actually helps with this?
Yeah, so we have Sugarcraft as one of our econ traits. So it gives a little bit of power in combat power, but also some of it as loot. It's not a high stakes trait like Fortune or Heartsteel. It's a lot more akin to 8-Bit from set 10 or Lagoon from set 7. And kind of how the trait works is when you equip items to your units, every round you'll get a little bit of progress towards making a cake. And the cake grows as the game goes on, and each layer you build gives you AP and AD. But once you finish the cake, a little later into the game, you start to get special treats, which is in the form of gold or items. So it comes a little bit later in the game. And also there's a little hint that if you can get the cake completed and then can go really, really high with Sugarcraft 6 and lots of items, you might have a super special reward at the end.
We've also heard that there's something there for players that like to lose streak, like to take even higher risk and make those highlight tuber moments. So where are those chances being moved to? And can you introduce some of them to us?
Oh, can I?
Oh boy.
So, basically, the short of what's happening is our really high stakes, high risk, high reward moments are moving from the trait space into the augment space. And so we basically have a new type of augment we're calling a high stakes augment. We're experimenting with this, but it's been seen to be super fun in playtest because one, we can offer a huge variety of cash outs. Instead of having one trait, we've got a bunch of different augments that can all do different things. And not only that, we can offer a lot of different ways to catch out, and because they're augments, you can play them with any comp you want. So you can play your favorite trait regardless of what it is, and you can still try to go first 3.
Don't really have to play them with Kaisa. I can play them with anything right now. Wow.
Oh, yeah. So some examples we've got coming up for everyone are, one, we've got Fortune Favors the Bold. This one is, if you remember, Fortune, back all the way from Fates Set 4. Basically, every time you win a player combat, you'll get a loot orb, but for every time you lose before that, that orb just gets better and better. But we're also trying out a lot of different things here. So another example would be Upgraded Adventure. So after you upgrade 4 units to 3-star, you gain a, quote, magnificent reward. So be on the lookout for that one for all of our reroll players who now want to make their reroll a little bit more risky if you, to make sure you hit, let's say.
Oh, wow.
4 of them is quite a lot, but I'm going to try.
That is a lot. Hey, I mean, we saw some of those in the games today where a lot of people were being able to get some of those through costs online. So that's very exciting.
Yep. One more really fun one I just have to talk about is Trait Tracker. The first time you end player combat with 7 different traits, you gain 5 random emblems. So, getting 7 different traits isn't that hard, but this really leans into that pivot moment after you cash out. So we're really excited to share those. But we just want to call it that we're just trying this out. So there's no guarantee that these will persist to next set or in the future. So please, let us know how you feel about it. If you love them, if you hate them, let us know. So.
Talking about the augments, there's also a bit of a discussion on the future of hero augments here, whether they are going to be evolved into just, mainly drain tank carries, or what do you think is the hero augment looking like in the new set?
Yeah, I can talk on this a little bit. So our hero augment pool is pretty diverse in this set. We've got hero augments for every 1 and 2 cost tank. And from the first time since set 8 Monsters Attack, we have a 3 cost hero augment as well. So they kind of run the whole gamut of carries, tanks, melee units, etc. And just kind of to give you an example of what they look like, one of the really cool ones is called Deja Vu. I hint as to what it is that your strongest Galio gains 3 range and gains 15 mana and 8 ability power per attack. And then his spell deals 150% damage, but doesn't stun anymore or reduce damage. So, yeah, it's a little callback too.
Are all of them moving from tanks to carries, or are there, even spicier utility special type of hero augments that exist?
Yeah, for the most part. Oh, sorry, you can talk on this. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, no, at this time, they're basically all still converting more or less tanks into carries. We just think that's a really good spot for them, and it allows a lot of these units that are normally just tanks sitting in the front line, especially the low-cost tanks, who don't really have a big carry dream because you're a 2-cost tank, to really have a chance to see the spotlight. And so that's our real goal with them, is to make sure that every unit gets their chance to time in the sun to be.
Ooh, I'm so excited to see maybe a Story Garen 2.0. That would be super fun to see. But
yeah.
On the topic of heroes and just champions in general, we got a chance to see a sneak peek on some really awesome ones now. Smolder, Nora, Briar, they're all getting a chance to see the TFT stage. Can you talk about those a little bit more and what you're kind of excited to see out of strategies from those champions?
Yeah, I think one of the ones we're really excited about is Xerath. He has the Ascendant unique trait. So what he does is he interacts with charms, actually the set mechanic, and you'll get the chance to see very special charms unique to Xerath himself in your store. And the chance to see them starts off really small, but every round you don't see one or buy one, you'll be able to get a higher chance of seeing them until you buy one. And also, another unit we're really excited for is Nora. She's coming over from Legends of Runeterra, and she'll come paired with her best friend, Yuumi.
Oh, I'm so excited about that one. I think everyone's looking forward to the Yuumi Zoomies. I'm going to be Yuumi main from now on, I think.
And I want to introduce all my new friends to TFT. We have heard that TFT has been reaching its peak in terms of complexity. The game is pretty hard to learn, admittedly. Are there new ways I can introduce my friends to come join the Magic and Mayhem?
Yeah, I think the learning curve is something we think about a lot in a set's design. And I think one part that we approach a lot is making sure there are like easy to play comps. So as examples, like our big verticals, like Eldritch and Portal, are highlights of the set, and they're pretty exciting to play, but also very simple to understand. You don't have to do anything particularly special with like positioning or inputs or anything. You just kind of click the units and you have a viable comp with tanks, carries, all of that. So did you want to add anything, Sam?
Oh yeah, of course I have a bit to add here. Just lastly, like we think as a dev team that TFT is pretty close to its complexity ceiling. We actually talked about that in our Inkborn Fables learning article a bit. But just to add on, you know, I wouldn't expect things to get too much more complicated from here. We will have more to say in the future as well on the learning curve process and what we're doing to try to address that. And Peter Whalen also mentioned it a bit in the dev job. So that said, we do have in the near future team planner improvements coming up. So you'll be able to, at some point during set 12 or Magic and Mayhem, you'll be able to store about 20 comps and name them all, so you can swap between all your favorite comps on the fly. We're also bringing
so many.
We're also bringing some improvements to the stat panel. So Omnivamp, Damage Amp, and Damage Reduction, which we're now calling Durability, are all going to be in the stat panel for Magic and Mayhem. So you'll be able to see you'll be able to understand in a bit more detail what these things are doing, exactly how much Omnivamp.
We've also
so
heard
exciting.
in game that there's a lot of changes on how you might want to position your units. Most of the time, you just put your backlines in the back, front line in the front, and just kind of hope for the best. But we've heard that there's interesting new traits that might make you think about how to place your board.
Yep. So we're continuing the philosophy from Remix Rumble and Inkborn Fables a bit here. So backline access will once again mostly come from various abilities once again, as opposed to assassins, which I think all the way back in Dragonland, for example. But positioning will be really important, especially when facing off against key carries. And Mindy, you want to take us through a few of those?
Yeah, Fiora is one of our forecast carries, and she can dash a short distance through enemies to get access to your backliners. So she's kind of the traditional, you probably want to be opposite side when you're facing someone with a Fiora. Another really cool one is Camille at 5 cost in the Chrono trait. So she's very good at one-on-one combat. And once she kills something, she'll hook shot around to get to her next target faster. So a strategy against that is you probably want to position your Camille on squished units, and if you're against a Camille, you'll want to put some of your tanks there to stall her a little bit longer.
Oh, that's awesome. So excited to see a lot of these more complicated interactions come to the fold. But, I myself, I like to play reroll. I like to just not focus on any of that, just get my champions, put them all together. But hey, sometimes it does feel like it's a little bit harder to actually hit some of my rerolls. So is there anything that might be coming up in this next set that might help with that?
One thing that's coming up in the new set is there's actually some bag size changes coming up for Magic and Mayhem. Just to go through the numbers real quick before we get into why it's going on. Tier 1 cost units, we're going up from 22 in the pool to 30. So big movement there, as well as at 2 cost where it's going from 20 units in the pool to 25. 3 cost units are just getting +1 from 17 to 18. And then 4 and 5 costs, the pool size is unchanged. An additional note, kind of along with that, is we actually have one additional 1 cost in Magic and Mayhem. So we're going from 13 1 costs, which we usually have, up to 14.
Wow.
So some goals here with the changes. We're trying to make 1 and 2 cost rerolls a bit easier to hit and allow you to hit a bit earlier. But in doing so, we're going to be lowering their power slightly. Generally, the ideal here is to prevent those kind of situations where you don't hit your reroll carry until 4 or 5 and end up really far behind all those players playing that fast 8 or even fast 9 strategies. So this should hopefully make it feel a little bit better and more consistent for those low-cost rerolls. We're also just adding 1 more 3 cost, so that way you can contest, so 2 players can both chase those 3 cost 3 stars. Fun there. As far as 4 and 5 costs, the reason we're not changing them is we've kind of already accomplished our goal here in the previous set with lessening the ability to 3-star those 4 and 5 costs, although you probably wouldn't know it from the last game. But So we're going to continue monitoring the frequency of those units, especially as our new mechanic Charms affects the space. So we'll keep an eye on it basically, but for now, we're not planning it.
We can contest 3 costs now? That
Oh
sounds
my
amazing.
goodness.
I'm not pivoting anymore.
I've never pivoted, actually. So, this is great news for me.
I was wondering that we've had in previous sets units like Threats and also units like Exalted that were super flexible with your board and helped you really strategize on playing flexibly and taking what you need, just reading the situation. Are there any interesting units like that in Magic and Mayhem?
So it's funny that you bring up Threats, actually, because in Magic and Mayhem, we're actually taking a small look back at that trait from Monsters Attack. We have a unit, Wukong, who actually has a trait called Druid. And Druid is almost exactly the same as Threat. Wukong is the only Druid in the set. And Wukong has no special powers from that trait, but he gets increased stats. So he's looking to be a really flexible frontliner that you can slot into any comp, really, regardless if you need a bit more frontline. And he also even has a hero augment if you're looking for a bit more damage instead.
Just building damage from now on. That's what I heard.
I know. I'm looking forward to seeing how the charms are going to be able to improve that as well. But I think one thing that I would really love to know from both of you is just kind of like the favorite thing that you worked on within the Magic and Mayhem set, something you're so proud about and you're really excited to see players try.
Yeah, I think for me, it's got to be Honeymancy. I've wanted the Beaskin lines in TFT for so long. And so, yeah, really excited to get them in. And they're so cute too. They summon little bees that will surround them. And they kind of transfer when they die. So when you have just one Honeymancer standing, it's just got a huge swarm of bees, especially if you're able to get 5 Honeymancy or a couple of emblems to get 7 Honeymancy too.
Yeah, as for me, it's kind of small, but Namzi is back in Magic and Mayhem as a 1-cost, and I'm just super excited to bring Namzi back. It's super awesome. So that's probably my favorite thing. It's just a 1-cost, but I am also a reroll enjoyer, so super happy to be able to bring her back once again.
I love that. I'm looking forward to seeing how all of this is going to come together. Clement, do you have any final questions?
Well, it sounds super exciting to have all of these new things into the set here. My focus has always been capping out my board and ending with legendaries. We just talked about the 1-cost. I would like to know, what is your most exciting 5-cost to introduce?
So I can go first. For me, it's Briar. I kind of view Briar kind of like Tom Kench from Gizmos and Gadgets. But instead of eating your units, Briar's a bit more sinister. Briar likes to eat your health. So a bit more of a costly feed, but then she stacks up the health and you get more damage the lower you are. So for those like high risk players, get nice and low to power up your Briar.
I think Zareth and Nora, I talked a little bit already, but I think Morgana is also super cool. She sends out a swarm of bats, and if she kills a unit, there's a chance that she'll steal them away and give you a copy, which I think is something that we haven't done very much of. Yeah, and the VFX are super cool too. Just bats and very witchy vibes going all around. So.
Yeah, it's so cool to watch the bats like pick up someone else's unit and fly them back to your bench and give you a copy.
We've gotten some amazing animations in TFT, so like I can only imagine what that's gonna look like, and I get even more excited about it. Bats, bees, and flying cupcakes, I think, is a lot to look forward to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Sam, we are so excited to have had you. Sam, Minnie, is there anything else that you'd like to say before we let you go?
Just a quick thank you to everyone who's still here. Thank you for playing TFT. We're so excited to let you all try Magic and Mayhem. So have a ton of fun. We really hope you enjoy it.
Yay! Thank you so much to Sam and Minnie for joining us, and thank you for giving us all of that insight onto the Magic and Mayhem set. We are so looking forward to seeing that go live at the end of July, and we hope you enjoy watching all the players.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be able to wait.
No, you can't wait.
PB is already coming on 16th or 17th, so, by then, I hope we can already be playing the game.
That would be amazing, honestly. I can't even start to put together all of these things in my head. There's so much to take away from that dev drop. So very exciting stuff.
Beautiful set, you know, good closure to Inkborn. I'm very happy that everyone was with us and, you know, joining this event and everything like that. Just seeing set 12 on the horizon, it's got me pumped for the next stage of TFT.
Thank you so much to everybody for watching the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We hope that you are looking forward to Magic and Mayhem, the upcoming set, and just celebrating Teamfight Tactics as we continue to move forward. But that's going to be it for us. Can't believe it. The set is already coming to a close, and we got the next one around the corner. So we'll see you all on the other side of that portal at the end of July.
Oh.